Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 83. And I titled the Open Mic The Age of Italy and the Pseudo peace deals, as everyone is offering their own peace deals and peace negotiations, and no one is serious about it. Everybody is just, making it a show. And can everyone hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. And looks like nobody complains that you cannot hear me, so you probably can hear me. Yeah, so okay, I got to drop the link to join, and so we don't waste time listening to me, monologue. I'm quite sure you already hear me talk every day. So let me drop the link to join the open mic. Okay. So okay, just before I drop the link, as usual, this DPA open mic is telecast on multiple platforms on DPA Twitter, DPA Telegram, DPA Twitch, YouTube channel, the DPA open mic channel on YouTube, and DPA open mic channel on Rumble. And so I'm gonna drop the link to join. Okay, I have dropped the link to join on the YouTube channel, and I have just pinned it, and I also gonna drop it over on Rumble, and I'm gonna drop it on Twitch as well. So, and I've also pinned it on Twitch. So, yeah, come on and share the on. Welcome. Yeah, that's very American. The kind of wearing the cap, You're muted.
I don't want anyone to see my eyes. They're so sad.
So sad. What's so sad? So sad about what?
Well, hey, I was thinking. I know there's a bunch of stuff, but there's some new pictures of the M1 that came out, and I noticed some pretty interesting shit on them that I think's pretty bad. So I'll wait till some more people show up. But I mean, Doug posted a picture. I mean, it's in the main. It's just a picture. People can look in the DPA main lounge or go to, if you get on the open mic, you can go check out like Gunner, Sabo, Tank, and some of the forums that are affiliated with the open mic instead of just the general ones. And you might see some of these pictures. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised at what's not on the M1.
So, Shadow V, you want to share about the situation in France first?
Yes.
Before, since everybody is going to take some time to come in, because it's quite complicated, the politics.
As you want. Do you want for me to start now or to wait for more people?
So you can start now, because it's going to be a monologue, right? So you can
yes,
you can entertain everyone first.
I hope when you're interested in French politics. I'm sure you are. So about France, first I want to speak about two topics. The first one, what the military term, what France could do to help Ukraine, and the second topic about the political situation in France today. And for the first topics, about the military aid to Ukraine, Macron, OG president that I really love, as you may know, Macron has decided a few months ago that it would be a very good idea to be more active to help Ukraine. And this first idea was to send directly troops in Ukraine, maybe to protect Odessa, maybe directly to the front line. We don't know what his plan was. And the news article from Russian side were speaking about something like 2,500 troops that would be sent in Ukraine. And when they chat with the Russian military authority, they said that basically French troops come in Ukraine, they are going to be all killed. And immediately French changed this idea, and they decided to try to send Mirage, the French aircraft. And the Mirage, there is a lot of different type of Mirage. And the way they want to send was the Mirage 2005-D. It's a very specialized aircraft into air defense. Basically, they have a very good radar for air-to-air detection, and they are able to use the NATO Channel 5 data link, and they are also able to fire the new French extended range Mika missile, basically 80 kilometers with a very good data link, so they could kill an air target without any detection. Yes, one.
Hey, on those Mirage Dash 5s, I heard that
2000-5.
Yeah.
The Dash 5 and the 2000-5D are not the same things.
Oh, okay.
Very
okay. So
complicated.
is it the Mirage 2000 Dash 5?
There is a lot of them.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever the one was, I guess it's the Dash 5. They said they might want to keep a squadron in France, which I think is 26 aircraft.
I was going to speak
and they
about
only have like 6 to
listen
give
to
away
this
if they
one.
want to keep.
Listen to this one. It's very scaring for France, because you have to understand that the squadron who use this airplane in France is the best squadron for air defense. They are the best of the best in air-to-air combat, because the Mirage 2005-D is a specialized air-to-air combat airplane. Most of the French pilots are trained for the Rafale with the Omni mission airplane. So they train for ground attack, for recon, for air-to-air combat. So they train for a lot of things. Okay, so they are average or good for a lot of things. But these Mirage pilots are excellent just for air defense. Basically, every time French are making some kind of exercise of maneuver to train their pilots, this squadron is the red squadron, the opponent. Okay, and they are basically the best of the best in France for air combat. And what it means is the fact to give half of this Mirage to Ukraine, because we have 26 of them, and we went to send 10 or maybe a little more to Ukraine, we are going to destroy 15 to 20% of the air-to-air combat capacity of the French Air Force. 15 to 20%. Because all the other pilots are trained for Omni mission, for all the mission at the same time. And to train a pilot at the proficiency level of this squadron, you need 25, 26 aircraft. If you have only half of them, the training is divided. So you lose ability, or you lose something. Okay.
Are they going to try and replace the airframes with Raphaels or some other?
The problem with the Rafale is that it's not a specialized aircraft. The Rafale is able to do everything. Okay,
yeah,
he has a radar who is good for air, good for ground, but who is not excellent for air. You know?
Yeah.
It's not dedicated to only one mission. On the Mirage, this kind of Mirage was really dedicated for one mission. That's why it's a problem for the French Air Force. And now the last idea of Macron is to send trainer directly in Ukraine to train the equivalent of a brigade, 4,000 Ukrainian soldiers. And what is really strange is that he says he's going to send them in Ukraine. It's stupid for a lot of people, at least for me, because you could just send them in Poland at the border, on the safe side of the border, I would say, and not on the not safe side of the border in Ukraine, where they could be killed. The trainer could be killed by a Russian missile, and they are going to be killed by a Russian missile, because you cannot train 4,000 troops and hide it. I'm pretty sure that they are going to understand very quickly what they are.
Well,
Yes.
the other thing too, I mean, if the aircraft is so specialized, it doesn't even make any sense to give it to Ukraine, because realistically, they're not going to be in air-to-air battles. It's like, why not give them the
I think they want to try to stop the FAB.
Oh, I know, but you know what I'm saying? It's like
attack.
they say these things like, "Oh, we're going to send these jets to help," and it's like, well, then why don't you send a multi-role fighter that they can launch cruise missiles with, and if they got lucky, they could defend themselves or attack
I
a fighter.
think this kind of Mirage could launch the Scalp missile and the Storm Shadow missile, because basically all the programmation of the missile is made on ground. You know, basically the pilot just push a fire button. He doesn't do anything else for this missile. So maybe they could use this missile. And I forgot something about the pilot. Sorry, Macron said that to train a pilot for the Mirage, you need 5 to 6 months. It's a misunderstanding. You need to train 5 to 6 months if you have already a good or better air-to-air combat pilot train for the Soviet airplane. If you try to train a novice or a bad pilot to the Mirage, it's 2 to 3 years. And honestly, is there today any alive pilot who is not training on F-16 who is really good to air-to-air combat in Ukraine? I don't think so. So what they are going to do is two choices. Or they are going to train a bad pilot or a novice rookie pilot, and they are going to have a very bad ability for air-to-air combat, or they are going to make 2 or 3 years to train them.
Yeah, you got to figure the pool of pilots they have that are experienced is probably getting smaller because of losses. I mean, in some ways, they might
Or
have
maybe
guys
they're already
sitting
training
around
on
because
F-16.
well, I mean, there might be guys sitting around because they've lost so many airframes they don't have planes to fly. But I would
I
imagine
think
that's probably
the
like
best
half
Ukrainian
novice
pilot are training
pilots.
on F-16.
Well, I mean, I figure half novice pilots and maybe half of the veteran pilots that they can afford to send to go train on a new aircraft.
Maybe, I don't know. But we have to understand,
So,
2 to 3 years if it's a rookie pilot.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's not even a pilot, then
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you're going by what you're saying, I mean, the best they can hope for is a few good pilots in a few months, and that's about it because they're not going to be around in 2 or 3 years for those guys. So
Yep.
you think they would
Don't
flood
forget
it with
something.
veterans and try to get as
The
many
Mirage
pilots
is a
out?
very old airframe. Okay, so that means that the ground crews had to be very specialized for this airframe, because an old airframe means a lot of work on the ground. So that's another problem, another issue that they have to solve. And the ground crew is always the weakest part of the chain in the aircraft situation, even in Ukraine or somewhere else. Wyatt?
so I want to let Mickey introduce himself so that he can join the conversation. Mickey, would you like to introduce yourself? You muted yourself. You pressed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm from Norway. Basically, got interested in this topic from the start of the war, 22, but before that as well, from 2014. So I'm not the expert to talk about planes and training, but I can tell you that one of my friends went to one European country to train Ukrainians, and he's Norwegian. So I got few ideas, but he don't speak so much about details of this training, but that's basically.
Did he have any opinions of the quality of the trainees, or?
Basically, he said that.
I mean, say what you can say. Nobody wants you to get in trouble or anything, or get somebody in trouble. But I was just curious, like what he thought about the quality, or did he feel like he was actually getting something done and helping them?
No, he said to me that guys, it's the hardest thing to know is basically who is loyal to the Ukrainian state. Basically, because you have guys who they don't even speak Ukrainian, on these training fields. That's you don't know who's going to shoot you. Basically, it's not happening so much that the guys just turn their weapons on the instructors. But it's so hard for them to know who's really in for the fight, if you understand me. So it's hard for them. They don't train with the live ammunition so much. It's basically training with the shooting, cover, all these things. But
have you heard any stories where you're at or from your friends about trainees running away? Because there was a story a few weeks ago about in England, I guess, and some other places, they changed something about how they were allowed to be on whatever training base and stuff. Because I guess they had some guys just take off and never come back. So have you heard any of that? It
happened. I know one guy, actually. He ran away, but before he did it, he made sure his family left Ukraine. So basically, it took some time. He told me about this guy, but he waited, until his family just got to some.
I do wonder what the numbers will be later on how many guys that got conscripted and sent overseas to train bailed.
You know what? Well,
Yeah, but-
maybe that's why
Because
Macron
that's really
said
your
he
last
wants to train
chance
the
if you
brigade in
think about
Ukraine.
it.
Von,
but
you know, maybe that's why Macron wants to train the brigade in Ukraine to avoid this kind of situation. I
Yeah, but
didn't
they-
think about that before.
Can I just tell you about you know what I heard from this guy, that you know guys who choose to escape this training, they don't run away to some other European countries, they usually, or EU countries, let's say, they run away to Serbia, which is a neutral, they're not going to send any people to Ukraine, so now the thing is that so many Ukrainian guys are arriving in Serbia in last weeks, so there is like a safe haven for them,
Somebody was saying they're starting to they've been mining the borders and stuff around Ukraine, along the rivers and stuff to keep people from getting out. So, but like I figure if you're lucky enough to get a foreign training slot, that's really your last chance to get away before you're pretty much sent to your death, or you're at least a guaranteed maiming, probably. I mean, and it's crazy to think you're just going to run off into some country, but I guess you can figure it out.
And don't forget, if you have money, you could buy your position, a rear front position. Like History Legend said, there is a lot of Ukrainian soldiers staying in station in the rear area village, where they are protecting nothing, just staying far away from the Russian army. And basically, they paid for this position.
Yep. Yeah, because you need checkpoints. So,
yes, yeah.
And you need to make sure that maybe the VDV didn't just parachute into Ukraine, right? So yeah, you need.
I mean, I guess that works for a while, but I would assume at some time, even those guys, no matter how much money you throw at the guy, they can't take the bribe and keep you in the back no more.
History Legend was saying in his video that for just one checkpoint, you have to maybe sometime 20 guys who are just reading them, who are making keeping guard.
Yeah, I think
at the time, like, and just reading themselves,
Yeah, I think he was saying it was like a settlement, like 3 or 4 houses, and there's 20 guys on one end
exactly,
with a car, and 20 guys on
to make
the
sure
other
that everything is okay,
But I mean, if you think about it, if they know what's up and they've been around or they survived one of the previous battles or offensives, I mean, they know they don't want to be up there.
And they're ready to pay for it.
Yeah, it's probably pretty normal for that number to like during my days in the military, guarding one gate, we have like 1 to 2 guys at the gate, and then I'll be at the office, and then I have another 4 guys in the room. Then they will go for patrol. So that's just one entrance, one entry point. So 20 guys for 2 entrance. So that makes sense.
Okay, you should say so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a standard number because you still need to rotate. It's 24/7. So yeah. So it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like with 20 guys, it's like you could have, like he said, you could have 2 or 3 guys on. Let's say 2 guys at the checkpoint, a couple guys walking around. Everybody else takes turns sleeping. Instead of getting 2 hours on and 4 hours on, now maybe everybody's getting 4 hours of sleep and then 2 hours on or something. So, I mean, it is kind of a lot, but like Wyatt said, you can rotate. Everybody's rested. Nobody's
going to the front line.
So Shadow B. So about the politics in France regarding
yes.
the snap
so
election.
Funny.
What the hell is that? What the hell is happening?
They are just crazy these days. So everything begins with the European election. So first I'm going to speak about the result of the election. After that I'm going to speak about the decision of Macron to dissolve the parliament. And after that I'm going to speak about the different party / organization who has been formed for the next parliament election at the end of the month. Donc, first, the result of the European election. Basically, the far right win. Le Rassemblement National, they win. And the presidential party has been crushed. Basically, they have lost half of their vote in just in a few years. And the left party made a better score than the last time. And after that, what is really strange and what surprised a lot of people in France is that Macron decided to dissolve the parliament. So that means they said that there is no longer a parliament. We are going to have to vote for other parliamentary guy. I don't think the parlementaire. I don't know the English word. And so we have a new election for a two-turn election for the end of the month and the beginning of the next month. Why did he do that? That's the question. I have three hypotheses. It's my own hypothesis, okay? I'm not an expert, but and I hate the guy. So first hypothesis is crazy. That's my first idea, and the idea of a lot of people. If you know the guy, like in France, we know him, you could not exclude this idea. The second hypothesis is that he thinks he could win because his bet was that the right party are going to explode between the far right and his own party. So he's going to gain a few electors from the right party, and the left party always fail to unite themselves if there is an emergency. So he's going to win a few voters for the right side of the left party. So with his own electors plus a small gain from the right and a small gain from the left, he thinks he could win. Honestly, at this point, you have to refer to the first hypothesis. He's crazy. Everybody hates him. Nobody is going to vote for him. And you have the third hypothesis that he thinks the far right is going to win, and he wants to transform them as for them to be no longer an anti-system party, but the party who is going to be in charge when everything is going to go down. Like you know, the Olympic Games this summers are not going well. I could tell you that. And after that, we have the Ukraine situation, which is going to come to a bad issue for the Western world sooner or later. And there is a lot of problem issue in France, like the budget, the money, the financial state of the France, of the state. They have to find a lot of money, and they don't have this money. So basically, Macron knows that he was going to fail to create the new budget for France of this government. So maybe decide to let them try to do it. Basically, that's the three ideas that I have. Maybe there is another reason, but I don't see it.
So usually, in let's say Singapore politics, so what the government, the ruling party will do is that they will call for election to get endorsement for some big plans. So maybe Macron is planning something very big. No, particularly regarding to Ukraine, he has already made a lot of decisions, a lot of debates. But if he runs this election and he wins, then he will have the mandate to literally, send all the planes, soldiers, do whatever you want, because he got the mandate, right? So after this part,
you have to not forget something in France. If he don't declare a war, he could do whatever he wants with the military. He's the president of the republic. It's one of his power. He cannot declare a war, but he can do whatever he wants except that. So if you want to send soldiers to Ukraine, even without the government or the parliament authorization, you could do it.
Yeah, I think it's a political decision. Mickey?
Just a quick question. since France, what I know, has a presidential system. So what is the role of the government? Like, I mean, if in the situation where you're losing popularity, isn't it a good idea to like move your opposition from anti-system, like like typical opposition, to put them into position of some kind of power, so you can discredit them and go against them.
I want to correct yourself, to correct you. If the far right, for instance, is succeeded in the election and succeeded to have a clear majority at the parliament, they have to basically become the government. In France, two rules: you need the majority of the parliament, at least some kind of majority, because to create a law or to vote a budget, you need a majority. And for that, that means that you could have a government on the right and the far right, for instance, led by Bardella. Jordan Bardella is things a lot of people see as a prime minister in France. And you could have a president of another party. And they could disagree on a lot of things. But for all the French internal matters, the prime minister is going to rule because he has the support of the parliament. So if he decides to create a new law or to put a budget in place, the parliament is going to say yes, since they are on the same party. Okay,
I understand that, but I want to just specify my question in this specifically in this position where we have a potential war. Who is in position to declare war in France?
The parliament.
Okay.
The declaration of war is the power of the parliament, but to move military in another country for helping someone and not declaring war, the president has the authority.
Okay.
So he could do a lot of things with military and diplomatic issue, but that's all. Yes, Ron?
Iranian Putin gifted 5 DPA Open Mic Defense Politics Asia memberships.
Thank you.
Hey, I was just going to say, if you're out there watching, make sure you like and subscribe and definitely share it out right now. We're out here competing hard, trying to get information out. You're not going to get a whole lot of people out here that live in France that can give you a breakdown of what just happened. Even if it's his opinion, you don't agree with it, he's still going to tell you what happened, the parties, and how it works. We have other people from France that'll probably pop in here too. So share it out, please.
Drew, a question.
Well, first thing first, I want to say thank you to the Iranian Putin, because I was one of the recipients of the membership. It just popped up. So now I'm a member of Wyatt's channel for free. Thank you. The other thing I heard, I was listening to a few geopolitics podcasts and whatnot, and they said that Macron, the president in France, actually is the one with the powers of foreign policy, and like you said, he can order the military around, and if the Le Pen, not Le Pen, the far right.
Yes, far right. Bardella, but the leader of the party is Marine Le Pen.
Yeah,
Marine would be the president and Bardella the prime minister.
Yeah, they would be the prime minister, right? Yeah. So then they would have to deal with all the domestic issues, while Macron will be free to do all the foreign stuff that he actually wants to do.
For military movement, yes. For the lot of foreign issue, I think it would be complicated to do whatever you want.
Yeah, but I think
because most of the time you need money, and money is controlled by the parliament.
But he can't really. I mean, can he? If he didn't call this, wouldn't he be like a lame duck? Like he can't do anything. Would it be better to have this kind of separation of powers going on, where all the far right people are just dealing with all the domestic policy, and then he'll do what he can on the foreign side? So would that work out better than not calling elections and just sitting on his 12% vote?
Maybe it's easy, because in France, the most of the people who vote decide about the internal issue, not the foreign issue. So, but the third idea I had, third hypothesis, was that he want to burn basically the the far right and the Bardella especially, for the next election. That's one idea, okay? I'm not sure if it's a good one, but it's an idea.
No, I think it's what the Democrats are doing to the Republicans. They're going to shift them in. When they come on, then the whole Ukraine thing will collapse after they come on.
Maybe.
And so like
it could be something like that.
Olympics, you'll blame.
And don't forget, in France, the future fiasco that the Olympic game is going to be.
Sorry.
And
The Olympic Games in France are going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
So the government in
maybe.
place are going to be responsible for it.
how? Disaster how? Disaster how? What? We never hear the gossips. No, it's all in French. We don't understand.
Yes. I have an advice for everybody who listen to this. Don't come to France for the Olympic game.
Well, I
Watch
heard
it on TV and enjoy yourself. It's going
Like-
to be way more better on TV.
it's very quiet. Like usually before the Olympics, like I turn on the Singapore like national radio, whatever. They have promotion events, like Olympics are coming. But this year it's like I haven't heard much.
Maybe it's because nothing is
Maybe
ready in
still early.
France.
Yeah, maybe it's still early. I don't know. It's
I don't
like,
Because
you
you
heard-
heard- the
in
Euros.
France, nothing is ready for the Olympic game.
yeah, there's no
And we are in
promotion
a
at
full
all.
turmoil
I've seen a
political
few.
issue.
I've seen a
So-
few ads here, but they're like, make it sound like, make sure this summer, and they show like Paris and it's all summery and nice at night. But
Mhm.
yeah, it still seems like it's ways off. Like they're not even really hyping the coverage yet.
When is it going to happen?
I don't know.
At the end of
Nobody
July
knows.
and the
I don't
beginning
even
of
fucking know.
August. I'm not sure of the date myself.
Imagine Olympics is coming soon and nobody knows the date. No, that's
Exactly.
how good the marketing is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I know it's coming. I just don't know when.
Hey,
It
it's
looked like a nice
next month.
place.
Same
Hey,
thing
no,
for
no,
myself.
it's in July, so it's next month. It's coming, so there should be like a lot of promotion now, like to get people
Yes.
to go and watch and what.
But I think most of the people who have a good feeling about it understand that they are not going to be good Olympic Games. So
Or,
They have
or
to
is
be
it because
careful
of the
with that.
Euros? The Euros is too powerful. You overshare those
soccer.
Olympic. Yeah,
Mhm.
The thing is,
because now Euros is going on, right? So
Okay, so I'm going to continue with French politics, and I'm going to speak about all the crazy stuff
wait.
that.
Macron
Yes.
resigned so he doesn't have to swim in the same river of shit.
Yes, that's a funny one. I know about this one, but it's never going to happen. Every political guy who try to make this, to have decided to swim in the Seine, just don't forget about it very soon. Because
asked
it's
Shadoway
very
in the,
impossible today to
private
clean
chat to
the
go and
Seine
participate.
correctly.
to go sit on the toilet and shit so that his poo can float past.
There is a website where you could have the data of the flow of water in the Seine to calculate the date and the time you have to do your thing in the Seine for the shit to be at a good place when Macron is going to swim. They are crazy about this one.
no,
I tell you.
I want to add a bit on the previous point about the separate, the so-called the Macron having the foreign policy and the military side, and the far right have the internal. If the internal side, if the government did not want to support the war, they don't spend on the factory to produce the ammunition. Then it doesn't matter Macron want to fight what kind of war, they will run out of ammunition. Would that be the case?
Yes. The military budget is already voted for this year, but they could be very restricting for the next years. But the same thing as in USA, basically. So let me continue by speaking about every political party in France and how crazy they are. I'm going to start by the far right. First, I want to tell you that politically, I'm on the left side, okay? Far on the left side. But for the far right, okay? In France, there is two main parties on the far right. You have the Rassemblement National of Marine Le Pen and a way smaller one, led by Éric Zemmour. And the second most important person in Éric Zemmour party was the niece of Marine Le Pen. Marion Maréchal Le Pen was in the other far-right political party, but they decided to betray them and to come back home a few days ago. So Éric Zemmour is now alone, and most of the newspapers think that a lot of people of the Éric Zemmour party is going to vote Rassemblement National, basically to follow Marion Maréchal, and because they want the far right to win. So they're going to unite themselves around the Rassemblement National. But there is a lot of betrayal in this party too. And the other problem they have is about Jordan Bardella. Jordan Bardella is a star in the party. He's young, he's aggressive, he speaks well, he's liked by a lot of people in France. He could be the next prime minister, but he's not from the Le Pen family. And that's an issue. And
The Pen family is very important.
very recently, the niece has come back in the family. The family is the Front National, the Rassemblement National. And this niece is also young, very dedicated, well-liked, very nice look, if you have the photo. So he could be a very serious opposition internally to Bardella. If people accept to forget what she did to Éric Zemmour, because the betrayal is always hard to forget. There is a news article if you want the detail of the show for the far-right party. And after that, we have the conservative right. Okay, please, Juex. You have a question, Juex? You are muted.
You're muted.
I wanted to say something after you about why.
I'm going to last a long time. So if you have something to say about the far right, go now.
No, not about parties, but about practice of snap elections. Why they do snap elections? Yeah, it's practice in Europe with these parliamentarian a lot of small parties. When the leading party or coalition gets a hint from the like a different election, like at the present, like EU elections, that their popularity is waning, it's going down. Instead of letting it go down all the way to the regular timed elections, which might be in a year or two, they call a snap elections in order to reduce that fall. And that at the same time, that presents to population like it's like they're not so grabby of the power, like they don't care so much about power, that they're so democratic, that they will call snap election. So it's kind of repairs their reputability, and they surprisingly achieve really good results. It's always like that. The leading parties always achieve good results, even though like these are just showing how they're falling in popularity. But
I just wanted to add something, Juex.
Yeah, go ahead. That's what I wanted to say.
What you say is really right for the parliamentary system. In France, we don't have a parliamentary system. We have a presidential system. This kind of snap election doesn't happen a lot. In the Fifth Republic, with now 50 years old, maybe 60 years old, we have only 3 of them. That's the fourth one. So it's not something will happen a lot. And I'm not sure that the parliamentary system rules basically apply to France. I don't know, honestly. For the last 3 times, the government party has been crushed at the snap election. So I don't know, okay? And now I'm going to speak about les Républicains, the conservative right. Basically, it was the old Charles de Gaulle party, and they have exploded. They are divided between the guy who wants to join the far right and the guy who wants to align themselves with Macron. The problem is that Macron is not very conservative. He is very liberal on the societal theme. And there is a lot of people on the right conservative who don't like to be so liberal. So it's very hard for them to accept to go to the Macron side. And so the leader of Les Républicains has decided to himself, without speaking with anybody in his party, to align all the party with the far right. Immediately, all the other leaders of the party said, "We don't agree with your idea. We are going to fire you." At this point, the guy, Eric Ciotti, takes the key of the building and closed all the doors to avoid the other leader of the party to have a meeting to fire him. Very crazy, okay? And he was at the windows of the building making woo to the press who was in front of the building. They are just crazy. And he has been fired because the political leader has gone to another place to make a meeting to fire him. But there is some kind of special status in this political party where to fire someone, you need to have a meeting in the building. So a judge decided that the firing was not legal. So basically, he's still the leader of the party who has fired him one time already. But the judge has said, no, you have to do it again. But since he has the key of the buildings, I cannot go in the building to vote him out. They are crazy. They are basically destroying themselves.
Julian
Okay?
Assange. He's the reverse Julian Assange.
The whole crazy story. I have an article for you.
Just hire a locksmith. Right.
So they are going to be destroyed during the next election.
He's like Julian Assange, but he's like the reverse version. So no, Julian Assange is like, no, people want to prosecute him. So this one is like he want to prosecute the whole party, so he locked himself back in.
Okay, so now you have the Macron party, who is basically, I hate the guy, so I'm not really a good person to speak about this party. I think he's crazy. I think he likes so much the power that he has that he makes sure that everybody around him is stupid and is going to follow him to the end. So I don't know what to say about this party. I think they are going to lose very badly the next election. And I think I don't know. And then we have a big surprise. On the left side, we have the new Front Populaire. About this word, Front Populaire, I would like to add something. You have to be careful about the translation you find everywhere. A lot of people translated by Popular Front, and it's a big mistake. The good traduction would be People's Front. Like we said, the People's Republic of China. In France, People's Republic of China is République Populaire de Chine. The word populaires, for the political, you have to translate it by peoples. So it's a People's Front, the good translation. Okay? And if you look in Wikipedia and the BBC and everywhere, it's always worded Popular Front because Google Translate, I think. So about this party, about this alliance of different parties, it's very surprising. The left in France is always divided and couldn't agree on anything. And this time, in 3 days, they create an alliance and basically they decided to not speak about nothing. The less they speak, the stronger they are. Because if someone speaks, he's going to say the evil things about another people in the same blog, basically. So everybody is shutting up, and each time someone speaks, another one is telling him, stop to speak. Okay, stop to speak. We are going to speak after the election. Today we say nothing. We're just waiting all the other parties to go down themselves, and we say nothing, and the less we speak, the more we're going up in the polls. It's a very strange situation, but it's working for them. And I'm happy because I support them.
Sounds very far left, very communist kind of thing, like, like the very woke thing, As long as you don't speak, right, you sound
You have
like
to understand that the alliance of this guy is very large. You have basically center left to the far right.
So that's their strategy. Their campaign strategy is to not campaign, to not say
exactly.
anything.
The less they campaign, the more they win. Because
that happened.
If they speak, they are going to say something bad about their colleague, basically, their friend, their new friend. So they have to shut up.
It happened in Croatia here once. They present themselves as a mystery, right? So everyone projects their own hopes into them. So they were pretty successful. Unknown, nobody knows about them, but they got pretty good votes. They got parliamentarians, and they just sold out. I don't remember, but I recall that happening once. And when they got into the parliament, they just sold out completely. And the next election, nobody voted for them. So this is just one time, show. They got the money and. That's it.
I think basically they agree for a lot of things, but it's the way to do things. They are going to disagree totally. So the less they speak, the better they will be.
Yeah.
So that was my final point of the situation. If you have any question, Vaughn?
Hey, I enjoyed that because it was a good roundup of the French elections. And if nobody else has any questions, I want to move on to Ukraine and stuff. So, but yeah, that's cool. Like I said, like, subscribe, and share, people. We're here for a reason.
And if there is any question in the chat or something, I don't know. Hey, you could use super chat to ask question.
Any questions? Any questions to ask? Shadow V?
Okay,
about
so
the
we
France?
close the French topic.
Clearly, nobody cares about France.
Okay, and you have
I kind of feel like it was a good explanation, and you kind of got to wait and see what happens over the next few months before you can there's anything that's going to be noticeable. Because a lot of people don't know this, but we've been talking about it in the open mic voice chat, and I think the overall settlement is either wait and see or nothing's really going to change right now with the elections. So it was good.
Now I'm looking forward to the Olympics now.
I remember about the Olympics preparation once. Was that in Japan, where they were talking about how bad it's going to be disaster and everything. But the Olympics can be disaster only if the newspapers talk about it as a disaster. If they're paid off, they won't talk about it, even though
that's why I told earlier. For the Olympic game, watch them on TV. On TV is going to be really nice, okay?
But that's always the case.
Don't come in Paris.
Right?
You are going to be really disappointed.
The French government, please.
If the viewership is low, then they'll lose a lot of money.
For those French government or agents that are supposed to pay off the media, DPA is ready to get some money, so come and pay me off. I will not talk bad about the Olympics.
I say the Olympics was a fantastic success.
Yeah, I'm very cheap. But if you didn't contact me, this Olympic I will be very busy.
I love the Olympics.
That was it, boy. Great success.
Even the sign is going to be nice and clean.
Do it like Tesla journalists. They criticize it all the time, trying to force them to pay up the advertising for their newspapers, and he doesn't pay for ads. So they keep criticizing everything, lying about it, and so about Tesla's electric vehicles. That's what they're trying to, nudge him by criticizing. You get to pay ads, for ads, right? So that's what they do. That's why you hear so bad stuff about electric vehicles and Teslas and everything. They're trying to force him to pay for ads. So they'll stop, and immediately it's gonna be the best ever, space age car. As soon as he pays advertising, that's what's going on.
Ukraine government, so you heard that? No, don't say no. Euro didn't tell you.
Wyatt, you should just play your race card. Just tell them you're going to represent all the Chinese. 这个奥运是最好的奥运，世界上最好的奥运。
And
then
Drew just said the world's best Olympic. Cannot be the Chinese will be unhappy because the 2008 one is the best.
Doesn't matter. They see your face, they think you're Chinese, so they will give you a couple $1 million, and then you can use it to treat us for some food.
Are you assuming my nationality? Actually, I'm French.
Also,
and Wyatt, don't forget, the CEO of TikTok come from Singapore. And 99% of the US people think he's Chinese.
Yeah, he is Chinese,
exactly.
technically.
Hey. Yeah,
no, it'll be like, it cannot be like, I look at Obama, I think that he's some African president, right? No, it's so racist. Okay. Vaughn, what you want to talk about?
No, I was gonna just start off with the Ukrainian M1s that they're getting. I saw something, and it was a picture of an M1, and it had been. I guess they were working on it. They had the front skirts open. Doug has that picture. It's in the main lounge. Go ahead. Go ahead, Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to add they have so much wreckage of M1 Abrams, so they are now sending them in the. Not in Moscow, because they have already one of the wreckage in Moscow. They are sending them in other city to create a new wreckage museum.
Yeah, I've seen that. Are you talking about them sending them to different cities for displays and different places?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I was thinking
too much
do that,
like, for Moscow.
Like if your crew was from, if you're the guys that took it out, maybe you get a tank in your hometown.
That would be funny. Very sad. But
I mean? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like those guys, that crew that took out the 10 vehicles by themselves, the suicide tank guys, maybe they get a monument in their hometown or something, or at their home base made up of a tank or something. But anyway, this M1 was sitting there, and it's not captured. It was being worked on. And I noticed something on the side skirts. If you look at the M1, from the front to the back, it's got those side skirts. Those side skirts are supposed to be about 2 inches thick, and it's a fucking armor. And I don't even know what it's made of because it's classified. And they always told us if it ever broke open, you'd have to cover it with a tarp, and you couldn't talk about it. Mehdi knows this, and he knows how fucking heavy those things are on the M1. I mean, they're fucking heavy. Like when we open them, we stand outside of them and clear and open them, and you make sure your feet are clear, because if one of those hinges breaks, it's not going to hold it. I'm pretty sure they're in excess of 500 pounds plus easy on that front one. And you're talking 2 inches thick. And that's designed, to take a hit from a heat round or even a penetrator. And I looked at those and I'm like, those don't look right. And then there's a picture of another M1 in the woods, with the coke cage and the low cut anti-drone cage setup. And I noticed on one side of the front skirt, it's got, it looks solid. On the other side, the piece that's there that makes it look solid is missing. These motherfuckers don't have that side armor, and that side armor should be going all the way back to about halfway where the turret is. So they're giving them fucking M1s with it's basically no better than an open-sided T-72. There's no fucking, it's like a half-inch, quarter-inch armor plate. It might be good if you want to hang ERA on it. And then somebody could say, oh, well, maybe they're trying to lighten the weight. Well, those two plates alone protect the fucking driver and the fuel. So you're kind of giving up something. If anything, since you're not really driving them around in the mud and doing all that shit anyways, you'd keep those skirts on and maybe add a little reactive armor just to give you a little extra. Not take it off and leave these fucking empty shells, which is no armor at all. It's literally no armor. A 50 cal could punch through that shit. So even if you attached reactive armor to it, I guess that would make it good for a heat round. But still, I mean, that really makes me wonder what the fuck kind of M1s they gave them. Now, the sights and the laser and all that and the thermals are probably all great. You know, there's no problem there. But that's kind of some bullshit on you're giving up a big chunk of your 60-degree frontal armor. I mean, granted, you always try to say nose to nose, but even if you have to angle, you know, a little 45, you've got that fucking 60-degree arc. Those plates are gone. I mean, that fucking driver's eating a Sabo round or even probably a heat round. And it goes right in the fuel tank. So that might be why you see some of these tanks burning with the fuel spill, because that shit's been getting hit. And it shouldn't have.
Mehdi, your turn, I think. Or Juet, I don't know.
The old man's on mute again. Well, just what Brian was saying is completely correct. There is an export version of the M1, and it's not the same tier as the American version that are out with the divisions and stuff like that that we have at Fort Hood and shit. They're more heavy duty. And what Ron said about the side skirting is completely correct. It's not bullshit. And if you see them fling the skirts out, everybody stands back. And it's so much weight, and these are heavy duty brackets that hold the thing on there. You can just still see it sag. You know, and what Ron is saying, if they don't have that protection there, you know, you can't really say it's the real, you know, version of the M1, but it is an M1. But the one thing about it is, you know, what I have to ask is there anything right now that technically can survive a direct impact by Cornet missile? Even, you know, even if it's our best armor, is there any armor out there that actually can sustain a direct hit from one of those? And
it might be able to take the hit and survive damaged or continue to function, but it just depends where it hits too. But I mean, you're giving up a massive fucking heat round protective shield. I mean, that shit's basically designed to defeat a heat round. And the thing is I don't believe it's like some super secret classified thing that it wouldn't be on the export model. Most of the export models don't have the depleted uranium. I don't know. I mean, I would assume they have the Chobham armor or some export version of the Chobham armor. But I mean, why would you buy an M1 tank if you're not getting the Chobham armor? That's the whole fucking point. I mean, you could buy a fucking 120 any tank with a 120 on it or a 125.
No tank battles. That's majority used for anti-tank protection, right? If you
I mean that's what I'm saying. I mean the armor on it specifically.
Protection. It's not protection from the drones, from the shells. It's not about that. So it makes no difference.
Yeah, but when it came into being, those things weren't on the battlefield. That's what I'm saying. I mean, those skirts were a major part of its protective shield, and now it's gone. So even if the drones weren't there and all that other shit, it's like, dude, you just fucking opened your whole front end up to pretty much anything. I mean, even if it doesn't penetrate, it's going to hit the road wheels and fuck up the track. It'll probably penetrate the fuel, so you're going to have at least a fuel leak, and you're going to be stopped. So, I mean, to me, it's just a really weird move to take that much armor off of a tank.
Right. You know, because like, you know, I'm saying, once you're immobile, you're dead. You know, once you can't move, you're eventually, your time living is very short, especially in this day and age. But back to what Brian was saying, when it was created, there was a different dynamic out there, and it was about balance of speed, armor, and power. But now, you know, we have to add in the cope cages, the electronic warfare, and the anti-impact. Whatever they call it, armor, reactive armor. You know, we got to add all that in now to it, and I think that, you know, the role of the tank is still going to remain out there. It's going to be, we're going to start seeing a real focus, I think, on electronic warfare protection right now, because right now it seems to be its biggest threat. And when I say that, I'm including drones in that.
I suspect it's because the tank is too heavy for Ukraine. You know, it keeps sinking into the mud, which is why they remove excess weight.
I thought about that, but I thought about that. But then you got the cages added. Then you see the M1s with the ERA added. Now, those skirts that are open, I can't see the back side that would be on the outside. So they could have ERA on them, which would probably weigh less than the armored skirts and still give you some protection. I'm just saying that's a lot of armor protection to take off of a tank, especially on the front end. I mean, and I just wonder, you know, what's going on with that, because I'm like I said,
all the equipment today, it's all about the electronic equipment in a tank, in a plane. The capabilities of the plane is important, only range, right, and stealth, and then electronics within the plane, within the tank is the most important thing, not the armor, not you know, flying capabilities of a plane. It's to me, it's like everyone thinks about that, but it's not important at all. It's what electronics it carries, right? Radars.
I totally disagree with that.
I totally agree.
Yeah. I mean, the armor is what keeps those systems protected so they can operate. Without armor, then there doesn't matter
then
about
what's the reason of the tank?
I mean, all I'm saying is those
all the
skirts
electronic
being
equipment is outside the tank. It's nothing. I mean, all the sensors.
Can we
are
get
outside.
Ben Hodges to come on open mic?
So
I would love that.
Cope cages. So you need cope cages to protect the sensors that are on the outside, right?
No, it's to
Your
protect the weak armor on the top. The weakest part of the armor is the top of the turret. That's why it's there.
Yeah.
It's not to protect the electronic sensors. I mean, it's just the truth of it. You know, it does. I'm not discounting totally what you're saying, but if the armor's there for a purpose, and what Vaughn is saying about those skirts is very important, because once you're immobile on a battlefield, you're eventually dead.
Yes.
You know, that's just the
That's
fact,
why another
especially in
important
this day
stat
and age.
for tanks is the ratio between weight and the power of the engine. It's a very important thing for tanks. You need to have a very high ratio because, like Mehdi said, if you cannot move, you are dead. And don't forget about the wound, the effect of the
M1
mud,
is about
like that.
20.
You need powerful tanks in Ukraine, I think. So maybe they will
Well,
move
the
some
M1
way to increase this ratio.
The M1 does have a good power to weight ratio. It's right around 20 is where it should be. Like in World War II, they tried to get between 12 and 14. The M1, I believe, is at 20 horsepower per ton. And that's what matters. You're saying exactly correct. But it does, the M1 does have a good power ratio. But it's weight.
The other thing is possible.
And other things that really cause it, that make the weight really matter.
Yes.
I mean, the other thing is possible is that they did put on these hollow skirts so that they could mount on that box reactive armor or their ERA, and it may actually weigh a little less than the skirts and still give them roughly the same protection, you know. So it could be that a weight thing, but still, like I said, it's like I can't see the other side, so I don't know. And I've seen tanks, it's always kind of hodgepodge with the ERA. It's like there's no consistent, like you're not going to see 20 M1s with the same cope cage, same ERA or anything. It's like same with the Challenger or the Leopards are all different, whatever somebody had to slap together they found laying around. And that's why I'm wondering, it's like, did they swap out the skirts for just cheap light reactive armor?
Ukraine is full of rivers and bridges, so those bridges cannot, you know, it's the reason why the tanks in Russia were designed to be lighter, because of the bridges, right? You have a lot of bridges there. You cannot cross every bridge because of the weight restriction. So you're probably on the edge on many bridges with that M1 tank, right? So you reduce it and you can cross the bridge. So
that's, I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking that skirt armor is probably worth about 3 tons of weight. So I don't know if it's that much of an advantage.
If you reduce the weight, maybe you could avoid a lot of issue with the engine, and you lower the need of basically ground crews to repair the tanks. I don't
No, my
know
only
about
point
that.
is those skirts are standard, and it's weird they're not there. So it could just be a weight issue, and that's what they chose to go with.
And,
I kind
and
of
by
look
the
at
way,
it versus they're just cheap and gave them shitty fucking skirts and didn't give them the protection.
so I also agree
Eyeball
with the guys
Paul.
who were talking about motion, because there was this guy called I think Wyatt, we had him before. His name is Willie OAM or something. Yeah, he was interviewing this guy who had come from the front. He's from the West, I think Australia or something, and he was fighting somewhere in Donetsk, and he was saying that he's concerned about the fast development of like Russian targeting, and he was saying that the mortars are actually now hitting moving targets. Like their mortars, somehow they have found a way for their mortars to hit moving targets. So if you're static, you're definitely dead.
Now, it may be that it's actually not a mortar, but like a guided artillery shell, Krasnopol, and like, yeah.
Oh, he
have,
No, but there's been some mortar shots on stuff that is moving.
I want to
You have
mention
guided
something
the
that
mortar too. 120.
I want to mention. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Maybe
I
your
just
turn.
wanted to mention something that was said. I'm trying to. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I? Eyeball Paul said in the chat that Russian tracks are wider, and he's got a good point. One of the things about that is the weight is basically you determine weight by square inch per on ground ground pressure per square inch. Just like the M68 out there was at 12.9. I think the M1's like at 15, which is that's heavy. And you look at Russian tanks, they're probably at 13, maybe. I mean, or no, less than that, rather, 11 or 10. That makes a huge difference. Is the ground pressure? That's actually how the weight is distributed along the whole part of the track. And in the track itself, if you make it wider, that's weight too. So there's a balance between everything. If you add extra track to make it wider, you're actually making it heavier, which there becomes a point where that's actually you're working against yourself by adding the weight. So there's a lot of things in consideration, and you're all making good points. It's just those are how they look at it, at least in the armor world.
By the way, to respond to
What about
Dan again,
Putin's speech?
he actually said he specifically said mortars, and I would assume somebody on the front lines would definitely know the difference between the explosion of a Krasnopol.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen videos of guys getting hit with mortars on the move in vehicles and stuff, and I mean it might be luck, or it might just be guys that are just good at guessing and dropping shells real fast. I mean, think about it. Some of these mortar crews have been doing it for 2 years.
120 and 240 mortar. Yeah, there's a guided 240 and 120 mortar. It appeared recently, so like 6 months ago. Yeah, it happened.
Can I take a topic very quickly just to mention about RVS and its progression? White, can you show it? So one guy is actually testing the RVS kit for infantry guy, and you can see that it's actually like the guy said that it's very heavy, and well, you can't actually participate in missions, in reality, because like it's too heavy, as I said. So, but I think with introduction of exoskeletons, maybe it will be actually like used very often, and maybe like one guy per squad. It just
need like an armored mech suit to attach it to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, at first, at least just exoskeleton,
Yeah.
So weight will be.
But I mean, seriously, if I was out in the field, I'd love to have a guy like that. I don't give a shit. I'd rather have him than not. And Grandpa with a shotgun too.
Maybe it's possible to divide the gears between different people.
There's also appearance of the tracked drone, Earth level drone. It's tracked and it carries that apparatus. So it has a larger battery. It can, it's not dangerous because of the radiation. Because I heard report that they start heating up from that if they have electronic those drone protection because it's straight above the head, so there's some side radiation from the antennas. So they said they might have problems from it if they keep it on for a long time. So the drone that carries EW protection for the troops is perfect solution, I think. Tracked drone like that, it's safe for it, and it has a larger battery and so on.
It's not ideal though, because like for example in the dense forest or something, you still need like 2 legs to walk, and in mud.
Yeah, so
But in dense zones you won't have much of the drones attacking you. They
Yeah,
won't see you
you're right.
much.
You're right.
And in Densewood, the guy that we just watched the video is going to have a serious issue too.
I have been thinking for a long time, like for 10-20 years, how would the mech, those mech warrior or those powered suit come into reality? Because it's like, why would we ever need it? We have a tank, we have heavies, and as this war goes on, we start to realize that maybe mech suit is becoming more and more feasible, and it looks like you really need it because the amount of shit that you need to put on yourself, anti-drone systems, EW systems, fire support, and then carry additional ammo. Yeah, now you need so much batteries. It sounds like we are going to go towards that direction. It's almost inevitable that we're going to reach there.
And don't forget cyber dogs, those Chinese
the mules and stuff.
Yeah,
but my thing too, I think I saw somebody talking about that video, and with the guy, and it's like those guys will kind of be like the flamethrower guys in World War II. They'll be important, but they'll be a high value target because you don't want those guys running around.
Everybody hates this guy,
and especially since he's not as mobile as a regular guy. They're gonna stand out real quick. Like, just look for guys with antennas coming out of their backs. So that's one probably drawback where you might want to mule or something.
One thing that I read about is in World War II where there was Russian tanks that were flamethrowers, and it was on the British side too, where the guys that actually were the flamethrower guys or the guys that actually had the tank and pulled the trigger, they didn't like that job at all, really, because they could see the results. You could see people run around on flames and shit like that, and a lot of them just did not like doing it. They just did it because of the job, and they'd rather forget about it because of the horror that it unleashed. And it's just kind of funny that we're at that point again. And I wonder how these people who use these systems will feel about it after the war. It's not that they're bad people. It's a weapon of war. We use it. Each side uses it. It's just that when you're chosen to use it, first of all, you're a high value target. Second of all, it's like on the bounds of human morality to actually use them.
Well,
so
actually,
about throwing that out there.
Well, actually, about horrors of war and how operator taking those images and all. Like someone said that it's actually interesting, evolution of the human weapons. It's like we began with the knives and stuff. When you need close contact with your target, you can feel how it's breathes, even pumps of his heart or something like that. And then we just go on further and further, away from our prey, like guns, drones, for example. You don't feel it almost, you just see, you're just watching the image, and you can imagine anything, just like a protection mechanism for your brain. It's it's actually not reality, for example. It's just video game, or he's not dead, he just wounded, or something like that, etc., etc. So it's actually kind of terrifying.
Past enjoy more, right? They enjoyed more.
And actually, so I think most of that technology, like the electronic warfare, packages and whatever, they'll get smaller, with when the technology gets better, when they get the big scientists working on it. One of the issues that Russians had before with Krasnopol is that the guidance system was not able to be put the laser pointing system was not able to be put on a drone because it was too huge, but they definitely resolved that. So eventually, I think even all these things we're seeing that they're putting on tanks, they'll get smaller and they'll do a better job, I think.
Yeah, I saw a story, and we were talking about it probably before. And it was about how the drone operators are really fucked in the head because of what they do and how they kill dudes and how they come back and kill wounded dudes. And then you've got the other side where the fighters hate the fucking drone operators with a passion. And, there's no mercy or quarter for them. And it was just talking about the psychological effects of, on these drone operators because of all the killing they do and the way they do it. And it kind of made it sound like it fucks with them a lot and they're probably going to be fucked in the head, but it also kind of sounded like a lot of them, enjoy the work. So that's why they're doing it. And, that's, because they're like that, the guys they're going after, when they get them. They don't take them prisoner.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Just a quick one about. Did you see the videos of unmanned tanks from the Russian TV? How they made these tanks with no personnel inside?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, with the FPV, because he drove it a little bit, and then he made the turret move. I mean, like somebody said in the video, it was like your real life War Thunder now.
Yeah,
And I think, if you think about it, the Russians will have it easy because all they've got to do is figure out how to actuate the autoloader. And you could keep it simple. You could just load it with high explosive shells, so it just gets switched to high explosive, and then you just hit a button and it reloads, and you just aim and shoot.
By the way, it's not the first time when Russians experiment with the distance control tanks. In World War II, we tested it. Distance manned T-26, T-26, and for example, some of you maybe will ask, like, what will they do if, for example, connections will be lost and tank like on the enemy territory, like completely alone? You can just take it. Soviets did. They just pre-mined tank. If you open the hatch, it will just explode. So like one problem already solved. Second problem is stable connections, which is, again, on the current battlefield. It's kind of very tricky question because you have a bunch of radio warfare, electronic systems, etc. So like an operator, like how far it can reach, because, for example, FPV drones, when they, like, the lower they are, the loses, like connections become more loose and loose, So you need to, like with drones, it's easy, they are up in the air. There is no trees, hills. But with tank, like, I don't know, it's like kind of question.
You have to have a repeater. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you could have drones hovering with repeaters. Like, think about it, you could have an Orlan orbiting for hours over an area with repeaters on it. But I mean, then you got to worry about electronic warfare. I mean, I just think, it's obviously a step way ahead of what they were fucking around with in World War II. Because I mean, now they've got the view, and like I said, you can keep it simple. You just load it with like high explosive shells, set the loader up, and then it just auto loads. I mean, you've got the sight, you've got the thermal, you've got, you can actuate the turret. I mean, I could see him using them like, if it's some kind of easy system, rig them up on a bunch of junky tanks and just use them to bum rush something or clear a minefield. And then they can fire, they can suppress infantry right.
I just thought about that.
It's way easier to it's way easier to create a brand new remote operated tank than adjust this one with so many actuators needed, right? You need actuator for everything, or drive-by-wire. If you have a tank that's drive-by-wire, then you can do something about it, but because they already have actuators. But and only T-14 Armata is drive-by-wire, so you can't do much control. You have to install so many actuators. With best to do it directly instead of on command levers. So
There is one
It's very
realistic,
complicated.
there is one realistic usage for FPV tank. You know, it's actually like suicide tank. For example, Russians multiple time used MTLBs just stacked with different explosive, like for example, FAB bomb, line from the distant D minor. You know, like a bunch of thing, and they was doing it in very bold way. You know, the guy will be just, you know, like align it, for example, press gas, probably with brick or something, and then run out from the vehicle. It's very dangerous and all. But like, if you can just add like press to move forward, press to move like left and right, you know, and button to actually explode, it will be like just actual great usage.
Easy.
Yeah, very easy.
Yeah, I mean, I figure you
What
could
do you
just,
guys
you know,
think
like you
about
said,
Mr.
just
Z's
basic
peace
drive.
conference? I just started watching in case it was discussed already.
Can I take a shot at that, Vaughn, when you want to finish your point?
Oh, go ahead. I just don't think it would be a very big deal to make them remote control, you know, for basic stuff.
Well, I think with respect to the chat, I was watching it earlier, their opening speeches, and it was kind of bizarre, you know, like I felt that there was a lot more pushback than I would have expected in one of these types of things. So, you know, Zelensky started it off and he just got up and looked foolish. He's like, you know, there's no Russia here. Why? Well, you didn't invite him for starters, you dummy. You know, so it just didn't make sense. Then Kamala Harris got up and, you know, that's always comedy gold. And then it got kind of interesting from what I recall. The Prime Minister of Kenya, Ruto, is it Ruto? He got up and he was saying a lot of stuff that, you know, I wouldn't have expected him to say, you know, like, you know, pro-Africa, you know, your typical type, sort of pro-Africa type stuff, which is great for an African leader to do. He also, you know, said straight up, Russia should be here, you know, and that kind of, you know, it kind of had a weird vibe that I took away from him. Then from there, the rep who came from Qatar, he basically got up and he bragged about how much the country was making by, you know, shipping all their LNG to Europe. So I didn't really see the point in him getting up whatsoever. The Saudi foreign minister basically got up and said, you know, you guys need to figure this out. You know, we'll help facilitate or whatever. But for all intents and purposes, we just want to do business. We're all good. Another thing that I took away, the representative from I can never pronounce this, Timor Leste. Am I saying that right?
Timor-Leste.
Okay, good enough. He got up and he basically went off and he straight up said the international rules-based order doesn't work. It hasn't worked for the last 30 years. We're not better off because of American leadership. So he went off script. Expect a coup there pretty soon. And you know, that was about it. You know, the usual suspects that you would expect to get up and say, you know, bad Russia. The European crowd or whoever, they all got up and said their piece. There was nothing new there. But I kind of walked away from certainly the speeches I saw, which was a good chunk of them. I sort of walked away with if this is the start of it, this can't be, this is not off to a good start, you know? So I'll pass it over to, I think RL was maybe next.
I want to add one word. It's not a peace conference. It's a pissed off conference. Everybody is just pissed off.
Yeah, it had a bad vibe to it. It wasn't great. Go ahead, RL.
Okay, thank you, Ninya. As mentioned, Russia wasn't invited, and objectively, you need to be too dense. And Russia, Putin, just the day before the start of the Switzerland summit, has just stated his goals for a peace summit, his conditions. So what's the point of having that Switzerland peace conference without Russia? That's the real thing. They just cut the grass in front of the foot of the West. I don't know if you understand that expression.
There's a better expression. It's putting a lipstick on a pig.
So Nunya, I think you mentioned.
You won't.
I think you mentioned.
I give the
Mehdi's
speech.
next, and then I think Mikey.
I give the speech to Mehdi.
Thank you, RL. It's good to see you. I just wanted to say, to me, this is all the G7 West. Just it's for photo op to seem like they're acting they really wish peace, which they are the only ones that are the ones that are driving the conflict. As soon as they choose to stop sending the Ukrainians, cut off the lifeline to Ukraine, it's over. But to pretend that you want peace and have a peace conference without inviting one of the combatants, it's ludicrous. And I hope that some of these nations that did show up to this point this out over and over to show how stupid and idiotic this all is. And it's just to appease the people in Washington, D.C. That's it.
Mikey, and then Makadia.
You're muted, Mikey.
Mike, you're muted.
Okay. I think this was the idea of the Western countries to basically put pressure on Russia in this peace conference. And Putin made, I think, one brilliant thing to come with this peace proposal just a day before this. Now basically they have maybe pre-planned ideas, what to come up with in this conference, but now they just are lost, because now Ukraine is on the move, they have to answer. But I think that the rejection by Ukraine made many countries mad, basically.
So a response to Nunya. So our President Ruto never has a permanent stance. He's 100% opportunistic. He's not ideological whatsoever. Sometimes that's an advantage, but in his case, you don't know what to expect from him. And also on the question of this summit, the one thing that actually surprised me the most was actually, a few weeks before the summit, I realized that Russia was actually taking it very seriously. I know they were dismissing it, but I don't know much about diplomacy to actually know why. But Russia was taking it very, very seriously for some reason. And, and the funny thing is, the West is the one that doesn't seem to be taking this as seriously as I would have expected. For example, why is Joe Biden not there? Even if he's not functional, that hasn't stopped him before, right? And and it's being played off as if it's some kind of Macron party or something. Some kind of Zelensky party.
Yeah, I was going to say, I read through the thing, and it's like Putin gave the Ukrainians another off-ramp to try and save potentially hundreds of thousands of lives again, and they're probably not going to take it, and they know they're not going to take it because, they've already stated what their goals are, their standard for negotiation, which is not realistic. So, Putin threw some shit against the wall knowing they ain't going to take it. And they're stupid not to take it because, it just solidifies Putin's continued push towards the West. And instead of losing the oblast they've already lost, they're going to keep losing more. They're going to lose Odessa. They'll lose, Transnistria will get linked up. It's like, he gave them a chance, but everyone knows they're not going to take it. So he's fine. He did his due diligence. He made a peace deal offer, a counter that was reasonable. immediate ceasefire if a couple of things are done. For, withdrawal of your troops safely, which means no more fabbing. You can leave. And think about it. They're allowed to leave and go west, and you still have a lot of army intact, but they won't take it.
So why Putin takes it seriously, and it is that they prepared this counter offer and did it earlier. It's because how many countries are going to be in the west side. That's what he's looking at. Whoever comes to the conference is going to be kind of westoid. Bought and paid for, so they're looking to reduce that number as much as possible. And these showed up probably mostly because they were paid off or have some business deal to make, so they come in there. And obviously everybody's just presenting their own egos, showing what they want, what they need, not what a world or Ukraine or Russia needs or NATO. So it's just for themselves. Because why? Because everything is prepared in advance, and they will need to sign a document on the end, agreement and a statement, coming from them, something like that. Or my suspicion is that because the individual European countries made that guarantee agreements with Ukraine, now they're just combine it into one big agreement on this conference. That's my suspicion. That's what they're doing, like a how to say, quasi NATO agreement, right, of protection of Ukraine. That's what I'm thinking they're preparing for with this one, and it is serious consequences possible coming from this one. But it's already agreed and prepared in the front. Now, Dennis.
I think it was Red or Dennis.
No, Dennis. It's invisible finger behind. It's in a fog there because of rain. So
yeah, can I make a quick point about that peace conference and all? I think people say that they lost because their narrative is actually damaged. Because they didn't invite Russia and all. But actually, from point of their narrative, is actually all good, because you see, with they did a pretty interesting mental gymnastic. So they say that we want to reach peace, right? But there is a problem. Putin is evil and all, and Russian army is evil, and they like orcs. They will never stop, and we will put them in the situation where there will be unrealistic terms, like give away Crimea, just leave conquered or freed oblasts. But they will just like my assumption or like prediction, I don't know, they will just say that like, oh, unfortunately peace is reachable only one way, through actual war, and victory. So they will just propose something like, I don't know, we will now supply weapons like all combined, because even I think Stoltenberg or someone like not official said that now NATO countries will supply Ukraine not by wish, or will. They will actually, I think, will be obligated to supply it, anyway, because like you are in NATO, So yeah, they will just say to like, yo, we will supply more weapons, something special, Yeah. So basically, Red.
Yeah, I was talking about the point that Russia was not included in the peace deal because the main part of the reason was that the narrative that Russia does not want peace, or it wants unrealistic terms. But the main thing is that recently, do you guys see the new documents published by the New York Times about the peace deal that was reached in April 2022 by Ukraine and Russia in Istanbul? You guys see it?
Some bits.
No, like, yeah, like if you like, I've actually read it fully, like, and now it basically like destroys Ukraine's whole narrative, because the document says that Russia and Ukraine agreed on most parts of the agreement, including the part where Ukraine would have changed the constitution, which Ukraine said that they don't want that, but Ukraine also wanted that in the agreement. It was listed in the agreement, and Ukraine agreed to that. And if you read the agreement, it's really good, because Ukraine will get full neutrality, and all the guarantors, all the guaranteeing states, which are Britain, China, Russia, and all the states, they will always come to help Ukraine if there's any threats, and they cannot invade Ukraine or threaten their sovereignty, because it's different from the Budapest Memorandum, because it's actually binding and Ukraine actually agreed to it. But as we know, from various revelations, including the former Israeli Prime Minister, we got to know that the West just came in and tried to stop it, because actually Ukraine was about to sign it, because this agreement, it solved all disputes, because it's different from other peace agreements we see. Because, for example, the Oslo agreements between Israel and Palestine, because those agreements were kind of vague, because they did not state like what was the future and stuff. But this treaty, like, it set the future for Ukraine fully. Ukraine could join the EU and cooperate with it, like as much as it wants, but it can't join NATO. That was basically the only condition, and the other condition was that it cannot like basically join any military alliance or attack any country. But that was basically the main term. Other than that, there's literally nothing stopping Ukraine from doing anything. So I don't understand why Ukraine did not agree to this.
In reality, it's unenforceable. Because if you look at the number of signees, the number of guarantors, they're not going to agree with each other. And let's say one side decided to let's say Russia breaks the agreement again. Is the rest going to go to war with Russia? They're not going to start World War III over Ukraine. So we're going to come back to the exact same point of the same treaty that Ukraine signed away the nuclear weapons. It's exactly the same thing. This kind of guarantees will never work. It's just unenforceable. It's all for sure. Even whatever peace deal that they are talking about right now is all unenforceable. You're really depending on Russia to not invade you. So the only guarantee you can have is that you play by the game or the rules of what the Russians decide. You cannot play by the rules by what the West decide, because it doesn't matter what the West decide. The Russians will still invade as long as you don't play by the Russians' rule, because you're just next to Russia. Just like Mexico have to play by United States rules. There's no running away from United States. And because I saw the main points, I didn't go through the documents because I didn't go to the website, but I see the main points. I just saw it. I just think it's unenforceable. This kind of guarantees just doesn't work. Maddie.
No, can I
at this
something?
point in time?
Sorry. Oh.
No, like
Wait.
the thing about this agreement is that it basically reinforces Russia's point, which is that Ukraine should not join any military alliance. Like, Russia does not actually have any problem with Ukraine joining the European Union, like as some people claim, because in 2014 and 13 it was still open to it. But the main problem came when the West started interfering with Ukraine's internal politics, and the agreement basically reinforces Russia's position. That is that it should not join any military alliance. That said, it can do anything want on like the economic side, whatever, but only military alliance stuff is Russia's only condition. So it feels like a really good agreement for Ukraine, but we got to know from various sources that at the end the West came in and stopped it. Basically, even Ukraine was about to sign it. Yeah.
At this point in time, why would anybody trust any agreement that is signed by the Biden administration? Since when do they hold by any agreement? They will break any contract agreement that we have if they feel it's necessary to get what they want. And the problem is the rest of the world knows this now. So I don't think anybody's taking this entire peace conference that seriously, and they realize it's just a show for the narrative to drag shit along until the end of the election, till the election happens. One thing I want to mention is what was Russia did give an answer to this other than verbally, was put a fleet off the coast, those 2 ships off the coast of Cuba. And the reason why they're there is, and this is what I think, it's because of what I've shown from the very beginning about what NATO's plan was to do to deal with Warsaw Pact and Soviet Union if they moved west. Was they knew that they couldn't sustain a long-term battle, that they would eventually have to use demonstration nukes to stop the Russian formation. So that ship the ship and sub are there right now to make sure that if that happens, there is going to be an answer that will strike Washington, D.C. that they'll not be able to stop. Period. It's security for that, I think. And it's also to demonstrate that, you know what, America, we're sick of it. We're done fucking around. If you're going to start, just arbitrary doing shit around, you can expect something coming up your ass someday, and it doesn't have to be nuclear.
So
And that's the thing is, we've done it to Iran. What's to say that we're not susceptible to this shit for ourselves? We set the precedent when we were the big dog. Now that we're not the big dog, we got to live with what we've done. And that's a problem. And that's what the Biden administration right now cannot face. And I don't know how Americans, once the Biden administration is gone, atone for it. Because there will be a reckoning.
I just want to add a practical peace deal, a real peace deal that they want to achieve what they want to achieve. It will have to be include that Ukraine will have no military, because as long as you say that within the agreement, like the one that I saw, the Istanbul one, it makes no sense. Why you say that Ukraine cannot join any military alliance? Everybody will guarantee its peace. Why do you need a military? You should have no military. So there should. Maddie, what do you want? Oh, Maddie ran away. So there should be no military. There's no point. What's the point of a military? So then, yeah, I forgot what the rest of my point. RL.
I disagree with Macchiadi when he said that Putin took it very seriously. I think it's the total opposite. And the diplomatic apparatus of Russia just pushed forward the narrative that say a peace without us is nothing, just thin air, pointless. They just did that. And the way Putin responded the day prior to that Switzerland thingy, it was just master trolling. And he didn't say anything that people didn't expect it for him to say about the conditions. When they began the war in Ukraine, Russia captured some part of Ukraine and decided to organize referendum in 4 oblasts. And they said, Lavrov said it was in 2022. They said those oblasts are now independent and part of, and we will organize a referendum to know if the people who want to be part of Russia. And for the Russians, it's a done deal, even if it's not recognized by anybody. They don't care. So what they asked, what Putin just said, leave the 4 oblasts, be neutral, don't be part of NATO or a military alliance. That is what the Russians have asked for since the beginning. There is nothing mysterious. They didn't think the peace plan of the Russians, how to set the limit, the condition. No, it was the same from the beginning. It was pure master trolling, because everybody knew already the Russian minimum objectives, and he is offering to not take Kharkov and Odessa. He's offering that, in fact. And we will see what will happen in the next months and years, maybe. But no, I mean, they didn't take it seriously. And I think that's the main thing, actually, of the Russian diplomacy. Show the West as non-reliable, non-adult partners. Everything they do, just don't listen to it. Just don't. If you are prepared enough to protect from financial sanctions, economic sanctions, then don't listen to them. That's master trolling. And now I give the speech to Vaughn.
Hey, I was gonna make a comment on the peace deal and then talk about the ground war. So I'll let. I think it was Shadowy, Makati, and Red. If they got just peace deal stuff, I'll wait till the end.
Let me respond to RL real quickly because he mentioned my name. Hey, RL, I did not say that the Russians needed to respond to it. No, actually, they actually needed to respond to it. Now, the Russians organizing all foreign ministry people in one building, and these are very busy people, and making all these statements is an indication they were taking it seriously. Now, the peace summit is BS, as we all know, but we live in a world of BS, and appearances and PR stuff, it's still effective. You know, I mean, I've had people say that the Kharkov offensive was timed with this summit or whatever. I don't know how much true that is, but yeah, I would think they were taking it seriously, not because it should be taken seriously, but the Ukrainians may have some PR move that may actually damage, you know, Russians' intentions. I don't know.
I think
Sorry,
it was Shadowy or
Shadowy
Red.
was next. Shadowy was
Yes,
next. Sorry.
I wanted. I think there is two main issue about this peace deal from the Russian side. For them, it's what I think. The most important question is Odessa, because Odessa is the key of the future of Ukraine. If Russia control Odessa, they are going to be able to put Ukraine basically out of the play, out of the game, for all the next conflict in Europe. And the second issue is, I think the Russian diplomacy is already putting wound on preparing the next European war. This war is already won by Russia, basically. The question is, how are they going to use it to make sure that Ukraine is out of the next one? Because if they do something wrong, we are all sure here that in 10 years, 20 years, there is going to be another war between Ukraine and Russia. So they have to be sure that Ukraine is out of the game. That's why Odessa is so important for them. For me, the main issue is Odessa.
Waiting for RL to become an audiobook narrator.
An audiobook narrator.
You should remove that stupid voice.
I agree
when
with you.
Someone, when
I'm sorry,
someone
Ryan, but it's a bad idea.
Put a message.
I think it was Red then Mikey. Or Mickey, sorry.
No, just
I mean, Wyatt, you should do it yourself. Because you have the kind of authority to interrupt everybody. And with your own voice, read the message someone sends with money to you. Yeah?
No,
What? No, yes.
Because the last few open mic, yeah, you didn't come on. You know, some of the shit that they super chat, you know, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to like repeat it.
You don't need to repeat nonsensical message.
No,
Just
they pay
need to
money.
be showed. That's it. Yeah, show it. Don't say anything. But when it's a real message with a real question or a real opinion, yeah.
Cannot. We need a lot of bananas. Bananas.
Come on.
Money talks.
Are you gonna go, Red, or not?
Red.
Because if you're not, Mikey's gonna go. Mickey's going.
Yeah, I told Mickey to.
Okay, is it me now?
Go, Mickey. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I basically, when it comes to this peace agreement you mentioned, I just want to say one thing. I think it's what Shadowy said about Odessa is something that is probably the thing the Russians are expecting, because this peace proposal from Putin was actually something that was expected to be, rejected by Ukraine. So my theory is, I don't know if you agree with this, I think it's not conspiracy theory, but I think that Russia has their guy in Kiev. I don't know, maybe that sounds crazy, but I think from beginning of this war, I think Russia has its guy in Kiev who is actually working for the Russian interests. And it's not something that is crazy, because in every major war we had the people who worked for the opposite side in the major position in the other side. So my question to you is, do you think Russia has its man in Kiev, and who do you think it might be? For me, it's no question, really. I know that. I can see it.
So, give me a second. Super chat.
I'm sorry, but we are never going to know about
banana.
See, it's RL's fault. RL triggered this kind of super chat. They want to prove you wrong. One more. There's one more super chat. This one.
Grolsch is a really good beer and none of your business. My favorite is Windhoek Lager. Let me know your thoughts after tasting.
We're talking about beer. We're talking Dutch beer in the chat. Yeah, Clarence, absolutely. I'll check it out. Thanks, man.
He's scared that you cannot see his message. I don't mind the super chat though. Yeah, who want to answer Mickey? Actually, I forgot Mickey's question.
Can I? Because I remember question. We need to differentiate at first type of Russian person. Is one who is just ready to take power in hands, and be like kind of assault, or the person who actually actively, kind of, I don't know, sabotaging, or doing some work. Because if you're talking about second type, well, it's more about FSB agent, intelligence now, than about geopolitics. Because for example, remember that guy from the Ukrainian delegation when they was meeting at Istanbul, this guy was killed afterwards in his, in Ukraine, in Kiev, or in his own flat, it's impossible to actually, sabotage something from the government position right now at this moment, I think, because it's just too dangerous and inefficient, in my understanding. One.
Hey, Mike, if you got something else, I was gonna say something about the peace deal, but then I wanted to get on the ground in Ukraine, so I'll wait if you just talk about peace deal.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna mention something real quickly. The guy who was killed in Ukraine, the negotiator, I forget. So he wasn't a Russian spy. Eventually, it came out that he was working for the military intelligence, but the departments were not communicating well. So he was killed by the SBU, but he was actually working under I forget what
GRU.
The military intelligence. So eventually, Budanov did admit to that was a mistake. There was a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the guy was shot in the head.
No, my point was that he was not spying or anything. My point was that he did something, bad. For example, maybe he agreed more than others, on those peace terms, with Russia. I mean, just.
I was just gonna say, like, I think you can see how serious Russia took the peace deal and the potential for any kind of peace deal by the fact that they took Horivka. They pushed and taken, it looks like they're about to take a chance. I mean, it looks like they're about to hook underneath and cut off the bridge. I mean, everywhere, Okaterney's got multiple little breakouts and captures. So, I mean, that's their answer. It's like they put out their deal, they listen to the ridiculousness, but the whole time they're just pushing forward and taking more ground. I mean, how many, and people are like, oh, it's not a lot, it's a tree line here, but like Wyatt was showing on his maps, another reason why you should be subscribed to DPA, I don't even know why you're not at this point, is, it adds up. It's like 1 kilometer deep, 2 kilometers wide. Another one's a half a kilometer. Then that one's 4 kilometers deep and a half a kilometer wide. By the end of the day, every day, they could be picking up 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers. I mean, if it was a big one arrow place, everybody be like, oh my God, look how bad they're moving. But since it's 30 kilometers divided up between 10 different points, it doesn't seem like a lot, but people don't understand each one of those 10 different points has the potential to break into a bigger point and become a bigger problem. And on top of that, the Russians can continually create more points than they have right now. I mean, Sumi's hanging out there. The Chechens are hanging over that way. Maybe they do something, maybe they don't. There's the ghost tank army that drives around Zaporizhzhia all the time. I mean, there's no reason for them to even consider peace because they know the West isn't going to do anything and Ukraine's not serious because they're not going to change the constitution. So while these guys are dicking around at this peace conference, they're literally picking up, terrain every day and killing Ukrainians while these guys pretend to have a peace conference.
Yeah, I agree with you. They don't need peace. They just are going to continue to slow grinding the Ukrainian army. They are going to make sure that every guy in Ukraine who wants to fight is going to die. It's very sad, but it's the truth. They don't care about peace at this point. For them, peace could be in 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah. And the thing is, Ukraine doesn't give them any reason to take it because, they got the mall terror attack and the bombings of Belgrade and stuff. It's like they give excuses to Russia every day to keep going and not stop.
Yes, and it's the price of business.
Russia is running out of shovels.
Yes, maybe that's the main issue of Russian army, out of shovels. So now they have to use Fab 500.
Yeah, they're out of shovels, but they got plenty of Kinzels.
Exactly.
Zelensky will be overthrown by the hardcore faction, the Zaluzhny, not by Russian faction. That's historically true.
Yes, it's true. But for that, you need a big breakthrough of the Russian army. And if the Russians continue with a slow grind advance, basically, you have no reason for the outsiders in Kiev or in the Western world to be worried about the situation. Because if you look at the speed of the Russian army, they are going to be in Paris in what, 1 millennia, 5 centuries? So who cares?
I think the other thing you need to do is real quick is just wait because it's early in the summer. I mean, as it gets worse and there's less and less units on the ground, there will be bigger things that happen that might cause the panic. But I still think it's too early. You got to wait till maybe August, September before you might see something.
Mickey.
Yes. The reason I asked the question is not
Mickey, your mic is rubbing your shirt, so we keep hearing a lot of noise on your mic. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can hold it. The reason I was asking that question was actually when we look at the history, just recent history in the 90s when Yugoslav wars, we found out after the war that like some major people worked for the CIA on all three sides, you know. So basically they had some dealings, you know, that people didn't know about. So that was my question. Why is it not possible that something like that is not happening, is now happening, you know, in Ukraine? So I don't know. My idea is always that the most extreme guy on one side is working for the other side. So my guess is Budanov, but I'm not gonna say anything else.
I think Zelensky is working for Russia. He deliberately, you know, continuing the war so that Russia can capture more Ukraine.
I think
so,
if you pay them, they are cooking for whoever you want.
Maybe.
Red.
It's either Yuri or RL.
Who's gonna talk?
Red.
Should decide.
I'm gonna go a bit off topic here, but like I was analyzing
Off-topic
these deals from a bit off topic, not that much. Okay, but I was like first looking at Istanbul deal, but then what Lavrov said, and then what Putin said later. So like it feels like at the start of the war, I want to start a different discussion. This discussion is like very interesting. So like it feels like at the start of the war, Russia had a different goal, which was to quickly get a peace deal and end the war, which was to basically make Ukraine neutral and free from any kind of Western influence. But slowly it feels like Russia is analyzing the situation, like the elections of West, who gets into power, who does what, who takes what decisions, and what is going on in the other side of the world or in other regions and other stuff like de-dollarization. Like Russia is trying to analyze it and trying to like drag on the war and trying to like take decisions based on that. Like originally, like they wanted to like just end the war quickly with the peace deal in Istanbul, but later they decided to like to keep fighting and use the war to the advantage in the changing situation around the world, basically. Like, what do you guys think about it? Like, I was like getting this, making this assumption by looking at the different offers Russia made over the time, because each time it was changing and changing. It was not constant. So, like, I just wanted to know about it from you guys. RL, go.
Oh. Russia is not looking after what are the election results in France or in the Netherlands or in Germany,
like,
and what to act.
No, I was just saying that
I
like
mean,
the situation.
Let him finish.
For them, the world has changed. We are in a new paradigm. They call it multipolar world, whatever. But it's not anymore Uncle Sam above all. And yeah, Mickey, Russia is not a little ex-Yugoslavian country where you can just talk to CIA and voila. No, it doesn't work like that. Russia is too big. Russia, don't forget the 90s. They don't forget Chechen wars. They don't forget Georgia, Serbia, Kosovo. They don't forget Syria. I mean, CIA, Uncle Sam is their peer opponent. You don't deal with a stubborn, stupid, brainwashed, millenarist idiot like United States. You know that everything that came out of their mouth is just a lie. And Putin himself is personally experienced in that. It's Uncle Sam, which is losing his hegemony. De-dollarization is just a picture of it. And we'll have to wait in the future if that de-dollarization trend will continue and amplify. But we are not anymore in 19 Iraq war. It's finished. That time is finished. And now I give the speech to Joe. You don't want to talk anymore? Yeah, go on, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I think I kind of agree with what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead, Yura.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, good. I just get a report that Macron did his speech in Switzerland, so he's demanding for Olympic truce. You know, that doesn't oblige Ukraine anything. Just just yeah. As I said, everybody just talks about whatever they want, they need, for their country, what they want, right? It's all the selfish speeches because everything is already decided. And I wanted to talk about shawls. It's there's actually revelation why they talk about shawls and Russia is because Russian units have special units that just dig the trenches. When they take when they take the positions, new positions, they will send that unit under protection to dig the new trenches, right, and place the protect the units there. So they're not weaponized; they just have shawls. So they bring the huge number of trenches. It's very effective, right? So that specialists will do it much faster and much better than any soldier that doesn't have that much condition. But and about Russian strategy, what I think is actually the slow grinding on the front, not wanting to really go fast, or it's just about preserving the soldiers. I think it's more about giving the time for Iran to weaponize, to prepare for defense once the Israel comes about, and I think that's the biggest reason. And also we see that United States have some problems with chewing gum and walking, as they like to say. I want to say to protect Israel and to protect Ukraine at the same time, to send shells to both sides, let alone Iran and so on. So most probably there's a plan to activate a lot of areas, and especially Sahel, maybe even giving the time for that communication between East and West Africa to build up the road, right? That they plan that will go from Sudan to Mali, all the way across. So that's probably China gonna be doing. So that's another place for the preparation for the war, to defend against the Western aggression. So maybe this is all the sacrifice for the world scale operation to dislodge America as an empire and create a new world order that's going to be more just, without any demand of the repayment of debt, and blackmailing when you need to refinance the debt based in dollars. So this is going to be a new world order that's more even, most probably, without possibility of blackmails. Yeah. So this is now, Juan, you go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, I think Russia's already made the calculation, and their calculation is total victory. I mean, the last time that Ukraine had a realistic chance to save themselves was, April with the Boris Johnson destroyed peace deal, because that was pre-constitutional change and all the stupid laws they made where they can't negotiate with Russia or talk to a Russian or even look at a Russian, or they'll get spanked or whatever they made up. So, I mean, I think I'm not sure when it changed, but I mean, I think at that point, and then the re-election of Putin, it kind of green lights his way of fighting and what they've been doing. There's no complaints overall by the population. I mean, he had 87%. So they're obviously content with the progress. And, at this point, the Ukrainian army's fading away every day in some places. So that's just going to get better and better for them. And there's really no reason for them to stop now. I mean, they've given them opportunities, and how they get repaid. They shoot their POWs. They fucking attack cities and civilians. They bombed Donetsk. They attacked a mall. I mean, now they're fucking with, long range early warning systems and, attacking targets that can, threaten Russia, but don't have any effect at all on the front lines. I mean, those radars they hit or try to hit, or the Su-57 or whatever they hit, the fighter maybe, it's out of commission, so maybe it won't shoot a missile at you or something. But, this other shit, it doesn't help a single guy in the trenches. So, I mean, I just think Russia's just at a point now where they're just going to ground and pound, and then when shit opens up, they'll take it. And they're not going to stop until they just get what they want. And, I mean, like this peace deal, I mean, they threw it out there, maybe something crazy happens and they take it. But they didn't, and they knew they wouldn't, and they didn't even slow down on the ground the whole time. I mean, it's not like they eased up while there was this peace conference wrapping up. They're obviously, who knows, they might even go harder during the Olympics because Macron just asked for a ceasefire, just to fucking stick a finger in his eye. I mean, they've never shown any reason to slow down. There's no benefit for them to stop doing what they're doing. So I just figure their calculation is complete capitulation of Ukraine, total destruction of the army, and no more Nazis. And it's just going to be brutal until they finally get them.
The only way for them to get the Odessa is an unconditional surrendering. So they are going for it.
I just want to jump in about Macron making a statement about a truce during the Olympic Games. He's asking that 1 week after deciding sending Mirage 2000-5. It just shows you how out of touch or how unrealistic
and don't forget
those people are.
It's even more
especially
than that.
guys like Macron or Olaf Scholz or the Prime Minister of Italy. They are irrational.
And don't forget, Russia is not invited to this Olympic game. So they are not invited, but they have to make to keep the peace. Why?
Also, but it just shows you how irrational some Western leaders are. And talking about rationality, I'm not even evoking Joe Biden.
Can I add something to that?
Egotistical and selfish.
Can I add?
I mean, I give the speech to
Thanks.
Dennis.
So about irrationality of Western leaders, for example, why Russia didn't participate in that meeting? Because, well, first of all, it will be just humiliation, straight up humiliation with no constructive critic of Russian side or something, or constructive proposal. Because, for example, some sides, some participants seems to be came to that meeting just to whine and cry. For example, Premier Minister of Finland, or just presenter of Finland, said about how USSR invaded, like how they fought with USSR, like in World War II, etc. But he will, of course, not mention very good and warm relationship between Finland and USSR, and also status of Finland as not
A neutral
countries.
country.
Yeah, neutral, completely neutral country. They got as far as saying that we don't care which side will step on our land to reach other side. We will attack anyway. Will it be Americans or NATO? Will it be USSR? Commies? Like, we will attack anyone who will step on our land and broke our neutral status. So it's like, and now they are saying completely opposite. They just completely erased that part of history, and they're saying that they're making the illusion and image for the viewer and listener that things between, for example, Russia and Finland were always bad. And also, guy from Netherlands, I think, actually said that I will not. I don't remember exact quote, but he said "shitty," in his comment to journalists, which is just showing level of diplomacy. Even right here, right now. Like, can you imagine any serious diplomat, or after the serious peace agreement or meeting, will say something like that? He said, "Shitty proposal of Putin is a sign that he is actually panicking." Can you imagine that? You should actually treat other side with respect. Maybe it's a bad analogy, but for example, at the Berlin, when the German side was signing the capitulation, papers and all, they were still treated with respect. I mean, yeah, it's a bad analogy. Of course, Russians don't behave like Nazi Germans, and they didn't commit atrocities or war crimes. But what? It's just, and that comparison, to Nazi Germany, and again, proposal to supply Ukraine with more weapons. It's such a shit show, honestly. They don't even try to make an image, of working. It's such a level of, I don't know, hegemony or something like that. Just shame and laziness.
It shows you what happened.
Bradley
Huh?
wanted. Bradley.
Oh,
I put my finger up.
Well, I did too. I was going to say that their point for that peace conference, I think, and every time they talk crap about, I think, Putin specifically, it's because their point is that if it wasn't for Putin, we'd have a Yeltsin, and it's personal for them because he's smarter than the Western leaders and he's more respected than the Western leaders. And you look at conferences that like the Atlantic Council has, and what do they always say? They say, "Don't give up on Russia," right? As if like, oh, we're going to save Russia from the evil Vladimir Putin. So they for them, it's personal. For them, they want to delegitimize Putin in a personal way and personally call him a dictator and personalize it. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Oh, I was just going to say with like what Dennis was saying, you can see the difference. It's like professionals and then like children, not even like interns, because everything they do is just emotional reactions. I mean, like you said, I mean, who goes to a serious peace conference and talks and then has diplomatic talks and then comes out and says, "Oh, this is a shit proposal"? I mean, you're never going to hear that come out of 90%. Even the fucking Jamaican ambassador or the ambassador to Tahiti would never talk like that after having some meeting, But for some reason in America, it's like you just hire the dumbest fucking idiots you can find. Like, yeah, I like politics and I have purple hair. Oh, hey, you should be the fucking ambassador to Russia or something. And that's where you get all this just amateur garbage. I mean, it's disgusting and pathetic because these people talk a big game. It's like, oh, I read Henry Kissinger's book. It's like, well, bitch, you ain't Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger might have been a fucking asshole, but he knew how to talk to people and respect people and, manipulate people and try to get a deal done. These fucking people are just disrespectful children that are loud.
I guess pick someone, huh?
None yet.
All right. Yeah, no, I think it's a combination of a couple things. Yes, agree with what Vaughn just said. there, and I forget who just said it as well, but there's a certain level of hubris, right, in the West that they just believe they smell their own farts basically, and they're in this little echo chamber where they start to believe their own nonsense. And I think that there's a lot of that still going on. But what I'm seeing as well now is there's a lot more desperation. I think they are coming to the realization, I've said this before, that this war isn't going well, and they start to work out the house of cards that's about to collapse on them, because they don't have cheap gas anymore. They don't have this, they don't have that. Their big plan to break up Russia and loot Ukraine and all that stuff, that's gone downhill. So I certainly see that there's certainly a lot more panic, and we're certainly seeing that. They kicked off this whole peace summit. Basically, the first three speakers were banging the drums of war, and that was von der Leyen, Kamala Harris, and Zelensky. So that's how they kicked it off, with those three yahoos. So I think you've got on the one hand people who won't accept reality, and then on the other hand people who have accepted reality and are starting to get really scared. And the problem with these Western leaders, you compare these guys against like a Putin or a President Xi, there's no comparison. Like these are children, right? Like Justin Trudeau was a drama school teacher. Rishi Sunak looks like a little boy. He's a boy that you dress up for Sunday school.
Olaf Scholz is a little boy.
Yeah, like these are not deep thinkers, and they're up against deep thinkers. So I think they're starting to panic a little bit. Macchiati, I'll pass it over to you.
Oh yeah. First, I'd like to comment on something Dennis said. So when that dude was talking, he didn't say shitty deal. He said silly, but he's got a weird accent or a speech impediment, and so it came out as shitty. And everybody who is commenting,
he had a lisp.
Yeah, he has a lisp, and everybody who's commenting about it heard him say shitty, which is hilarious, by the way. But oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention is actually something Vaughn had mentioned. So these guys, so it's a thing now about the whole drone operators and PTSD. So most of it, I think, is just usual sensationalism, right? So something strange and something fascinating I realize about the West, especially the US, everything goes with a trend, right? So either they're hiring people who have a different mental makeup, and for some reason it's causing them to have PTSD for bombing random people in the Middle East or whatever. But the average person generally in the West doesn't care if they kill somebody. They really don't, like for real. Like they would just take a drone and just kill somebody in the middle of nowhere. It will not bother them. And so, but the problem is that the media and the think tanks, whenever they talk about it as if the person operating the drone suffers from more PTSD than the infantry on the front lines, which is obviously nonsense. But that's how they kind of tend to put it. And this sensationalism is almost everywhere. There was an interesting case. It's been happening in the US and still going on, where the police, they're getting fentanyl overdose from physically touching fentanyl, right? Absolutely total BS. Why is
sniffing it?
Yeah, no. At first, it was contact. That's what they were saying. At first, they were saying it's contact. Now,
but all the videos showed them sniffing it. The videos
you
that they
know to touch it. Like I have to pick up the powder.
But the crazy thing about it is, even medical experts from like Johns Hopkins said you cannot OD from just those simple activities. Like people who do fentanyl are laughing at that because they're like, "What are you talking about? You OD from whatever." But it's a trend. People are getting time off. People are getting paid time off. It's a freaking trend. The same thing with the Havana syndrome, where these CIA people are getting attacked in the ears by apparently the Russians or whatever. The CIA website clearly says there were no victims. It's BS. Like these people who are saying that stuff, but it actually wasn't happening. These people are just getting retirements and stuff. So there are trends that catch like that. And the whole drone thing ended up, I think that's exactly what it was. So, you know, if you get attention after being told, hey, you threw a bomb somewhere in Yemen or whatever, and now you're suffering, and you're going to get paid to go home and seek like help, talk to somebody, but still get paid for doing nothing. A lot of people would take that offer. So it's something I realized.
Like the way North Americans say the word dictator. Makes me want to hold my crouch and sing Shemuel on.
Potato penises. I get it.
I was gonna say.
Sorry, Vaughn was next. Sorry, I apologize. Vaughn was.
Oh, I was gonna say. I don't remember who was saying it when they were talking about how scared they were. I mean, oh yeah, it was Nunya. I mean, sometimes you get the impression. I mean, they're scared. Like, think about it. Like you were saying, you know, the plan to loot Ukraine for the 10 to 15 trillion precious minerals, like Lindsey Graham said, and then of course you break up Russia, you know, and you got the fucking tree oblast and the gold oblast and the oil oblast. You know, they're all going to make all this money. I wonder if some of these dumb motherfuckers took loans out against their supposed riches they were going to get, and now they're shitting their pants because there ain't going to be no payoff, and they still owe that money. I wonder if some of that's going. Because think about it, dudes like Lindsey Graham and all these other fuckers. They got, you know, they're counting on that.
Hunter Biden, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, did they take out lines of credit on this supposed wealth they were going to get, and now it ain't happening for them? So
Dude,
they got, they took a front.
Good question.
They took a front, and now they're fucked.
That is a really good question. Not only were they about to eat dinner and then Vladimir Putin took the dinner away, but they already made loans and stuff. I'd see it.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Did they already leverage power and shit based on what they thought they were going to get? And now these people are saying, hey, what the fuck? You know, you said you were going to be able to do this, this, and this. I gave you this, this, and this. What the fuck? I mean, I'm sure it ain't like, you know, if there's corruption if you can buy your way out of a fucking post at the front, I'm sure you can take loans out against the factory you think you own because you got stocks in BlackRock. I mean, I wonder if these dumbasses did shit like that. Because, I mean, think about how panicked they've gotten. It's either the whole Ukrainian front's about to collapse, so they're scared shitless and they want to stick people there to scare the Russians, or they realize they're about to lose their fucking piggy bank and all those promised IOUs are going to come back and bite them in the ass. I mean, think about it. Did these guys take loans out to get reelected and borrow tens of millions of dollars based on, you know, their share of the Soledar salt mine that they ain't going to get now?
There's a case of a Russian drone operator that actually counted all of the killed and wounded by his drone. So he came up to about 90 killed and 170 wounded. And then he took a vacation, right? Came back, did a few more weeks of it, and it came to, I think, 110 killed. And there was a rumor that he was destroyed by Ukrainians, but also it seems like that he couldn't take it anymore because there's another rumor that he was psychologically not capable of doing it anymore. He was hoping, you know, doing it, but it's unknown how he ended up. But from my experience, you have a few options to get PTSD. It's by being tortured by the enemy in a war and then hating it. So if you hate your enemy and repeat that over and over every day, repeat your torture and the hate, that's one PTSD. Another one is when your good friend was killed next to you, and you think that you could have done something, and you repeat that scenario over and over every day, thinking how you could have saved your best friend. Those are the two most common examples of how people get to suffer from PTSD. But it's basically repeating same scenario over and over and thinking something else could have been done. It's repetition every day. That's how mental illnesses, most of the mental illnesses come about by repeating same thoughts every day. It establishes that pattern and it formalizes that. So those are the two, for me, most common. There's also, right, the stress from the fear of your life. That's not that common, but it happens. And another one is getting too many shock waves on your brain, so brain gets
Shell shock.
damaged. Shell shocked, too many shell shocks. That's seems like that's more common now in Ukraine. So
Oh, that drone operator's name is Moses.
Yeah, so is the same for everyone that is watching. If you are don't repeat things that you used to go through, especially like breakups, or maybe you lost someone or something you did. If you keep repeating it, you're just reliving the thing over and over again, and it will just get worse and worse and worse. It just get bigger and bigger. Maybe it's just a nothing, but if you repeat if enough, it becomes like a very big thing. And just now I was a bit shocked. That's how you say like if they hate the torture, I was like, in which world that they will love the torture? Was like thinking BDSM or something. So. And I got the super chat.
Why are you guys defending Putin? He's a communist face with tears of joy.
He's a communist, really?
I don't know.
He's part of the Communist Party?
That's the thing. He's not a communist. He said
no way that dude believes that.
No, it's just like, for example, about collapse of the USSR. He said that like the one who doesn't cry about that, it's is heartless, and the one who actually dreaming to restore it is actually like brainless. It's just he.
Yeah, if you don't miss it, you don't have a heart. If you want to bring it back, you don't have a brain.
Exactly. He fully understands that it's like outdated system.
Don't take it so seriously. Voss, everyone that Voss like is a communist. No, so don't.
It's just opportunity, So like.
Bradley, you want to? Were you saying something? You want to say something, or I don't know who's next.
I was not saying something. No.
I don't remember seeing anyone with finger. Oh, okay.
So on the topic of Putin being a communist, so this is gonna be interesting. So this is something I observed, right? So when Putin went to China, this dude took everything. Everybody. It was the biggest Russian delegation out of the country at the same time. Industrial experts, everybody, right? And what I think is that China is going to generally copy the Chinese system the best they can. In terms
Chinese going to copy the China system?
In terms of state management.
You mean the Russians are going to copy the Chinese?
Yeah, the Russians or the Chinese?
The Russians are going to copy the Chinese. I said it the other way around.
Yeah.
No, you said the Chinese going to copy the China system.
Oh, sorry. I meant the Russians. The Russians generally will copy the
There's nothing to copy anymore, involved. So China starts to copy itself.
No, by copying.
I understood.
So by copying, basically, I mean, so they'll move more towards state management of the economy than they ever did before. Yeah, state capitalism more than they did before. Because what they were doing before, it definitely cannot work in a hostile planet as it is right now. They're gonna face more and more problems. So they're gonna go towards that direction more and more. And I think that's why he was taking all those people over there. That's my thoughts on that.
Hey, I was going to say on China, I saw something earlier, and they were talking about the Chinese airframe production. And they said right now China produces about 300 airframes a year over 100 of those are the J20. About half of those are the other half. The rest of them are J19 or J16s and J10s. And they said by 2027, I think they'll have about, I don't remember, but by 2030 they expect to have 1,000 J20 airframes, 800. No, I mean that's based on the production. They'll have 1,000 J20 airframes, about 900 J10s, and I think about 800 J16s. And you know, the Russians are doing the same thing. Like the other day, Wayne was bringing up this shit about where's all the tank production? Where's all the tank production? You know, the Russians are producing, I think they said in excess of 100 tanks a month. It might be higher than that, but they doubled their helicopter production. I mean, the idea that they have to build new lines when they have a country full of Soviet-era tank factories, and you know they're not producing the T-14 in mass, so they don't need a new line for that. They already have one. They already had lines for the T-80s, the T-72s. So all they got to do is open up additional lines and hire people to refurbish them. But I mean, if you look at what China and Russia are doing, how many airframes are we building combined? And I think by 2027 or 2030, I can't remember it. I'll have to find the article and post it. But they'll have more combat airframes than the United States. But the United States will still have the advantage in transportation and aerial refueling and ISR, maybe some bombers. But tactical aircraft and multi-role fighters, I mean, they're building up, you know. And then there's also, and they're also saying that they're authorizing American units to wear it's called the 2027 patch. So it's to remind American troops of the highly likely potential conflict with China in 2027 when they think China's going to go after Taiwan because China told them, I guess.
I want to jump on 2 points. I think the first thing is about the Putin communism thing. I think Putin has a lot of communism in his history and his background, obviously, you know, for obvious reasons, but he's more like a Russian nationalist first and foremost, kind of like a conservative, social conservative. He isn't trying to build international communism. He's trying to construct the post-hegemonic world order. Those are very different. Those are very different worldviews. And when it comes to what Vaughn was just saying, just a quick aside, the T-80 story is actually very interesting. Apparently, they almost sold off documentation and crucial equipment to be able to restart the T-80 production line. And it was like one really stubborn, old school, super hardcore communist factory owner who like hid technical documentation, stored heavy equipment that Western companies are trying to buy because they were like buying up everything during the 90s. So he like secretly hid a bunch of stuff, including technical documentation, which once they restarted the T-80 production line, they actually like gave him some medal of like laborer or something. Like they gave him a medal for doing that for like years.
Yeah, I think
like,
he was like labor hero of Russia.
Yeah,
he
so
got
like,
a medal.
Yeah, 2 decades. He like hid this stuff for 2 decades. And people are trying to sell it. People are trying to find it. And he was just like really believed in the T-80. He really loved the T-80. He was really passionate about he would always say it's the only turbine tank that, you know, that we have, is that it's important just for that reason alone. You know, we have to have a wide variety of equipment, not just a wide variety of air defenses, but a wide variety of tanks as well. You know, one tank has a weakness somewhere, you got to have the other one, because the T-80 got a really bad rap after the Chechen wars. So that's the reason why they stopped producing them, kind of. But yeah, so it was one stubborn factory owner dude is the reason why they were able to spin up T-80 production like that overnight. Go ahead, Yuri.
No, cannot.
Oh, sorry, Wyatt. Sorry.
New York Times report China copies China illegally.
That's right.
By the way, can I add about that factory that produces T80, T72, and T90? They had more. I think it's more important than that certain case with T80 is that in the 90s they had such a low budget that they was on the brink of just closing, And guess who saved entire factory, like Ural Vagon Zavod? It's actually Indian. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they ordered a bunch of T90s, and it was just like a help from above, because
yeah, and the Russians made really good T90s for them. They, instead of making like the really gimped versions that they would export, they gave them pretty good T90s. So,
Wyatt,
So,
do you want next?
Yes.
Banana, 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 banana.
Whoa, I lost its voice.
Yeah, there's a lot of bananas and more to come.
Yeah.
Communism sucks. Look how bad China is doing face with tears of joy.
That's right. It doesn't work, obviously.
And there's still more. You cannot talk.
Voss is the only BBC we trust. Don't argue with him.
They are
Where
talking
are
to
you,
each
boss?
other. No. There's still more.
Putin is oligo, commie capitalist Silovic.
I don't think you know what that word means.
I don't know. I actually have no idea what it means.
Silovic.
Okay, there's no more. Jury can continue.
Okay. So yeah, and now that company that produces T80 and turbine is experimenting with turbines because they're actually excellent to produce for turning the generator for the creation of power. It's very stable, right? It's continuously very stable turning ratio, so it's very creates stable electricity. So they experimenting. They can run it on vodka, on kerosene, on diesel, on anything. So it's a really good idea, right? And it runs on in a cold temperature too. So a very small engine creates a lot of power. Yeah, fuel efficiency is not great, but it works great in a cold.
That's why you have a mix.
And yeah, and what I wanted to say is about I just read recently some Ukrainian analysis of germanium electronics. He says like, oh, this is when they gave to student in Tatarstan University over there to work on electronics because they didn't have enough chips, I guess. So they were just playing with taking apart the laptops, the microwaves, everything, and putting together. They just out of their ideas, they putting together the control mechanisms for the. Is that Gabriel? No. It was like they putting together anything on their own, how to control the geranium, right? And also they do countermeasures, but pretty soon they will change the countermeasures when they found out. So they were actually handmade from whatever the parts they could collect, and he was putting the pictures of how they connected the wires and everything and secured them with the plastic glue gun, and all of that. So it's kind of interesting. There's probably a branch of geraniums that are produced by the big industry, but also the small part of the students are experimenting, doing their own shit, and
that's Vaughn's theory. Vaughn has a theory about creative rednecks on the front line.
So it was so that's how China does with their system economics. They actually created the agencies that will get the students together, right, with ideas about some project, some new invention. They will organize the financing, the business plan, the accounting, everything, in order to start, right? But the only condition was they have to be as a partners, no employees until they reach some size, right? So until they pay off that loan, or a loan can be forgiven if they don't do that good, but in order to keep the business going. So this is how China does the economic system. It's not so communist as used to be. It doesn't have to be state owned. It's just state organized production, right? This is the system that China does. So if you want to copy it, this is basically how the Roosevelt New Deal was going on. So it's a copy of a Roosevelt's New Deal that the Americans abandoned, but they need it again. They won't do it out of desire to rule, to destroy the middle class. So they won't do it ever again. China is going to do it. And Russia is going to learn from China too how to do it, this system. So
is learning already.
This is the state
Geranium.
organized. Yes, geranium.
Are you talking about your own element, geranium?
Geranium.
So I have a few super chats to drop in. Give me a while.
Naked Jesus.
Oh, I forgot to play. Sorry.
Yeah.
Holy Lord, naked Jesus is here.
Gabriel is naked Jesus.
I thought that was Prada, but okay, Gabriel. Got Prada's pantless Jesus.
Yeah.
There's another one.
Predictions for the conflict after DN4FD0 reject.
I do not know what the hell is that. So
is that the peace deal summit?
Or NATO?
I think we already covered that.
It's weird seeing naked Jesus' fully clothed face with tears of joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and are you over? Okay, and also Duda and Kaya Kallas had their speech. They were talking about decolonizing Russia with 200 of their nationalities, ethnicities, you know, how it should be 200 different states, because the West experienced decolonization. So now the Russia need decolonization. So Duda is extremely aggressive now. More aggressive than anyone else, even more than Zelensky. Kind of weird stuff. And Kaya Kallas, we were the colony member of the Russia. We know what it means. So they don't mention the colony over Germany, but that's okay. Wanna go?
Yeah, I was just gonna say on the drone thing, there was a new drone that was debuted, I guess. And it's pretty cool because it's got like front canards and a long body, and then the wings are set to the rear. So it kind of looks like one of those experimental aircraft you'd see. But they've got one of those Vepr shotguns mounted in it with a banana magazine underneath. And apparently it flies around, and it's actually got optics on it so it can fly. And, you know, you can aim with the sight and fire the shotgun, and they've got it set up to where I guess the recoil and stuff doesn't mess with it in flight really that much. But it was pretty cool looking, and if it works, I mean, it's a whole another anti-drone thing that you're definitely going to want. Because I mean, think about it, all you got to do is load it up with a mag of 20 rounds with the optics, and depending on how good the pilot is, you could arguably shoot down 20 drones before you have to fly back, land, slap a new mag in, launch it. And it might be something you could launch by hand like some of the smaller ones. So you just reload it, throw it back up.
Mortal Kombat. Fatality. Sorry, wrong game video game Z.
No, it's not Mortal Kombat. but okay.
Dang, wrong. Bradley.
Just hopping on top of what Vaughn just mentioned about the drones. I know I've brought this up before, but we're kind of living through almost like a World War I air race, right now with the drones, because you can see how you have the anti-jamming technology and you got the drone guns. Now you have the Russians are arming themselves with those Vepr and Molot shotguns, the Saigaz and stuff like that. And not even just that, but old school double-barreled shotguns with no sights on them. They have a guy with one of those, and all he does is take out the drones. And then you can see how now there's drones that are being taken out by other drones. Like there's Ukrainian drones taking out Russian drones taking out Ukrainian drones. So it's the sky's the limit. It's interesting to see what we're going to get. Are we going to have like mini rockets or something? It's going to like shoot each other. Because we don't really have real combat, UCAVs, unmanned combat aerial vehicles, but maybe we will now. Like maybe this race will get us to the point where we actually will have working UCAVs. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, people can say what they want about the Russian army, the Russian equipment. Everybody has their biases and their, presumptions based on, the Soviet army, then the Russian army in Chechnya. But, one thing people fail to realize is, they're developing the drone doctrine in real time, in real combat conditions. They're not out there in the field doing simulation and simulated victories. They have to figure out what works and then apply it. And if it works, they keep using it. If it don't, guys get killed and they have to start over. And if you think about it, they're artillery guys. How fast do you think a Russian crew can drop a D-20, pop off 4 or 5 rounds, put it up and gone? I bet you there's guys that can do it way faster than the book says. They learned all kinds of shortcuts because they know in real life, not in training, that the counter, it's not going to be like in America where you're doing your artillery and then some referee walks up and says, bang, you're all dead from counter battery. They know, motherfucker, you better get out of here in the next 2 minutes or you're fucking dead. There's a HIMARS coming. And same thing, it doesn't even matter if it's a fucking cook. There's guys that made bread in combat conditions. There's guys that had to deliver food in combat conditions. I mean, they're all vulnerable to drones and everything else. I mean, people discount the amount of experience the Russians are getting every day. I mean, their soldiers on the ground are getting it, the helicopter pilots, because every day they have to go up and fly against real air defense, defeat it, trick it. Same with the pilots. They've got to do EW and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we get to practice and train, and that's great, but they do it for real. So their training's better. I mean, they know and they figure out what works and think about all the new tricks they learned. They're basically for on the cheap right now. I mean, yeah, they're getting hit by Western weapons and losing guys on the ground. But in reality, they're getting to try out all their tactics and develop their doctrine against some of the latest NATO weapons and systems pretty cheaply without being in a direct confrontation. It's like right now it's at its low boil. And they get to learn how to take out HIMARS. They learn how to track the ATACMS. They learn about the new drones we got, or the new Storm Shadow, how the Storm Shadows really work versus what they were told or thought. And then they get to practice against real launches coming at them that if they don't intercept them, they're fucking dead. So they have way more incentive to do their job and become very proficient at it, because if they don't, they die. It's not like, oh, you get a bad performance review because your Patriot system didn't shoot down the simulated ballistic missile. I mean, I think it's kind of, even if it's just militia guys or LPR guys, DPR guys, and they're just dropping mortars, you got to figure these guys, they've been dropping mortars on targets for 2 years, 24 hours a day sometimes, on the move, running, dodging counter battery fire, hitting targets on the move.
Not just doctrine, Vaughn, but also equipment too.
Well, just they learn, they're practicing the radio communications and working together and combining arms and coordinating. And I mean, all that stuff takes time to learn, and they've done it for the last 2 years in a real situation. So, yeah, training's great, but their training is way better because it's real, and they're, what works and what don't gets you killed, and they know. I mean, even the Ukrainians, think about it. Ukrainian guy, they got mortar guys, artillery guys. I bet you they can drop some shit, drop some rounds, and they're out the hell out of there, because that's why they're still alive after 2 years, because they're fast and they're good. And that's on both sides. It's just that the Russians have more shit, so they're going to win that way. But the guys that are still alive now that are operating those systems are probably pretty damn good on both sides. Because if you're not, you're dead.
Anya Angola gonna help liberate Canada from JT Face with tears of joy.
I just came on to say it's like the Americans are training the Russians like in the RPG, you know. The RPG you start at level 1, and then you have a small skeleton gonna fight you. So they fight them, and then when they succeed, then they add a new weapon, and then the Russians level up, and they add a new weapon, the Russians level up. It's like every few months they're slowly training the Russian army.
Yeah, they're training the Russians.
More powerful. Instead of
and they deliberately feed them little bit of
a
weapons.
a little bit. Okay, now they know how to do that. Okay, a little bit more. So now the Russians are at level 50, and they're slowly feeding. It's a really silly way of.
Yep.
Okay, bye again.
Yeah, I want to let Counting Thief to introduce himself first before we continue. Counting Thief, do you mind?
Hello.
Introduce yourself.
Unmute.
You know how to.
No, unmute. Hi, I'm Counting Teeth. Yeah, I'm from South Africa. Actually wanted to talk about psychological effects on troops earlier. You've seen I posted a book called On Killing by David Gosman. I suggest you guys give it a read. He explains the psychology of how they turn a soldier into a soldier, and how they make people kill. So it starts off at the Napoleonic Wars, where they try to figure out the damage that will be caused by a salvo. And essentially, they would count all the bullet holes, and they would then say, if the salvo fired, this is how many people we should kill on the other side. When they went into battle, they discovered around about 10% of the damage. That's where it kind of starts. And then it goes through the methods of getting that kill ratio up. Okay. So, yeah.
Interesting. I should check it out.
Yeah, it's very, very.
Yeah,
very
I shared the book name, The Killing by Gosman. I already dropped it in the chat, so you guys can check it out.
Yeah, it's small things. You'll see, when they trained for Vietnam, there was a reason why the targets were dehumanized, had pointy hats on, and things like that. Yeah. It also goes on to the psychological aspects, because what happens is that they discovered there's actually two kinds of people that would kill. Obviously psychopaths and sociopaths, and the other one was the firstborn child of a family that had lost a father. So it's got those kind of psychological things in them. So yeah, so I'm a bit nervous. First time I've ever done this. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming.
Yeah. And then
Gabriel. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So it's another thing as well, right? I watched. I think it's last week's episode. And you were talking a bit about Israel and apartheid and stuff like that. If you need any, it's obviously South African apartheid. If you want to know why it is apartheid or not, just you can ask. Yeah,
we can definitely move over to that topic later.
Yeah, no, just saying.
Later, Vaughn get angry. No, he only want to talk about Ukraine.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay.
I think next is Gabriel. Gabriel was waiting to talk.
Hey guys, good to see you. Yeah, maybe we can drop a comment on that topic real quick and move on quick because it's too controversial. But yeah, good to meet you, Counting Teeth. And yeah, it would be great to have insight on how that sort of social infrastructure can be achieved and what are the results. But yeah, like on those tactical discussions you were having, I don't know if it's real or not, but I've seen like sort of models of Chinese engineers, like kids, nerds building stuff, and someone made like a tiny air defense system, and it would shoot down bugs. Yeah, it was hilarious. But I was thinking that would be great to use against drones, and also one thing that I was thinking about is like, what about these sort of ear enhancers, like the old, like deafing people use? See, people that are going deaf or old people usually use these ear applications to enhance their hearing.
The Russians use dogs.
And what are
They have
the
dogs. The Russians have dogs that
Sorry?
listen. The Russians have dogs. They use dogs to listen. So they have the shotgun guy with a dog.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. It's a super practical solution, but I guess that you can't carry dogs in any operation.
Like what Gabriel's saying, just real quick, Gabriel, what you're talking about, that would be cheap as fuck to do, because they sell a setup like that at Walmart that I use for deer hunting that I can put in, and it amplifies the noises so you can hear maybe a stick break or shit like that. So, and you're talking under $20, and it's that was something I bought 10 years ago. So that would be something definitely the Russians would want to use, because if there's no shelling going on and you're just sitting there listening, you would definitely pick up the buzz or something like that off in the distance a lot quicker than, obviously a dog would be good, but dogs aren't practical everywhere, but something like that, you're talking about, like an earbud size thing.
Exactly. Yeah. And also like there's a lot of type of cages that have been put against drones, and something I was also thinking about, like the drone warfare, is that it would be probably to leave to have, instead of a rigid structure to stop the drone, to have like a loose net, or like dangling threads that would tangle in the propellers. That's also like, but yeah, it's really interesting to speculate on how to deal, because like seeing the situation in a war scenario is pretty interesting, but I usually always think of like the applications for sort of civil war scenarios or emergency states, or like, I don't know, maybe it's sort of an American thing to be constantly thinking about like how to deal with your own government, rather than a foreign invasion. It's like I don't know.
We know who the real enemy is.
I don't know if that applies to other nations, but I see a recurrent theme in like all around America, like larger America. And yeah, it's something that I was also wondering, and I wanted to ask like any veterans or ex-military people in the is like how well, Vaughn did elaborate a bit on that, but like how is the process of learning from other experience, like, because every military has its doctrine and stuff, and of course the best experience is actually combat experience, but how do militaries, like in their sort of institutionalized bureaucracy, apply experience from other conflicts, and is that even a thing? Because I always hear like military experts talking about like the combat experience of other wars and other troops, and so I imagine there is learning, but I guess it's probably complicated for militaries to sort of institutionalize the knowledge. So what do you guys think about that? Like, how adept are military institutions to adapt knowledge into their training, into their regular training?
I mean, they're going to have to change now, because the war on terror is not really going on, and you can see what kind of war you're going to have if you're going to have some kind of large-scale conventional war between, peers or near peers, or even countries that just have a lot of conventional forces. You can see what's going to happen. So, I mean, I think they could incorporate it. And I mean, with the drones, you have no choice. I mean, you better figure out something. And in relation to the drones, it's like you've seen, like when they have stagnant positions now, they'll hang like nets over, tree covered roads, so the drones can't come in from the top as easy, like over maybe a little route or something. Obviously, they can't do that everywhere, but I would imagine they're doing it in like forward areas where they're trying to protect them. I've seen them set up like soccer nets across the front of a position, and you can't really see it.
That would be great.
Flying along, and then they hit it. they've got those shotgun shells that fire like a Kevlar type ribbon out that gets tangled in the blades or can shear off the blades.
What?
Oh, really?
Yeah, they
Wow,
just
I
came
haven't
out.
seen that, but
Didn't you see that?
Yeah, they
I
showed
was
a
really
demonstration
thinking.
of it, and it fires
I was
out
really
these
thinking that would be
ribbons of-
great.
Yeah, and it gives a spread, and it's weighted a little bit with some lead, so kind of like a bolo maybe, and it spreads out. But you know, the Kevlar I guess is going fast enough that the blades will get cut, or it just tangles and it crashes. And then you've
Son of
got
a
shotguns and then the drone guns. But I mean, really, if you're stagnant, you really do need to put up the nets and stuff. I mean, hell, a couple pieces of fishing line draped across some trees in front of you might be all you need just to. I mean, if it saves you from the first drone, at least gives you a chance to run and hide somewhere else, you know? So, I mean, and that's really, I think a lot of these guys want is just a second chance to get away.
Cover the bunker, the entrance of the bunker in trenches with fishing nets. That's the most obvious, right? Where,
See, and I thought about that, but you'd almost have to have
you
side.
hide it. You hide
side
it.
places to hide.
It's invisible, so you don't know which bunker is actually occupied. So it's invisible, but unpassable by a drone, right? So that's perfect solution. Yeah, there's a Kevlar threaded net that spreads, shot by a 12 gauge gun, and it's way better because it keeps consistent size of the effective size as you shot it, because when you use the bird shotgun, bird fill, right, it spreads out too far.
Yeah, it's got
so effectiveness of the ball shot is about 50 meters, while with this Kevlar net you get about 100 meters effectiveness against the drone. That's what they do. But
Yeah,
this
it's got
is
like a little
at
lead.
this point. At this point, it's only the handmade, small scale manufacturing, but it's still available to buy because it's not very spread out yet. Yeah.
Yeah, they were showing it like the factory. They have to hand pack them, so obviously it's a slow process. But I mean, it's like a little ball with weighted segmented ball with these ribbons attached. So, like he said, when it spreads out, you get a nice spread. And more than likely, one of the strands of the net's going to catch the drone or hit the drone, so you get the snag. I mean, I've seen it. They were showing the demos. It wasn't even like half of them were dead-on shots. It was like as long as one of the threads hit the drone, it usually wrecked the drone.
Yeah, exactly. I swear to God, I had imagined that exact same munition for countering drones. Another thing that's probably going to be coming up in the drone evolution is like remote detonation. I don't know if they're doing that yet, but because one thing is to have the thing drop or crash against a target, but like if that fails and you can just press a button and make it blow whenever you want, it's going to be a lot more effective. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that eventually, like the next step in the evolution of warfare is just some very potent electronic warfare that's going to counter all these shit, and then we're going to go back to like traditional close quarter combat stuff. Because where else could it go from there?
There's a complaint by a tanker about their communication. Because the actual first frequency that drone control used was around 1100 megahertz. Then they switched to around 900, then 750, 340, and now they started the electronic warfare against drones, started interacting with interrupting the tank communications, because it came to those frequencies, and they get in 5,000 megahertz drone frequencies now, and there's also the next step is going to be 150. That's where the tank communications are located at. So there's a constant movement around it, measures and countermeasures, new inventions, and so on. So it moves up and down, probably never ending, right? Counting, you wanna go?
Yeah, back to the original question, right? About can militaries adapt and so on. So if you go look at the way that the Western militaries are configured today, okay, it's going to surprise you, but they are configured from the way that the South African Defence Force fought in Bush War. So if you go look at your MRAP comes from, it's basically a Casper made under license. So it's anti-mine. It was designed to fight an insurgency war. The Americans have obviously adopted those doctrines and have been fighting that way for the last 20 years. So if you go look at the Marines, they're running Nyalas, what are those, RG-31s and those kind of things, yeah. So the answer is the necessity is the mother of invention. As things change, yeah. And then back onto your drone stuff. I know I'm also ex-military. Let's put it out there. So in the 80s and 90s, all of our comms was encrypted, our major comms, and we used to run things called the hopper, which basically just hops frequencies. Okay, and it's done on a predetermined thing. Okay, so your drones are going to start getting those kind of things, which means that your anti-drone EW is going to have to start basically blanketing large amounts of frequencies and things like that. And that's actually why it's so difficult to do those, yeah. And I mean, this is old technology that I'm talking about. This is 80s, 90s. It was, yeah, transistor, this hopper, yeah. So.
Yeah, but that's really interesting because we have a bunch of technology from back then that is very recently being applied today. So that's interesting to notice the lag in application to like military doctrine and tactics.
Okay.
Like from the discovery is the mother of invention.
Yeah, and it says, yeah, exactly. So here's the thing, right? So when the SADF was fighting in the Bush War, the other thing that they relied heavily on was artillery. Okay, so in those days we used to run a thing called the Seeker 1. It was an analog drone. Basically, it could spot and target at around about 20 Ks. All right. So if you go look at, we used to run G5s, and G6s obviously is the mobile version. If you go look at a lot of the way that even the West, okay, here's something for you. If you're not going to believe me, but you're welcome to look it up. So when the West talks about ammunition, do you guys know where the ammunition is actually made? For Europe,
all over the world.
No, if you can go look up, it's made. If you go look up, Rheinmetall's the largest producer of 155mm ammunition, right? But go look on their site, right? Go look up RDM, Rennell. It's Rheinmetall Denel Munitions, okay? And you're going to see at least half of the ammunition that's manufactured for Europe is actually manufactured in South Africa. You can go look it up now. You guys are welcome. You've got browsers in front of you. You can go look at Rheinmetall on the Denel site over there. You'll see that the ammunition is made, I think it's in Boksburg. Nitrochemi, for example, is made out in Somerset West in Cape Town. So when you guys are talking about the lack of ammunition, it's a little bit more complicated than just Rheinmetall not being able to produce the ammunition. It's that one of the largest producers of ammunition is not on their side. It's a neutral party in the war. Okay, so yeah,
that's interesting.
So South Africa don't want to make the ammunition for Europe, or what's the situation right now?
Yeah. You got a thing in front of you. Look up Assegai 155mm, and you'll also see that all the long distance stuff that the Germans are talking about with their artillery is actually South African. So that new long range artillery, rocket assisted artillery, that all comes from the old SADF stuff. You're welcome to look it up. You've got it in front of you now. You'll see Australia runs it. They've got a M that the Americans run it under as well.
Do you want to type it in the private chat? I can actually
sure.
So that people can search it, know what's the word to use, because I can't imagine the spelling.
That's sure, man.
Well, before we go too far off of this subject, I kind of want to hit up about this exercises and how useful they are in real life thing. Because like tabletop exercises aren't completely useless, but I too am curious just about how useful they are, because this is being discussed a lot in think tanks, where they're talking about how we're going to have to adjust our tabletop exercises, which are essentially like Dungeons and Dragons role-playing games, to predict real life outcomes in a better way. So they're not giving up on that tool. So I wonder how useful it is.
We use tabletops. I mean, they're good for visualizing the attack or the defense and the routes and the choke points and how you want to deploy and everything like that. So they work great. I mean, hell, I've seen tables left over from, like the headquarters I was in when I was in the Army. Those were Patton's old headquarters, and they had old sand tables upstairs. There wasn't anything on them, but I mean, they've been using that shit for years. And I mean, it's great because you could build, like look at the SEALs and stuff. Those guys will build a mock-up of an actual target and then train against the target. So it's the same thing. You could make a map of an area, then you could, everybody's looking at the terrain and seeing how it's laid out in the buildings and getting an idea what the views are and the lines of sight. I mean, you can't predict what's going to happen, but you can at least use it to see what you're going to see. I mean, now you've got drones, so you don't really need to do a map table so much as you could have a satellite map printed out in 3D and all that. But, the table's good too because you can touch it and move around and, people are visual, so it really does help kind of maybe bring it all together in your head when you see it from a God's eye view of what your objective is.
Okay.
From my limited, combat training, because after that I went to Intel, so I don't do combat. But in my limited 6 months of combat, even the little things, right, it will give you a totally different experience. For example, when we train maybe in the car park, in terms of movement, proning, from moving from concealment to concealment, or no. But then when you actually do it in the jungle or in the forest, it totally feels different. You like you prone down and then you realize there's some shit, or some dirty stuff, or spider, or you just, the experience is just different. It's not like you would just go anywhere. Like you only when you do it then you realize that it's in real field training, in the field movement is just different. Like you train in the car park, everything is flat, everything is perfect. But in the actually, when you go into the field, there's hill, and then you actually cannot see anything. You prone down, you kind of aim. So this is just basic training stuff. So imagine when they're actually in combat. Like we train all these drills, artillery drills, all these things. But in real life, if you fail to move, you die, and then you don't exist anymore. But in our training, they just become casualty that we need to carry and just increase our pain as soldiers. But I think it makes a big difference.
Like another example of a tabletop, I mean, you've seen in like documentaries or movies, these guys will take some rocks and sticks and lay them out, and then they'll draw some lines. I mean, that's really all it's for, is just for you to kind of get a visualization of what you want to do and how it might look, and like maybe key terrain features or points where you want to set up or bypass. So I mean, that's what it's good for, and it doesn't have to be something super detailed. Like I said, you could put rocks and like, hey, this is the church, and everybody knows the church you're talking about, and this is that hill over here, it's a Coke can, and we're going to drive up here, go around the Coke can, and then hit the rock, which is it's just so you can kind of see what the plan is from like I said, a God's eye view. It doesn't have to be like super detailed. It's just I'm
coming from the angle that
like a quick reference, kind of like a quick reference to, in a way, like this is what we gotta do.
I get what you're saying with the visual, but I'm coming from the angle that when the Ukrainians did their counteroffensive, they had multiple tabletop exercises, and they thought the variables they put into their whatever calculations, they thought that oh, well, Ukrainian motivation is going to be a factor that we're going to be able to, we get a point up, but we don't have air support, so we get a point down. Like they had this whole thing. They ran this tabletop exercise multiple times, and for some reason, apparently the results they got were adequate enough to where they actually tried to do it in real life. But
no, I mean, what
life
obviously happened is they lied to themselves and they used fake data, and they obviously underestimated the Russians. I mean, they basically created a tabletop exercise that gave them the victory they wanted, because everybody knows from the facts on the ground that tabletop exercise didn't work. Yeah. So they obviously must have included aircraft they didn't have, artillery systems they didn't have, Crinky worked, all these things that didn't worked. I mean, that had to be what they did, because there's no way in hell you tabletop that shit with what they had and they think they won. They either completely underestimated the Russians and had shit intelligence about what the Russians had available to counter them, or they just lied to themselves and made up a story and they won.
And another issue about this kind of tabletop like simulations or whatnot, there is cycles, there's training cycles. There's a limited time between you can train, like, or you do this exercise, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, or 1 month, and then you cannot fail, because if you fail in this exercise, that even if it's just a command exercise, if you lose your mission, everybody's going to write reports. So this kind of training, if they fail in their mission,
they're gonna laugh at you.
They tend to rig it. No, they tend to rig it. Like, if you cannot win, they'll start to weaken the enemy to the point where you can win.
I mean, how are you going to get more money in tanks if you lose on the tabletop exercise?
Yeah, I was thinking
sometimes it's just a KPI thing. Sometimes it's just a KPI thing. It's like they just need to show that they know what to do. Like, because you train in a certain doctrine. Sometimes the enemy, that is the force, the people that is playing the enemy, they don't operate normally, as how you predict the enemy will do. So your training, your doctrine don't work. And then you get destroyed by the enemy. And then after that, they have to. Then they will punish they will punish the adversary. They will start to remove units from the adversary, because they need to let the people training to train, to learn how to fight. So this is very common.
Oh, thanks.
You put Robin Hood in the Age of Empires game, and you get more gold. But yeah, I was thinking, because the enemy never does what you think he's going to do unless the enemy is Ukraine. Then they do just like the automatic player
in the same rake again. You're like, I'm going to put this rake right here. The Ukrainians are going to find the rake and they're going to step on it.
Yeah, but I was thinking that maybe, like, if people who have, I don't know, in intelligence, or if regular troops get that tabletop game, because what I've seen about like the war games that they usually make on these think tanks and shit like that, they usually use very general stats, but I was imagining that maybe in like a more professional intelligence situation, the tabletop games have stats like in same as in role play. They and so you have all these correlations and the stats of every capacity or capability. And the units and the experience and all that. And so, yeah, I guess that would be super useful to like regulations on what is going to be needed. But of course, if you have shitty intel and all that stuff, you're going to get shitty results. But also, yeah, that what you were saying about how you cheat on the game to get the results you want. And how much does that actually happen all around the circle of like the industrial about industrial war? Like I don't know, I was hearing about Vietnamese veterans who would talk about like they had to justify the ordnance that they disposed of with kills, and so they would just make up the number, like we shot so much artillery rounds, so we killed so much Viet Cong. Of course, every kill is a Viet Cong, and also you don't even need a kill for it to be a Viet Cong. So, like, how much does that actually happen in every report? You know, like that. Oh, we fired all this ordnance, and we had this much casualties. So we need to have this minimum of enemy casualties to justify our operation.
So
Okay.
basically,
First of all,
tabletop
hold on,
exercises
hold
are
on, hold on.
useful, but when the inputs are crappy, the outputs can be crappy. Go ahead, Counting Teeth. Sorry.
Yeah. So training is exceptionally important, but training is not the same as combat experience, right? So again, I'm going to take it from a bit from the South African experience in CAR. With South Africa sent up some special forces units and paratroopers. I don't know if you guys know what happened in CAR. It was about 2010. Essentially, what happened over there is there was a coup, or there was a rebellion going on, and South Africa was doing a favor for the then president to protect his palace and that. So essentially, what happened is, as part of the politics in Africa, South Africa ended up training a significant amount of CAR soldiers, particularly officers in Oudtshoorn, in the officer training school, in tactics and those kind of things. Okay, and how to run an army. And so essentially, things started getting bad in CAR, and South African military was deployed up there. And cut a long story short, what happened is that there was like a fork in a road on the way to the presidential palace, and so the CAR army was supposed to protect the left flank, and the South African troops were protecting the right flank, right? Now, this is where you can't plan for. So what happened is when the rebel army approached, essentially the left flank under CAR basically joined the rebel army. Now, you can't train for that, okay? So how do you get yourself out of that situation? Well, that now is where your officers come into play, right? In that particular situation, there was a political incident. So the president at the time, Jacob Zuma, what he ended up doing is opening up communications with the French, because there was a firefight that ensued. South Africa lost about 14 soldiers. They killed between 800 and 1,200 rebels. But how it ended was basically they contacted the French, and the French put them in contact with the rebel commander who had been wounded, and then South Africa had took the rebel commander in and gave him military treatment, right? And then that was basically the end of the whole thing. But my point over here, it doesn't matter how much training you have, it doesn't matter how much intel you have, okay, things go wrong, okay? And it's your experience of your officer corps. Now, understanding that because of the history of South Africa, it has a very, very good officer corps, right? And that includes, in contrary with Sizwe, old SADF soldiers, they'd been fighting, numerous wars, and that's how you get yourself out of it. Okay. So the reason why America trains, and by the Brits, and why Europe trains their standing armies, is that if they're going to major combat, okay, it's not that this army is going to be able to beat the other army. It's that those soldiers are then used as the commissioned or the non-commissioned officers of your larger, lesser trained army. That's purely the principle of why they do that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Counting T.
One more thing about
Flyhead hole whacker G script.
Great. Hey, one more thing about the situation in Ukraine is that the counteroffensive failed, but remember that like Russia is really cryptic about their like operations. They have a heavy OPSEC thing going on there, and they let go of information, but it's really controlled. So one thing that I was thinking, what if like the stats that we can see are like not the actual stats, like the amount of armor and the ordnance and the firepower and the air power that the Ukrainian was using actually was different, and so that's why it was a viable plan. It failed anyway, but like to us, it seems like super ridiculous that it failed so miserably, but we don't actually know what was in play. Maybe they had a huge Air Force, and the Air Force was taken out before the like all these deep strikes. There was like this S-300 genocide going on before the counteroffensive. I remember that there was like a systematic destruction of air defense systems that were deployed to the front lines during the counteroffensive. So like right before the counteroffensive. So I was thinking maybe we don't actually, like, it seems ridiculous to us. It seemed ridiculous before, and it seems even more ridiculous now that it failed. But what if they were actually counting on more assets and they kind of lost them along the way, and then they were like, shit, we already sort of pumped this thing up.
No, hang on. The Russians haven't changed the way they've been fighting, right? So when the Bush War was going on, I don't know if you've ever heard about the Battle of Quataqanabale. Okay, it was a significant battle that happened in Angola. So what the Russians were doing to the South African troops at the time was exactly what they did to the Ukrainians. All right. So what they would do is they would have these trenches with the zigzags and all that kind of stuff. South African mechanized goes in, gets into the trenches, and all they've done is pre-planned their artillery at you. That's the strategy. That's how simple it actually is. All right? You either withdraw or you die. Okay, and they haven't changed that strategy. That's what happened there. Simple. That's just as simple as what it is.
There are orcs in that tabletop game, like D&D.
Nice.
Well, can I go?
Please let me
go. I just wanted to say that I think that remote detonation thing of the drones is a thing already, because we have seen a video where a soldier went to grab a drone and he managed to grab it, and then the moment he grabs it, then it explodes and then kills it. So I think that has to be a remote detonation because there was no impact to the drone. The guy just kind of used his hand to grab it. Yeah, and this, all this tabletop exercise is just like what we do when we do predictive analytics modeling. You have garbage in, you're gonna get garbage out, and we know what happened when they tried to game the counter offensive, because before that they every time they attacked, and then in Kharkiv, and then the Russians withdrew, so they thought that the Russians ran away, and then they attacked in Kherson, and then the Russians withdrew, so they thought that every time they attack, the Russians are just going to run away. So they thought that with the whatever force they had, the Russians aren't going to stand their ground, they're just going to run away in fear, and that was their tabletop analysis. And of course,
but look at the fortifications.
Huh?
They had massive fortifications.
Yeah, but
yeah,
exactly. I mean, we could all see that, but from the Ukrainians' perspective, it's like every time I attack, they run away, And the Russians have this. They have this area where they're supposed to run away, right? They have this area where they're supposed to back off, and then they have the fortifications, and then they stand their ground there. So the Ukrainians mistook that area, them taking that area to say that, hey, these Russians are cowards. Every time we attack, they run away. So yeah, they just misread the situation.
But from what I understood as well, from talking to my contact, the Russians sometimes deliberately retreat. They want the Ukrainian to enter the trenches, and the trenches will be all rigged with booby traps. So
exactly,
and not just that with the booby traps, these also all already targeted with artillery. So the artillery will just land.
Saying. Yeah.
Then after
exactly
that,
what happened. Yeah.
Then after that, the Ukrainians either they die or they quickly run away. The Russians will return. Then the front line don't change. So this is pretty standard, Russian operation in Ukraine as well.
I'm talking about the 1980s and 1970s here, right? So we're not
it's
talking
still the
about
same tactic.
It's the same tactics, right? And
if it works, why change it? It works.
Well, so sorry, I know that you're going to talk over here, but so South Africa started. they developed a munition which was made from what's that stuff that puts you to sleep? That gas, ether. And it was and basically what they would do is they would drop the ether into the trenches, and then they would have an igniter just right after it. That's how they were dealing with the trenches. Okay.
Virgin first. Virgin raised her finger first, right?
Hello, guys. Nice to see you again. I just joined because of Counting Teeth's argument that the Russians are doing the same as always, and this seems to be a argument that is commonplace in the West, that the Russian military doctrine is something very monolithic and frozen in time and changed every 100 years or something. But there is a nice video from Millennium 7 that you could watch after you watch DPA, and he explains very nicely. He studied exactly this point that the Russians are very fluent in their doctrine. They change it often, and it is very openly discussed. And there is a lot of disagreements, and they're adopting constantly the doctrines. So I don't think that they are doing all the same. They're learning and they're implementing all the stuff that they learn into the doctrines. Obviously, the doctrines are major stuff that is on strategic level. What individual commanders do on the spot, for instance, avoiding some trenches to bomb it later on, is obviously some tactical stuff. But the major doctrines, that they are on the constant development. That's what I wanted to answer to Counting Teeth. It's a nice watch if you want to look it later on, as I said.
Yeah, I saw that video. It was really interesting.
Yeah, I just want to reply to
It was the Cubans in NATO, Q&A, not Russians.
Yeah, so strategically, right, to be able to do the doctrine, you need to be able to have your logistics in place to do that, right? So what I'm getting at is, if you're not running an artillery war this way, then why are you making artillery? Now, I'm not saying they don't have other options. What I am saying is this is the way Russians fight. They fought the Germans this way. Yeah. You know, and I'm not saying that's the only thing that they could do.
They didn't fight the Germans this way. It was mobile warfare mostly, and it killed a lot of Russians. Yeah.
It killed a lot of Russians. Kursk,
yeah,
you know, Kursk was in the trenches, you know.
But they're only fighting this way now because they're basically pretty much stuck on static lines right next to each other, you know. And plus, with the implementation of all these new drones and stuff, that's a massive shift. I know people have gone over it before, but you know, these FPV droners there, some of them are just so good at doing what they do that, you know, they between 10, sometimes even more, depending on where they are, 10 to 4 kilometers. These guys can just take out anything, go through windows, and you know, you've seen what they can do. And those little X-frame things, they're easy to make, cheap as piece of cake, and that's a total different thing altogether. To stop them, you know, you'd think it would, because I've got lots of drones and stuff, and they, you know, you put up some wire, and they'll hit the wire, they'll get stuck in the wire, they'll spin around and go off, and you know. So I can see in the future they're already adapting this. Cope cages are one thing, but I don't think they're perfected that system yet. But in the trenches, they could easily put cope cages along, you know, covers and put these wires in. You know, they'll get the drones still, but you know, at least you'll hang a few of them up in the wires and stuff like that, just to save a lot of these guys, because you can already see them doing it. There's already video of wires going through all the trenches and stuff like that, and that's a whole different war. But you know, I think comparing this war to World War to the other world wars, you could probably compare it a little bit to World War I in certain places and World War II in some, but it's a whole different war because it's a totally modern war. And the Russians the Russians before they used to drop. I remember I used to watch them in Syria, and they'll be dropping like precision bombs, and they'll be off by like so many meters or whatever. And I'll see the Americans, and they'll always bang on target when they showed their videos. And the Russians, they were always off. But now, man, they got those Krasnopil rounds, they've got those the cornets, and they've got tanks, everything. They can take everything out from anywhere, really. They're just so they're just so precise now. It's not funny. So they're actually learning in real time how to fight a modern war, and they're getting much better. Anyway, yeah, that was all I was going to say.
First of all, World War One wasn't just a static war, right? That's looking at it from a very Western viewpoint. On the Eastern Front, it was a very mobile war, or relatively mobile, according to the Western front.
By comparison.
Yeah. By comparison, yeah. The same goes for World War II. It wasn't all, running around in tanks and doing mobile warfare.
There was attrition too.
It is attrition, exactly. So, and I'm not suggesting the Russians only know one way of doing things, but I can tell you now that this way of doing with the trenches is exceptionally effective.
Yeah.
And it works.
I'd say what you're right, and Millennium 7+* is right, but the part of developing a doctrine is not throwing away what works. It evolves.
Exactly. So and it worked exceptionally well in the counteroffensive.
Yeah. No, they haven't figured out a way to deal with that yet. So
no, and the Ukrainians without air power are not going to break that.
Yeah, Bojan is right, like what he says about and the Millennium
7+*.
That episode is really interesting. But what I'd like to say is that Counting Teeth wasn't talking about Russian doctrine. He was talking about their tactics and like things that work are usually maintained but the Russian doctrine is super interesting. It has a really philosophical perspective to it about how war should function at a larger scale, at a strategic sort of political strategic scale. And what I was thinking about, like that Russian tactic of sort of locking on trenches and vacating them so that the enemy can occupy them and then have predetermined target is that maybe that's the reason why the front lines are sometimes so wacky. Like like there's positions occupied by Ukraine that are totally irrational. Like how could they be there? Right now there was this whole thing in Volyan, I think is the name of the town, where there's like a double encirclement, where the Ukrainians are trapped in the citadel because the Russians are occupying the aggregate plant, and the Russians are trapped in the aggregate plant because the Ukrainians are attacking the corridor between. And it's really interesting what's going on there. But I think that's one of the reasons why the front lines sometimes are so wacky is that the Russians are occupying a territory, but they actually vacate it. Like they take a territory and they have a sort of symbolic presence there or none at all, and they're just waiting for the enemy to come and reoccupy them. I was thinking that's probably one of the reasons why we sometimes don't understand the logic of the positioning of the front lines.
Mr. Da Silva, indeed, brother. However, the ruse made it possible. Thanks for coming on at Counting Teeth. Our history is often neglected.
Go ahead, Juan.
I agree with most of the stuff you said, but in addition to arguing against Counting Teeth, at least how I understood it, I was listening for a while now, and I heard a lot of how the Russians are learning and how it's great for Russia and stuff, But I hate it to be me to say it's not just a one-sided sword; it's a double-sided sword. The West is also learning. They have military observers. This was historically always the case, and obviously they are very ingrained in this Ukrainian army, and they have donated lots of weapons, often just a few pieces, And the obvious reason for that is that they just want to learn how the stuff really works, you know, and how the Russians will react on it, and how they will try to fight it. So the learning is good. Yeah, it's going on in both directions. It's not a one-side road, you know. And maybe if you would like to later on go in another direction, there was a lot of talk about NATO joining the war or preparing for joining the war in the last days, weeks, by several commentators, at least, and that Russia is preparing, in fact, for exactly that. You know, would like to hear what is your opinion on that.
Yeah, it makes sense. It totally makes sense to me that NATO is in the war. They're in the war, and that's the thing. What you're saying is true. The experience goes both ways, and that's why I was asking about, like, what is the level of theoretical adaptation that militaries have to what happens in other wars. Because yeah, NATO has a presence there, but of course the side that gets more attrited is the side that loses more experience also, because you're losing experience. Because that's the thing. You can observe a war and learn a lot about it, but you're not learning as much as being participants in. And if your participants are dying, then you're losing that experience faster than what you can acquire it. So that's my question. Like, what level of learning can NATO actually have if they're not, like, their boots on the ground? And sure, they have boots on the ground, and they've been there since the start, probably, like all these volunteers. Sure, there's volunteers, but I'm sure there's a bunch of specialists that are there commissioned, I imagine. And the reason they haven't gone into the war yet is because it would be super controversial back home, and it also would be an embarrassment if that doesn't change the tide of the war.
Go ahead, Hafkas.
Yep. Sorry, you go.
No, you go for it. Yeah, and I said there's a problem with NATO entering the war. It's that if you escalate like that, you know, you have a possibility of bringing China in as well. You know, and so it's just not like, yeah. And if you bring China in, you're bringing in the logistics hub of the world. It's going to be, I don't want to say interesting. And on that point as well, everybody's talking about Taiwan, about where, and Philippines, about where that war is going to happen. And I don't think it's going to happen there. I think it's going to happen in Korea. You know, and yeah.
So I just
that's exactly what I think as well.
Just before I throw the Hafkas. So I just want to talk about the plannings and, you know, learning lessons and whatnot. When we train in the military, we always train in very perfect conditions. Like, we always imagine that we have everything that we have. So no, in reality, is that no military can cope with losses along the way until you start your operation. Then all your plans will be all haywire. It just exactly happened to the Ukrainians, where the counteroffensive, you know, they have all these beautiful plans, but as they move into position, you know, air defense start to get destroyed. The ammo dumps starting to get destroyed, and then one by one things just start to disappear. And by the time they are ready to start, they do not have the full set of the things that they needed, be it the air force, the air support, the helicopters, the artillery. Then by the time they went to the offensive, they are already, like, half of what they can do. And this is actually a real issue. You know, even when we are in military training, we can feel it. You know, we're supposed to do certain things. You know, or we are supposed to have 2 guys going to do the flanking movement, or 3 guys do the flanking movement, the other 4, you know, doing suppression. What if half of them is dead? It's going to have 1 guy doing the flanking movement and 2 guys doing suppression. It's just not doable anymore. No, when we train, we don't plan to have losses. So, and that is that is just the reality of all militaries around the world. We have to train because we train in the perfect condition, because we are training on how to operate. But in real war, you know, just like, you know, the famous boxing or MMA, you know, idiom, right? everyone have a plan until you get punched in the face. No, after that, no.
Mike Tyson.
Exactly.
Half cast.
Yeah, I just sort of think if NATO entered the war, wouldn't be a good thing because yeah, obviously the repercussions of what could happen are pretty major. But I do think they might, in some way, try to influence it a little bit more than they're doing now. Just if they do see Ukraine pretty much capitulating, which they're seeing at the moment, and pretty much after what Putin said, I think that speech of his was that was a cool speech, but it was a bit of a terrifying one too. I think for the Western powers and the EU and stuff. But whether they took it seriously or not, I'm not sure. But those peace agreements are going to be a tough one to swallow. But hey, man, if they don't, they might end up losing it anyway. So it just means it costs more men and more lives. But yeah, that's just the way it goes, I suppose. And yeah, hopefully, I do hope NATO does back down. One side's got to back down at some stage, or both sides, and just sort this thing out, because it's not a good thing. We all know it's not a good thing, and it's just you don't see any. It's just ridiculous having a peace plan in one place and then Putin saying something in another place, and how do you get a peace plan going like that? It's just crazy. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, I just think NATO should definitely not go in full blog, because it wouldn't be good. I don't think it'll be good. It'll be seen as a massive threat.
I'll go after Drew.
I just wanted to say that I don't think NATO would ever enter the war. But if they do, China won't enter the war either. If China is all about China, as long as the war stays in Ukraine, they won't enter the war, like send troops there. They might produce stuff for Russia. That's not beyond China. China will happily produce a bunch of stuff to Russia and then sell it to them. That's what they're about. They're about business. So they, unless something crosses China's red lines, which is like if Russia gets invaded, maybe China might step in, maybe. And even then, I'm not sure. The only time China will get in is if Taiwan declares independence. Then their hands are tied. They have to go and invade Taiwan. They can't do anything about that. Yeah. But China is not going to send troops into Ukraine if NATO sends troops into Ukraine. They'll just send weapons to the Russians, and then the Russians can, use Russian lives to fight NATO. So yeah, and I agree. Counting teeth. Unless the Philippines attacks China or Taiwan declares independence, China is never going to using military means fight either of these two places. China also knows that the one result that the Western powers want is for the Chinese to fight the Chinese, which means for China to invade Taiwan. So you have Chinese killing Chinese. Just like in Ukraine, you have Slavs killing Slavs, right? The Ukrainians fighting Russia's own people. And then in the Middle East, you have the Iraqis fighting the Iranians. So you have the Arabs fighting the Arabs, the Muslims fighting the Muslims. That's what the West likes to do. They like to make the own people fight the own people, so that they weaken each other, and then they are chaotic, so they cannot rise up and challenge the West. So China knows that. So that's the last thing it wants to do. So if the pressure is really, really, really getting heavy on China, I think what China is going to do is just unleash dear old Kim, because Kim has been itching to invade South Korea for ever since he came to power. If you listen to the way he talks, that guy is crazy. The only reason he doesn't do it because China tells him, don't do it, I won't support you. And then if he invades it, and then he'll be the one facing against everybody. So if China just goes, I might think of supporting, I might think of helping you if the US, after you invade, if the US gets involved, I think he will just invade. And then what you have would be Koreans fighting Koreans again, not Chinese fighting Chinese, and I think the China is okay with that. So that will create enough chaos in the region that won't, the US wouldn't have the capacity to go and poke China some more. All the attention will go to the new, like, Korean War 2.0. Yeah. Okay.
So
Bradley.
Yeah, before we go too far off of what we were discussing about the tabletop exercises, the one thing that I remember hearing Ben Hodges saying is that he admitted that Ukrainian soldiers were the finest soldiers he had ever seen in action or worked with. So he said that came out of his mouth. So he admits that Ukrainian soldiers are finer soldiers than American soldiers, and he said that they use our American equipment in ways that nobody knew that they could be used. The equipment is capable of a lot more than we knew, and he said that in particular, what we're learning from the Ukraine war a lot with the people that we have on the ground there is about counter-artillery combat. The counter-artillery is something that he says America was lacking in, and this is something that we're getting a sobering lesson in right now. When in terms of NATO entering the war, I think this is like a half bluff. I think they maybe they want to move in troops to hold on to some chunks of Ukraine, like Odessa or Kiev. I could see that. But if they enter the war, then with what artillery? We don't even have artillery rounds for training. What are the Russians going to do what Saddam did during Iraq 1 and just give us half a year to haul our jets and our tanks onto, close to the Russian borders and just not do anything? I don't think so. So even if NATO wants to, I don't see what options they have. It's not a lot. Go ahead, Counting Teeth.
Okay, so again, from an African perspective, right? So you need to understand is that the world is actually at war, right? So a lot of people will talk about Ukraine, they will talk about the Middle East, and then they talk about the potential of China and things like that. But you need to understand that in Africa, right? Africa is kind of divided into two parts, right? There's the SADC, which is the Southern African Development thing. That basically it starts from the DRC downwards, so it'll include DRC, Malawi, Mozambique, Angola, South Africa, Namibia, and things like that. Currently, South Africa has got troops that are deployed in the DRC, and they're basically fighting French-sponsored Rwandan troops. I don't know if you know about this. Probably not.
No.
But, yeah. Well, again, it's Africa, right? Nobody cares. But yeah, so it's true. It's actually the joke, right? That South Africa's economy, I think, is 3 times the size of Denmark. Putting it out there, but Africa. Anyway, but the point I'm trying to make over there is that there is actually a world war going. So when people start talking about the global South, they're not realizing that the global South, being particularly South Africa or the southern SADC countries, are actually already in a war with against French hegemony. So you guys are seeing Niger, and you're seeing some of Nigeria and the East African alliances, but there's more than that is actually going on, right? So yeah, I'm just putting just for something for you guys to think about. Africa is exceptionally rich in resources, be that oil, gold. I know there's an Australian that thought that they're the only providers of coal the last time I listened to one of these, but South Africa exports a large amount of India's coal, or India gets a large amount of its coal from South Africa. DRC is probably the richest country in the world in terms of resources. So a lot of your lithium for your batteries and that kind of stuff comes from it. I think they're responsible for like 40% of your batteries. It comes out of DRC. So, yeah, anyway, my point is that the world is actually at war. It's just nobody's realizing it. And I think the French are feeling the heat at the moment. Okay. If that makes sense.
Well, that would mean we've always been at war then. constantly.
We're not really at war.
No,
Bunch of
no, it's
politicians
not real war. It's
that's directing a relatively small group of people right now to go at it in the fields in Eastern Europe. And war means we won't have this. If the world is at war, we won't have
no,
this.
no. This is
trying to get you.
no. This is Eurasia has always been at war with East Asia. You know,
yes.
It was one Orwellian, right? Okay?
Yes,
and it's a battle for resources.
Been that way since before Napoleon. They've always tried to
No, but
take
yeah,
out
we-
Russia and China.
We realize every once in a while in the open mic that the world is actually at war. It happens from time to time, but it's not all the time. But yeah, if you look at it, it's usually like the same interests competing for the entire globe. Like there's conflict in Africa, like the DRC with Rwanda. I've seen about that, but yeah, there's a bunch of things going on that I don't know about, but just by the things that I know about, like the conflict in Myanmar, Middle East, in Asia, and well, in America, in Latin America, we have like a bunch of really chaotic situations going around, especially in the like equatorial area. And so it's also the same thing going on. It's always like the hegemonic financial structure and competing with other interests, and it's like it's been going on for a while. It's not something new. It's just that we're entering a hotter phase of the situation.
Yeah. Okay.
Like there's more conflicts erupting.
You got to look. Okay, so this is I'm going to get really African now, right? So you need to understand that everybody looks at Africa as this corrupt continent, right? What you need to understand is who is buying African politicians, right? So, for example, in South Africa, we've got Jacob Zuma, an ex-president, and he's been accused of corruption. But go look at who was paying him, and that was Thales in France, right? So Thales so what happened is my marketing. So Thales basically bribed him, right? And they admitted it in the French court. They paid the French government a fine, right? But we left with the corrupt politician. So in other words, it's beneficial. Well, even if they get caught, paying off foreign leaders, the government gets a tax. That's how bad it is, right? And if you go look at all the African leaders, you're going to see that over there. So we've got a big corruption scandal brewing now with our electricity grid, right? We built some new power stations, and there was corruption involved. But if you go look at who are the people that were bribing the politicians, it turns out Hitachi, that's Japanese. It turns out ABB, that's Swiss. There's a French company that was providing the electronics. Am I making sense when I say this? And you need to understand the difference now, and why Africa is welcoming the Chinese, is that even though the Chinese may be bribing our leadership, we're getting ports and rail and airports and roads being built. Does that make sense? Okay. So now you understand why Africa would lean more towards China and Russia and things like that, even if there is corruption, right? So, and this is something
Yeah, totally.
And this is something I don't understand, right? How come America's involved supplying arms to a country where its leader's son is in a bribery scandal?
Nobody understands. It's super weird.
I mean, I'm just pointing out to you how obvious this actually is.
Well, correlation is not causation.
Okay. You know how obvious this actually is, right?
Well, yeah, but we can see a trend, and yeah, it's like I've made this point a couple of times that like corruption isn't corruption when it's efficient. Corruption is only corruption when it drains the system. Like if it creates, like, I don't know, sort of Western capitalism is always applauded.
Hang on, I'm going to stop you. You mean if it keeps Africa poor, right? or you
No,
claim
no,
to. So hang on. No, because this argument's be made against Africa. In other words, yes, all politicians are corrupt, but African politicians take more of the cake, and that's why it is. This is the arguments made by the West, and here's the problem.
No, it's not what I mean. But go on.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? If you go look at France and Niger, right? They're paying $10 a kilogram for uranium. You know, they're charging their populace as if they're buying it at $200. Okay, where is the $190 going to? That's in the French nuclear system. That's corruption. That is at the expense of Africa. Okay.
No, yeah, I understand.
It's obvious,
what I
man.
meant,
Obvious.
but what I meant wasn't that I wasn't making an argument about Africa. I was making a general argument that I've made before, that it's that, like, if it benefits the system, then it's not corruption. And that's my point about, like, sovereignty, because the problem with puppet leaders is that there's no interest in the system. You know, so like a country can be super corrupt, like, I don't know, let's say Russia is really corrupt. Of course, there's a lot of propaganda there, but just for the sake of argument, let's say Russia is really corrupt. It probably is, I don't know, they say it is, but what I see from over here, far away, is that it's growing. You know, like from a really dysfunctional system, it's been passed under competent leadership, it's been growing. It's economically, socially, internationally, geopolitically, whatever. So that's competent leadership, you know, because it can be super corrupt, but as long as the system is growing, it's beneficial. And when you don't have sovereignty, then the corruption is against the system. It drains the system, because the interest isn't in the land, in the territory. The interest is elsewhere. It's a bought politician. It's and that's what I can see, like, consistently with like American proxies or American puppet regimes, is that they tend to be super incompetent, because you need, like, really incompetent people that are incapable of growing their own system to be able to benefit from it more. They're just competent enough to be able to obey orders. And so, like, it tends to happen that where we see corruption, it's not because there's more corruption than elsewhere, it's just that the interests of that corruption is outside the system. That's what I see about it. And yeah, there's a lot of violence behind that interest being outside the system, because you really need to sort of defeat a nation violently to be able to install puppets that aren't interested in the nation. Unless you're the US. Then you just buy them with APAC money.
But here's the problem, right? So you're obviously aware that South Africa had apartheid, and there was a negotiated settlement, right? The problem is who negotiated the settlement, okay? So I suppose Alistair Crook, if you want to go watch some of his stuff, and he'll explain it to you. It wasn't the negotiation wasn't between, it's complicated, but it wasn't between white people and black people, right? It was done via Anglo-American and De Beers. Okay? That's the problem. That's the problem of corruption. So better or for worse, I think it's about money. That's what I'm getting at.
I feel like we can all agree corruption is bad and it's everywhere. And I'm not really sure why we're going to spend an hour talking about corruption again. I mean, seriously, corruption in Africa. Oh my God, it's a shocking news revelation. Corruption in Russia, corruption in Ukraine. I mean, come on. Talk about some corruption, move the fuck on already. It's fucking ridiculous.
Bon, we're not talking about corruption. We're talking
No,
about,
I mean, seriously. I mean, we talk about corruption all the time.
It's irregular warfare. It's unconventional warfare. What we're talking about is how you capture a nation through means that are military and then non-military once the capture has already been made military. So, like, yeah, the corruption we're talking about is actually how nations take control of other nations after the military conflict, which has been in Africa and Latin America and Asia. And we're seeing that happen right now, just that right now we're having like an experience of seeing a situation in which the colonization effort, the military capture is failing in multiple places. So that's what's interesting of this period, that we're seeing how the war is starting to shift its balance globally from like what it's always been, that sort of some nation wants to achieve some certain level of sovereignty and they're crushed, and then another one and they're also crushed, like Libya, like Iraq, like Iran, and they're crushed by military means or like non-military or unconventional warfare means. And right now we're seeing like first with Russia that sort of pushed back and is starting to change the balance of global control, and that other places can also push back, and there's less sort of resources to overcome those uprising nations, which is how the conflict in Ukraine relates with the conflict in Africa. But go ahead, Vaughn, pick another subject if you like.
Hang on, I just want to finish.
No, I just didn't want. I'm just saying, I just don't want to get lost just on the corruption. I mean, if it's specific to an event, that's one thing. But I just don't want to. We all know there's corruption in everywhere in the MIC and all that. I just don't want to get in a rabbit hole like that. So
can I just talk about on that? It's kind of about corruption, but not at the same time. Look at how Russia sort of went into Chechnya the second time. They basically, took it. Blew it to bits, and they had to because they were fighting against who they were fighting against. But the thing is, look at Chechnya now. It looks really good from the outside. On the inside, who knows? But the Russians have got that thing locked down now, pretty much. And that's what's going to happen to Ukraine. That's going to happen to Ukraine. They're gonna Chechnya Ukraine, basically. And I don't blame them, because unless the West can stop them, which I'm not sure they got the capacity to do, I think a deal's going to be out there soon. But yeah.
So we got some new people that need the intro. Hassan.
Anyway, who?
Yeah, I'm not new. I've been here. Yeah, I've been here a couple times before. Hi, everyone. It's your boy, your Yemeni boy. American Yemeni boy. Just making a midnight snack. It's around 1:45 where I'm at right now, so it's kind of past midnight. I like the discussion about corruption, but it's a pretty simple idea. I mean, it's exporting corruption, weaponizing, corruption. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing, and yeah, I bet everybody does it. Everybody who can do it does it. But it was a good discussion.
Yeah, actually, everyone is not new here. If it's new, I will probe them to intro. Yeah, but I think Virgin is next. Virgin is raising his hands.
Yeah, you have my mic on. Yes. Regarding the corruption issue, I also think it's not a really that important issue, because it's really not the corruption that is making the Western states exploit some of Africa and other states. It's a side issue. It's mostly the force of the Western hegemony that was doing the exploiting, and the corruption is just to silence a few politicians. You just need to look on examples, precedences which have been set, Libya and stuff. If you don't play the game, then you can see what happens. It was even talked to Putin in this way. He should have had a look what happened to Gaddafi. But the corruption issue is not the real issue.
Next topic, I can hear you don't live in Africa, and I'm sorry to say that, but the corruption issue affects Africans, right? So you don't live with load shedding because of this, right?
Yeah, we
No,
have
no, you know,
corruption
yeah,
in my area as well. A
yeah,
lot of corruption.
yeah. So it is a big thing in Africa.
Yeah, but I think it will start to change. I think it will start to change because no, the U.S. hegemony is no weakening. Europe is going to deindustrialize, or at least go into economic chaos. All self-imposed. Actually, all this wouldn't happen, but they just made it happen themselves. So, and I think they will have no time to deal with the Africans. So the Africans will have time, and they have Russia helping them geopolitically, militarily, and they have China to help out with investments. So there's a lot more counterweight for Africa to maneuver. So I think things will change a lot. So yeah, we can look forward. I think the future for Africa is rather bright. But before the brightness will come, there is a lot of chaos, because there's a revolutions happening all over to eject all these pro-Western or corrupted officials out. As we can see, the entire half of Africa is now in chaos right now. So we can move to another topic. I think Counting Thief earlier was talking about asking about Israel, right? And I say that maybe you can talk about it later. Counting Thief, you want to start off on what you want to talk about on the Israel issue? Actually, I'm not sure. Israel, Palestine.
No, just
Oh, apartheid.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, if you wanted to understand, or you wanted to ask questions of whether Israel is an apartheid state or not, I can give you some insight. If that's what you want.
Yes, please. I mean the perspective from a South African on what is apartheid, and
well, that's exactly what it boils down to, right? Because the word's thrown out a lot, So, and I think most people associate apartheid with segregation, right? And there's an idea of it's a segregated society and things like that. But you need to understand that in South Africa, segregation was there before apartheid, right? So apartheid was something else over and above segregation. So there's basically, apartheid is a political system. It actually has got a lot to do with colonialism prior to, so it goes back about 300 years. So obviously there was the Cape Town was colonized by the Dutch, and then in the Anglo-Dutch War, the British came, and they basically what happened is that the Dutch speakers were marginalized, so they moved on into the interior of South Africa, and there was an idea. There was a lot of battles and a lot of fights that happened when they. So you need to understand, you can't look at the world like it is today. Africa, and particularly South Africa, wasn't filled wall to wall with people. There was a significant part of the interior that was pretty empty, and they moved into the interior. They came into contact with the Zulus, and they had contact with the Zulus via trade stuff before. But eventually they formed what's called the Boer Republic in Natal, and it was, and they, anyway, I'm going to cut quite a long story short. But this was an idea of being apart. But this was particularly something to do with Africa, with Dutch on Afrikaans. So that's and the reason why I'm telling this is there's a genesis here. Okay. So move on about 50 odd years after that, there was gold. They were very poor people. Okay, gold was discovered in what they call the Witwatersrand, which is Transvaal or Gauteng today, and the Brits wanted that, so the Brits basically went to war with the republics. Okay, and then there was a lot of atrocities that the British did, just as a matter of interest. The concentration camp was invented in South Africa by the British. They basically took the poor women and children and put them into concentration camps, and a significant amount of them died. Okay, So misunderstand, there's already an antagonistic. So what I'm actually getting at over here is it's not just a white thing. Okay, there's a Afrikaans element to it, and there is a English element to it, right? Okay. Anyway, move on a little bit. The Union of South Africa was formed, and again, segregation was there, and then you started having there's a philosophical thing that started happening. So during the quick track, something called the Battle of Blood River happened, and there is a religious part of it, right? So the Boers won this battle, and essentially they called it a covenant with God, that God gave them the promised land, right? So now you start having your parallels with the Jews, right? The promised land. Anyway, moving on a little bit further, in the 1920s and 1930s, this idea of apartheid now became separate, as in, like, we're God's people, we need to be separate from other people. And then that came up, and there was a guy called Verwoerd, and he came up with this idea. So I don't know if you Americans will be aware of the kind of things that Malcolm X would have said. So Verwoerd had this idea that Afrikaans people need to be ruled by an Afrikaner, taught by an Afrikaner, policed by an Afrikaner. A Zulu needs to be ruled by a Zulu. Okay, and that is the beginning of the genesis of apartheid that you know now, right? So, and I'm being very brief about this. Then that was what we would call grand apartheid, and then in 1948, okay, and here's something that a lot of people don't know, is that non-whites could vote in South Africa prior to 1948, right? And particularly in the Cape Colonies. So it wasn't that there wasn't any voting rights. And then even during apartheid, black people could vote as well. Their votes didn't mean anything. So now we're going to get into why. Okay, so what I'm getting at over here is the genesis of apartheid is very, very different to what you would have with the state of Israel. So I'm making the case here against them being an apartheid state, and I'm going to make the case for them, right? So the genesis is very different. So South Africa never went through a war of independence, which Israel did. It was more of a evolution via voting, right? So when apartheid started, which was after 1948, because it basically lasted 40 years, you had two forms of apartheid. You had something called grand apartheid, which was this concept that each of the races needs to rule themselves, teach themselves, police themselves, and all of that kind of stuff. And then you had something called petty apartheid, which was the laws that came into being, right? Now this actually gets quite important, because petty apartheid would have, trying to think what it's called now, but something like the Group Areas Act, which meant that if you were Zulu or if you were Xhosa, this is where you had to live, right? So Zulus lived in KwaZulu-Natal, Xhosas lived in the Ciskei, and so on. Am I making sense when I say? And in those, they're called homelands or Bantustans, you had voting rights. Okay, so am I making sense when I say this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Long before the Aborigines got voting rights, Mr. Australia. Okay, but the votes meant nothing. There was no political power. All right. So when somebody says that, and I'm going to get to the Bantustans now. Okay. When somebody says that Israel is not an apartheid state because it doesn't have the trappings of what we call petty apartheid, which is whites only, non-whites, right? They don't have that. But that wasn't apartheid. That was what they call petty apartheid. What apartheid actually was, this idea that, well, this is now the grand apartheid and the Bantustans, was that you have this forced removal of these people and put into these particular areas. Like I said, KwaZulu-Natal, you can think of that like Palestinians live in Gaza. Making sense? West Bank, this kind of Palestinian stays there, and so on. And then within those areas, okay, if resources were discovered, and this is late in the 70s, what they would do is that they would have forced removal of those people to make way for access to those resources. And by those resources could be anything from minerals to just pure farmland or grazing land. Okay, making sense. Okay, so so when somebody makes the defense that Israel's not apartheid, it's not apartheid in the sense of petty apartheid. However, when South African government makes the claim that it's an apartheid state, they are talking about homelands and Bantustans. We're making sense. So the claim is actually different. Right.
Yeah, that
Any
makes
questions?
sense. So
Yeah, it sounds like the Russians' accusation of Ukrainians are Nazi and the Ukrainians' accusation of Russia is Nazi. Both are Nazis in different ways, but they are both Nazis. Something like this, right?
but it's quite important because the defense that Israel's not. So this is so I don't know if you know who Judge Goldstone is, right? He's actually South African. He's a Jewish South African guy, and he was the first prosecutor of the RCJ, which is the one that prosecuted Yugoslavian war crimes. That he was the first prosecutor there, and he says that Israel's not an apartheid state because it doesn't have the laws, what they call petty apartheid laws. Okay, which is okay.
So it's a technicality. They're not wrong, but
yeah,
they're getting off on a technicality.
It's yes, because if you look at the way that it's structured, right, it's where you have Palestinians living in Palestine, and by the way, you need to understand that it's not hi. I've got some Palestinians living in Israel, right? It's not that. It's that. You know, those Palestinians live in Gaza, you know, and those other Palestinians, they live in the West Bank. Am I making sense when I say that it's the Bantustan part of apartheid is where the claim is being made. Okay.
Yeah, it's all about the technical details rather than the reality. It does sounds like that, right? Yeah.
So I kind of have a follow-up question. So like
Sure.
apartheid doesn't seem like a workable system in today's modern world. But the Palestine case is interesting because number one, they have an apartheid system, and number two, they have undue influence on American politics. And you know, we're the big, I don't want to say big bear. We're like the, you know, we got Uncle Sam carrying a big stick, right? And Israel looks right now a lot like a settler colonialists who want to, you know, due to the native populations of their lands that they're now occupying what the Americans did with the Amerindians. They don't want to do the two-state solution. They sure as hell don't want to do the single-state solution. And so that leaves them with only the options of apartheid. And if not that, then ethnic cleansing.
Well, apartheid is a two-state solution. Okay, so you need to understand something about apartheid, right? Is that these Bantustans that were created, the South African government wanted them recognized by the UN, and the UN said no.
Okay.
They didn't want anything to do with them, actually. Like I said, you got to think of it like you have this grand apartheid idea, okay, which was the early parts of apartheid with Verwoerd, which was, like I said, you know, Afrikaner gets taught by an Afrikaans teacher, and you know, Zulu gets taught. And by the way, anyway, so they tried a lot. They tried desperately to actually have them, and this is like where the irony start coming in. So they tried desperately to actually have them recognized as independent states and things like that. So you can think of it like a two-state solution or a many-state solution in South Africa's case. Back onto your thing, apartheid is not a solution, a workable solution in any circumstance, and the reason why is because you essentially are taking or denigrating a significant portion of your populace. So think of it this way: if I was to build a rugby team, being South African, it's rugby, right? I want to choose the best players across the broader spectrum of my populace, right? When you have something like apartheid, what ends up happening is you now end up limiting your selection pool for the best people, basically, because now it's only whites or only Afrikaans or only Jewish. Or am I making sense when I say that?
So now you're separating them based on their, I don't know, culture.
No, it's disadvantageous. It's very disadvantageous for like meritocracy. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I wanted to make a question on that. Because
wait, before you ask the question, before you ask the question, I need to drop some super chats before people complain. So
okay, go ahead.
Easy. We talk about Kharkiv offensive.
No, we are talking about apartheid now. And there's another one. This one.
Big rainbow. Okay,
America
sorry.
is known as the Big Rainbow. Get it right.
Sorry.
So you guys are now known as Big Rainbowers.
Big rainbow. We got a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Well,
Happy Pride Month hashtags for Gaza.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Gabriel, you can continue.
It's funny. It's funny how like the conservatives who criticize the Gaza activists are like, oh, gays would be killed in Gaza, and the Israelis are like putting gay flags in Gaza, you know. So now gays can go to Gaza. It's like so contradictory. But what I wanted to ask was that, yeah, because we can see this sort of similarities in the apartheid that you're describing with all the other colonial projects, you know, how they have to sort of segregate or somehow disenfranchise the native population to be able to colonize them and use their and so, but yeah, like what you described sounds like sort of a logical conclusion of this colonial mentality.
No, I just want to stop you over there. I just want to stop you over there. So, the Bantus, right, which is one of the groups that live in South Africa, they themselves are colonizers by definition. They originate in Central. No, but the point is that I don't want to go down into colonizer, non-colonizer thing, right? Because the idea is that the original inhabitants of Southern Africa were the Khoisan, and they were displaced over a number of centuries from migrations from basically Central Africa down through to Southern Africa. So it's not, you know, it's not as simple as colonizers and so on. Yeah.
No, but my point was beyond that. That like, yeah, you have whenever one population tries to occupy and sort of exploit resources, whatever, from some territory occupied by another population, there's usually some level of disenfranchisement. You know?
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna give you the numbers, right? So in 1925, roughly, okay, around about 40% of the population in South Africa, right, we call modern day South Africa, was white, and about 60% was non-white.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is it's not as if South Africa was filled like it is today with 80 million people, right, of which only 3 million are white. Okay, so what I'm saying indirectly is it's not about the displacement of people, because KwaZulu-Natal, the Zulu kingdom, still exists pretty much somewhat in the same form as it did before. Okay.
Are you just basically trying to say that a few of the population of the populace controlled the vast majority? Is that all basically you're getting at?
Yeah. Yeah. The power was particularly in the Afrikaans population, yeah.
Oh yeah, but like, yeah, that always happens. That there's an organized few that achieves control over, will always achieve control over a disorganized many. And that also applies to the
racial element,
Africans. Not necessarily in the racial element, because in a particular race you always have a minority that controls and sort of takes advantage in certain ways, or it also has benefits, you know, because it organizes and it allows society. But the point is that you always have a minority that is taking control, an organized minority that is taking control over a majority. But the point is that what level of interaction between those two is sustainable in time.
Okay.
And so that's what I want to get out, because we have like a lot of examples worldwide of sort of colonial projects, and you could say that Russia is also a colonial project, because there was an expansion period where a lot of ethnic groups were assimilated into the Russian nation, and now in the Federation, and it would be interesting for me, like to if anyone knows anything about, or anyone from the area can explain how that cohabitation works out, because it seems like it's probably more functional than other sort of colonial projects, but maybe it's just as dysfunctional. But it would be interesting to see a comparison between like the different national, like the Chechen experiment. Like, how did Russia be able to crush the Chechens, and now they're totally integrated into the Russian system? And
by evil means, mate, by evil means.
Okay. So first of all, in the South African context,
but the effective means.
Yeah. So the colonial part was the Brits, right? And it was guy called Rhodes, all right, and it was about resources. And this is why I did the Voortrekker thing first, is because when the Voortrekker settled in Natal, okay, and there was conflict prior, but when they settled in Natal, they settled under alongside the Zulus, okay. So the Zulus and the Afrikaners have worked, I wouldn't say closely, but they've had quite a relatively good relationship politically for at least about 150 years. Okay. So, and what I'm getting at, for example, is that when England, the British Empire went into Natal and to turn it into a British colony, it was the Boers and the Zulus fought the English. Okay. Even after the Battle of Blood River, one of the immediate after effects was the overthrow of Dingaan, which was done in conjunction with one of Dingaan's relatives in the Boers. They fought together to overthrow Dingaan. So in other words, what I'm saying is it's a lot more complicated than black and white. It's what I'm actually getting at. All right.
Bojin, I think. Bojin.
You go ahead after Bojin. I want to go.
Yeah, so many questions, but I will constrain it to 2 questions. I'm not really sure that I have understood why we are discussing the point of apartheid in the case of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Is it that the Palestinians do not want to live in an apartheid system, or is it that the Palestinians do not want to live in an Israeli state, whether they are a second-class citizen or not? This is one question. I think they feel occupied and the land taken away from them, and they would like to reverse the situation. So they would not, in my opinion, as I understand it, they don't want to have a state Israel where they have the same rights like Israelis. They want to reverse the situation. The point that we're discussing apartheid is, just to finish, is that it's basically against the zeitgeist, the modern zeitgeist, that we do not want to have these kinds of second-class citizenships and stuff, especially in the Western world, in the liberal world. But this is then only a propagandistic topic. Basically, the Palestinians feel that they have taken rights and land away from them, and they want to reverse that. And I don't think that they care so much about apartheid. And then I also did not understand why you said that a two-state solution is apartheid, because if the Palestinians accepted that Israel has occupied some of their land, like happened a million times in history, just not in the recent times that other states have taken land from other countries. then they would have their own state, which is smaller, obviously Gaza and the Western Bank maybe, but they would have their own land with their own state, own laws and stuff. They would not be second-class citizens. I'm not sure that I understood.
Well, that's exactly. So you see, during apartheid, right? You had what's called the homelands or Bantustans, right? That was the very idea of it. So, for example, you created Zululand, okay, and in Zululand you had a monarch. You also had the elections. You had all of the trappings of the West. But what you didn't have was recognition of those as actual countries. They were still considered as part of South Africa, and that's the apartheid system.
Would that be the two-state solution, Israel-Palestina? I'm not sure that this is the case.
Well, it is the two-state solution because in apartheid that was two states. I'm just using that as
sure, but I think Palestine would be, I think, recognized by most states if they accepted that they have lost land.
Yeah, but that was apartheid. What I'm explaining to you. You know?
So
there's an irony there. I'm not saying there's not an irony there. I'm just saying that's the idea. So that remember, so with the fall of apartheid, it meant that there was now one state. Am I making sense when I say that? We now South Africa is a modern democracy.
Didn't it mean that everyone could vote as well?
During apartheid, you could vote in your area.
Yeah.
No,
so that's why you had the disparity. Sorry.
Dr. Wyatt, let Wyatt go.
Yeah, I find it very weird, like very contradicting. So the South Africans, the South Africans want to give these people their own countries. United Nations rejected it.
Yeah,
which is like the same situation right now. Is that no, we want Palestine to have their own country, but the United Nations seems to be very recipient to that now. But then it's a contradiction. Is it something to do with how the land is being cut off? Because I'm looking at the South African map, like because the country, the Bantustans, like sometimes some of the way they cut the land is a bit weird. So it's a bit like how the situation in West Bank right now is like totally abnormal. So is it because of the way how they cut the land, or something else?
No, that's exactly that. So you must, like I said to you, right? So what will happen is that they would create a place where this is where, let's say, the Zulus are. Well, I'm pretty sure you're looking at something like Venda or something like that, right? And then they would say, okay, cool, we've discovered platinum over there. And then you would have these forced migrations of people off the land. That is, if you're going to accuse Israel of apartheid, that's what you're accusing them of. That is what the South African government means when they say it's an apartheid state. They're not talking about segregation. So the defense to say, well, we don't have segregation, that's not what the claim is,
But wouldn't sorry, I just want one more follow up. So, but wouldn't it fix the problem in a way that if United Nations recognize the Bantustans, then South Africa would not be able to take more land or force the migration, right? Because the land is now, the borders is now fixed.
Yeah, but look at what you're left with. So the people that live there are left with the shitty part of the country, right? Barring, I mean, KwaZulu-Natal is a different story, but I mean, so Venda or Bophuthatswana or the other ones, like
that I understand.
Can I have Gabriel Rio's what Gabriel Rio was saying about the difference, how different countries have handled their colonial expansionist projects. I think that when the case of Russia, it's important to notice the differences between the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union. The Soviets actually went around to all those different peoples, to their lands, and they helped them develop an alphabet. They got their oral history and their like bedtime stories and poems and national like cultural songs written down, transcribed into notation. People that like Ukraine, the reason why Ukraine has a language is the Soviets went in there, they developed an alphabet, they gave them that language, right? Instead of trying to assimilate them and say, this is it's different than the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire was not like that. The Soviet Union was a little bit more, I don't know, like that, bleeding heart liberals in this sense. I don't know what the term would be there, but it was a different project.
Multicultural.
And maybe multiculturalism.
but what they're doing is is different than what they kind of like Americans did, right? Because what did the Americans do? They took the native populations and put them on reservations, right? And the Russians are like, okay, look at the Chechnya case, right? What did they do? They basically empowered the local factions that were loyal to them against the Chechen factions that were allied towards NATO's efforts to cleave Russia into component parts and cleave that country away from NATO. Will cleave Chechnya away from from the Russian Federation. Not everybody in Chechnya's elite, ruling elite or powerful people wanted to do that. Some people recognize, hey, we're just going to become a little bitch for America then, right? We're not going to be any stronger. So there was still societal fractions there, and what the Russians did is they took advantage of them. Vladimir Putin went in there and he made friends with Ramzan Kadyrov, right? And Ramzan Kadyrov has his own a special forces training camp, right? So he gave him real power. He gave him real weapons. He gave him real autonomy. You want to have Sharia law, you can have Sharia law. You want to have your cultural whatever, you can do that. You want to burn a Quran in Moscow, maybe that's considered impolite, but you burn a Quran in Chechnya, something bad is going to happen to you. And the Russians are going to be like, that's your fault. What were you doing there? What were you thinking? There's been a lot of examples like tourist goes to somewhere in Dagestan and like whistles at a woman that's passing by, and like 4 dudes beat the shit out of him and say, you don't do that here. You can do that in St. Petersburg. So there's a different approach that the Russians did than other colonial projects.
Okay, first of all, I just want to point out something.
Can I follow up with that real quick?
Sure.
Because that was thanks for your explanation. I was really curious about that, and it's really enlightening because it seems to me from afar that the Russian way of dealing with their different inner cultures, it seems pretty efficient, and I'm sure there's a level of brutality in that, but brutality isn't enough, as we can see throughout all of history, and especially in the Palestinian state, especially in the Palestinian situation, because it's a totally disproportionate force. It's like ridiculously disproportionate, but it's still, the brutality isn't efficient to managing the situation in a effective manner. So my point is, I guess, like that beyond the moral dilemmas or the moral conflicts or discussions that can be had about what is the right of one group of people over another, which is kind of ridiculous because the reality doesn't give a shit about that. But beyond that moral discussion is sort of this utilitarian perspective of how the fuck do you make it work? And I think that is a interesting moral discussion in as to your system might be wrong, morally wrong, because it doesn't work, because it screws up your cohabitation and it creates long-term problems. And so like in the United States, what you were saying about the capacity to the reservations are very similar to apartheid in your description, in his description of how you can dispose of the other person's land when you're interested in it, because you have this reservation, but then we found gold there, so we need to kick you out again. And so you have your own sort of microcosm of a population, but of a governance, but then we still dispose of you as however we see fit according to our interests. And that's it's going to happen sort of everywhere in a certain way. It happens in Latin America with the native populations as well. But what is the level of pressure that a population can accept before it becomes unstable and is going to tend to revolt? And then the next level is what level of autonomy you need to give them for them to actually thrive and grow and be an asset instead of a liability. And I think that's kind of the moral discussion that should be around the issue of multi-ethnic cohabitation.
Yeah, just a very different approach. And I don't know why the Russians did it that way. Not the Russians, though, the Soviets, right? Because the Russian Empire wasn't doing that. Soviets did it that way. Other people did it a different way. But we still look at it as an empire, right? We still think of the Soviet Union as an expansionist empire. So we don't make that.
But it might be true, but it's interesting because what you explain about the Soviets' approach is sort of very ideological, in a sense of like the communists have this sort of integrational attitude and anti-imperialist ideal. So they were like applying their communist ideology to their own form of empire. But interesting that it managed a good effect. You know, like it had a catastrophic effect in Ukraine, but the rest of the Russian Federation, even Belarus, and now kind of, well, I don't know what's happening with Georgia, but it seems like it's been a good long-term strategy to maintain equilibrium between your different ethnicities inside of the territory.
Yeah, have some measure of harmony between different cultures. Go ahead,
I like the direction that that Gabriel is trying to, trying to take this discussion where, we can try to imagine, as a mental experiment, what is after apartheid, or, what we call today, apartheid, whether it technically is or isn't, is a different matter. But, outside of the moral discussion, because the moral discussion will lead us nowhere. But what will happen? What would be like a sustainable situation? The thing is with this particular piece of real estate, there's quite belligerent ideologies trying to occupy the same physical space, and we can think about it as a utopian solution. Vaughn had one idea where we make it into like a Universal Studios or Disneyland or something. That might be have some value there. Maybe dropping ecstasy on everybody and making them love each other and kind of live together. But if we try to think about it from and I wish Prado was with us because he might have some input on this. Sociologically or anthropologically, what would happen to Judaism as a culture, as a language, as a society? Would it be able to survive with all these Arabs and Muslims living right there? How would it be able to would it be resilient enough to maintain their language, maintain their religion? Would they intermarry? These are the questions that I think about when thinking about a one-state solution, which is, kind of like the unicorn of solutions. Two-state solutions, they're difficult. Land swap issues. It's just, logistically and border-wise, it's just a nightmare. So but we can think about it outside of the moral discussion, and that's really what I appreciated out of the direction Gabriel's taking it.
Oh, I just want to add I don't think the Jewish culture or whatever will be a threat. They have been going around in small pockets for 2,000 over years, or 3,000 years. So I'm quite sure they are perfectly fine living with the Arabs. It's just a matter of they don't want to. I think that's the main problem.
But that's the difference between the Zionist ideology and Judaism, because Judaism has been living with Arabs and with all other cultures for millennia, for centuries at least. But the Zionists have this ethno-state religious theocracy.
Half cast. Yeah, I actually went blank for a minute. The religious thing, that's why I think Russia, not just the religious thing, but the community in general, how you're saying that, Russia holds all these countries in, and when they take over one, they'll sort of integrate it really well. I don't know about that. I think they're sort of like, that's why they can't lose. They got to crack down on society quite strong to keep everybody. I don't know if they're trying to keep out the Western influence, just because, you know, America's always trying to undermine them, and that's led to a few wars and stuff. But I do see why Russia sees it as a massive threat, because any kind of movement into that territory that they can use, like Ukraine, to just basically, say if they had NATO in there, they could undermine the Russians all around the place, and then, you know, all of a sudden, you know, there'll be like a massive war, because I doubt if Putin or any of the rest of the Russians are going to just sit back and just watch, you know, start to erode, especially if they think they're losing. They'll, you know, they can't do that, because they will just end up breaking up into pieces and fighting each other. You know, it's like, that's what happens with most countries, like Libya. You know, we've seen it all happen, and
yeah,
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, and to add up to that, like there's a certain level of brutality that's kind of necessary to survive. It's like when you see non-aligned or sort of sovereign states, which means that they basically have their own societal system beyond like the liberal democracy and the economic
their
order.
own foreign policy.
Yeah, they need to be kind of brutal, because the level of pressure, and this is an observation I'm making. I'm not like just don't quote me on that, but what I can see from here is that like most nations that try to achieve certain level of sovereignty are crushed, if not from without, from within. So like if you don't have certain level of brutality in your own internal system, you're gonna get overthrown. It's like it's impossible to have like a liberal democracy style government and not be aligned with the West. It's impossible. You're gonna be crushed. And so like there's certain level of brutality, but then again there's other elements that keep order, and it keeps people happy. So like if your society works, if there's jobs, if your income allows you to survive and all that stuff, people can tolerate a certain level of crackdown and harsh legality, because you can survive. But you can have all the liberties you want, but if your society is collapsing, then you're gonna revolt, and the country's gonna be unstable, and it's gonna start to fall apart. But if you keep people happy and you give them freedom, then some soft power coup is gonna happen, and you're gonna get overthrown. That.
Yeah.
Counting Thief.
Okay, first of all, a couple of things you need to understand is that South Africa's got a very young democracy, right? It's a very liberal democracy. We have a constitution. I think it's one of the newest constitutions out there. It's a country, to give you an idea of how liberal the country is, I think we were one of the first countries to have gay marriage and those kind of things, right? So we're non-aligned in the sense that, and we have a liberal democracy. So I don't think this idea that you have to be aligned to the West is, or another system like the Singaporean system is true. I think South Africa is an example of that. That's my first point I want to make. My second point I want to make is that all the things that people are saying about how we're going to do Israel and Palestine, these were things that were, let's say, 1985 in South Africa, is how we're going to have a settlement. And it happened. Okay, a settlement was reached. Part of the reasons for the settlement was the Angolan Bush War ended up in a stalemate with the South African Defence Force and UNITA versus about 60,000 Cuban troops, and it was essentially a stalemate, right?
That's right.
You know, and that was the off-ramp. Now, a lot of people don't know this, or maybe they do, is that South Africa and the world, actually, because it was a settlement that was done with Kissinger and Crocker, I think his name. South Africa was a nuclear-armed country, all right? So basically, South Africa would have been able to fuck anything up, right? What I'm getting at that is not just destroying troops. I'm talking about a complete and utter civil war where nobody won. So an off-ramp was given, and this is where South Africa's ended up with a liberal constitution. You know, and I want to call it the Rainbow Nation. Everybody lives happily together because it's not fantasy land. There's problems in South Africa, okay? But these things are actually possible, all right? And I'm pointing out, Israel's a nuclear power. South Africa's a nuclear power. They might get themselves into a situation when off-ramp happens, and you could end up in a single-state solution with a constitution like South Africa has, okay, and people getting on with each other, right? It's not no foregone conclusion that everybody has to die in the Middle East. That's what I'm getting.
So was citizenship, or lack of citizenship, was that one element of South African experience with apartheid?
So this is what I was trying to say to you. So remember, during apartheid, they considered you a citizen of KwaZulu-Natal, one of these homelands or Bantustans. So that's what pass. We always say the word pass. It was ideas as a passport. The idea was that you had these pseudo states that were running around, which only South Africa recognized, yeah, that's basically.
So how did they migrate all those, documents to under one, nation?
Oh no! So if somebody from KwaZulu-Natal who was wealthy wanted to travel to, say, United States, they got a South African passport. That's how idiotic it was. All right. But conceptually, right, they were, I'm using KwaZulu-Natal as an example because it's easy, but KwaZulu-Natal, that was its own little spot, right? Yeah. Am I making sense when I say that? Because there's a lot of funny things that don't make sense otherwise.
I was happy at the beginning when you started explaining, it's one of those terms that I myself throw around. I have no idea what it means. Except for, I watch some videos and stuff, and
oh no,
I hope nobody calls me out, on it. But I hope sometimes, when I use it, people don't call me out and and say, you don't actually know what apartheid is. And magically, I've learned something and somehow managed to be more confused. So, but I know that this is something that I need to read. Go ahead.
You need to understand is that. From about, I would say, the late 70s, apartheid was starting to fall apart already. Okay, so by the mid 80s, it was, it was in its death throes. To give an example, in 1991 was the last whites-only referendum in South Africa, and 90% of people voted to end apartheid. In other words, they gave the then President de Klerk, is his name, a mandate to end apartheid. Right. So it's not as if,
Well, they voted to end apartheid, right? So. Well,
they gave him a mandate. It was a referendum, yeah. But it was negotiated. This is something that's very, very important. It was a negotiation. You need to understand is that there was an off-ramp that was given because of the Angolan War, okay, that allowed the parties to negotiate. Now, you also need to understand apartheid in the context of the Cold War is that the apartheid government was doing a lot of dirty work for the United States in the West inside of Angola, and so on. There was Namibian independence was another thing that was going on, and apartheid, strangely, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, ended when the Cold War ended because nobody wanted to tolerate such a system anymore in the West. Okay, you need to look at it in that context now.
Yeah,
but by that stage, most white South Africans didn't, they were done with apartheid. You need to understand it was also a very religious thing. I was kind of hinting at it earlier. So
yes,
it was like
the chosen people.
Yeah, it was that. Yeah, and
yeah. Great that you mentioned that. I was wondering because I knew that like there was a bunch of resolutions that were vetoed by the United States during to end the apartheid state and stuff like that. So they used to have a sort of privileged situation because of their geopolitical strategic location, which is obvious. Like it's not that. And then when the Cold War ended, it kind of equalized. Something similar happened in South America. A bunch of dictatorships kind of fell apart when the Cold War ended, because and also in Asia, I think, because like the threat, the Soviet threat went down, so a bunch of U.S. sponsored dictatorships were sort of removed because they didn't have to keep the population submitted away from the Red Scare. But like, what I was wondering is because what you were saying about South Africa having a liberal democracy is interesting, because I'm wondering like what strategic position it occupies right now to be able to have that sort of ambivalence between like being non-aligned and being able to be a liberal democracy. So like it must be, I imagine, like a very remarkable balance that they're playing to be able to, and maybe it's because of its strategic position. Like it can, as long as it's a liberal democracy, it can school the West on and not necessarily align with it, but it also has some protections on some other area. And like what I was wondering was, like how can a nation that sort of has liberal democracies sustain itself against like non-aligning? How can a nation that has liberal democracy not be aligned with the interests of the West and survive its own inner conflict? And I've seen some things about like inner conflict in South Africa. There's a lot of like racial conflict that sort of echoes all the way here, but I'm not sure how the situation actually is right now. But what I was going to say about that was that it's really weird that there's no like apartheid apologists. Like usually every side of ideology has an apologist. You know, like
Nazi apologists.
I've had a lot of arguments, of discussions with Nazi apologists, and a lot of Zionist apologists, and Bolshevik apologists, and everything. But I have never had the experience of encountering someone who defends the South African system prior to the abolition of apartheid. So, has anyone heard of anything like that?
Yeah, you do get them, but it's mostly, it will be, you know, things were better under apartheid, which there were things that were better, right? You know, so the apartheid government itself wasn't all bad. You know, they were morally corrupt, but, you know, so for example, there was a lot of investment into infrastructure in South Africa, a lot of building of economy and stuff like that. I mean, South Africa used to be part of the G20 in the 1990s. You know, we had the cheapest electricity in the world, the most reliable, one of the best grid in the world, twice, some awards and that kind of stuff, you know, in terms of that. So cheapest, most reliable
Now it's not
power in the
maintained,
world.
right?
And now we get load shedding, yeah. So, you know, so a lot of people would say back, you know, but it's so, like I said, by the mid 1980s, you know, even white people were done with apartheid. It was more than what you think it is. They were done with not going to movies on Sundays, you know, with the, you know, on, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, I know that sounds trivial, but yeah.
I'd also like to jump on Gabriel's question, and I think the answer, partly to his question. Wait, I don't even know he's here. Bye. We had levers. So I think sorry, what was your question again? I forgot now. Gabriel, what was your question?
Mine?
Yeah. We had a leader.
This question is so long. I don't even know what was the question actually. I was like, then after that,
No, I had an answer for it.
Yeah, you're talking about how, okay, one of his questions was about, you know, how does a liberal democracy work?
There you go. That's what I was going to hit. I was going to say, you know, have you ever seen that movie, The Gaslight?
Do you know the term gaslighting? You know what that is?
Yeah, I've seen.
That's what it is.
I haven't seen it, but
That's what it is. You gaslight people, right? So they did this with when you're what's that story about the two kids that get lost in the woods and the witch finds them and she feeds them
Hansel and
candies,
Gretel.
There you go, Hansel and Gretel. The witch feeds it. Exactly, right. And why is she feeding them the candy? Because she's gonna freaking shove them in the oven eventually, right? So you have situations where it's like, you don't want to make enemies out of everybody right away, right? The Americans, they're just as concerned about the rise of India as they are about the rise of China, but they're not going to treat China or India like they're going to treat China, and they're definitely not going to treat them like they treat Russia, because you don't want to fight all your enemies at once. So you do gaslighting. You say, hey, you know what? We're going to invite Modi in to do a yoga session, and we're going to bring in, but Vladimir Putin is basically another Hitler, right? So you're treating these countries completely differently, and some people believe it, some people fall for it, and you know what? If you manage to knock out Russia and you manage to knock out China, you think that the Americans wouldn't also knock out India if that was the next threat to their global hegemony? Of course they would. So the answer is that you don't make all of your enemies at once.
Okay.
That's not smart.
Yeah, so we've just had elections. I don't know if you know, right? And it's the
I
first. Yeah, it's the first elections where the ANC is not a majority, right?
Wow.
So what it means, the ANC is the obviously Liberation Party, but it's a lot more complicated than that. They are a union of trade unions is with them, and the South African Communist Party, right? This is the traditional setup.
Yeah, it's probably like a central left coalition, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much right. Well, but the coalition, okay, and this is with, I don't know if call it ironies, but they're in coalition now with the Democratic Alliance, right? So the history of the Democratic Alliance was during apartheid. There were what do you call it, the white parties, for want of a better word. It started off with the PFP. It was a progressive party of Helen Suzman, where they were anti-apartheid. She was the only person in the that was representing non-apartheid views at one stage, right? And this we're talking about 60s and 70s. So the Democratic Alliance comes out of that. So you can think of it like, so the National Party, which ran South Africa under apartheid, actually ended up merging with the ANC, just as an irony, right? So now so pretty much the west of the country is a large politically it belongs to the DA, the Democratic Party, Democratic Alliance. And they now are in coalition with the ANC, right? And these are very much both Western-facing parties. There's an irony about the DA, though, is that the Muslim majority in South Africa actually lives in the DA areas, okay? However, the DA is somewhat supportive of Israel, okay? So it's in the non-Muslim areas where you have.
So is the DA more westward facing then?
Much more westward facing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So while there's a significant portion of the ANC that would be western facing, and then we have a new party called MK, which is started by a previous president, it's Jacob Zuma, but it's pretty much a Zulu party. And then there is the EFF, which is like a black fascist party. But those are your four major parties.
Wow, you guys have some hardcore parties.
Yeah. So, but the thing is,
every side,
yeah,
literally.
No, I mean, these guys run around with red berets, instead of armbands. But and they.
Yeah, it's like the Black Panthers had a party in the U.S.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you look, they're more, yeah. So they've got 10% of the vote, but they're unable to convert it into seats. So if that makes sense to you.
I'm learning a lot about how it works. I'm learning a lot about how African politics, South African politics works.
Well, South African politics, but you need to understand that all of this has got an undertone of apartheid, right? So you're not going to find people that are, that are advocating any segregation.
So apartheid continues to be a national trauma.
Yeah,
it's a taboo.
It's a taboo. Yeah, it's really definitely a taboo. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's there. You know, you were talking about apologists earlier. Nobody's running around saying, you know, it was a good thing that happened, right? You know, if that makes sense.
Interesting.
You know.
Even if they remember the good cheap electricity, they don't want to have to live in apartheid again.
No,
but that's super interesting because it's literally the first sort of historical taboo ideology that I haven't that there isn't like a known movement of apologists. Yeah. I can't think of any other. It's fucking crazy. But it's super interesting to see the parallels between like the Latin American post dictatorship period. You know, like you also have like a central left coalition that sort of took on after the dictatorship, the dictatorship or the military government, the junta becomes kind of like a taboo. But there's people who reminiscence of how it was the good old days of order and progress and whatever. And I wonder if there's something similar in Asia.
No, so let me actually. There's a piece you're probably missing, and I've been hinting at it. Remember, I said to you it had a very there was a religious connotation to it, right? Mm-hmm. So that was done by the Dutch Reformed Church or the NG Kerk, is what they called it, where a lot of the justifications or the moral justifications for apartheid happened, right? And again, particularly in the Afrikaans community, which were it's a Calvinist Christianity. What actually happened is in the death throes of apartheid, something called I think it was called the Rustenburg Confession happened, where they basically confessed their sins. This is from a religious perspective, confessed their sins of apartheid, and it was a heresy and things like that.
Somehow they're okay if you buy into that. Okay, got it.
Yeah. But the point is that the religious justification has disappeared. That's why you're not going to find a lot of people. There's a lot of religious justification to apartheid.
Yeah.
Right? So you're not going to find a lot of people apologizing for it. Because they weren't. You're not going to find a lot of NG Kerk or RP, whatever the new ones that. Because there are these very small little splinter groups that still do it. I'm not saying there's not, right?
Right.
But you're not going to find it overseas because first of all, it's not religious overseas. You don't have the religious connotation. And second of all, the main proponents, have distanced themselves from the.
No, I bet it's still aligned with something, right? It's not a national kind of church situation, right?
It used to be.
Well, but like, okay, so do they? I'm guessing that they don't have like allegiances to like papal Rome or something like this, right?
No,
it's not like that.
No, it's Calvinistic. So
okay, it's Calvinistic. Okay.
No.
Well, that makes sense. So listen, I'm going to. It's been 5.5 hours, so I'm ready to do my closing. If there is not anything else on this subject, I'm going to start my closing right now. And in closing, I will bring up two things. Number one, the now infamous Biden at G7 in Italy video. And I will contrast that with Putin, the Putin, peace olive branch. So those people that were on that video, they laughed at the Putin proposal for peace. They called it ridiculous, but they did not laugh and did not think it was ridiculous when Biden was wandering off into a field somewhere. They just very smoothly just scooped him up and they were like, "Oh, we're going to take a picture now." And I think that I don't know if there has ever been a time in my life where the difference between what everybody else thinks is funny, and the difference between what people that are the ruling elite think is funny has never been so different. It has never been so wide because nobody thought that the Putin peace proposal was funny, but except for those people, and everybody thought that Biden wandering off was disturbing and at least a little bit entertaining. So I think that our that gap is massive and it's wide, and I think that's the reason why people come here every week to hear the differences in opinion that they have and hear normal people like us speak about it that aren't the ruling elite. So thank you very much. Thank you everybody who super chatted and did the super chats. Especially thank you to the commander who soldiers on and does these open mics. I could not do it. Have a great time, gentlemen. See you next week.
Thank you, Bradley. Counting teeth. Closing statement. Your camera is gone. Are you there? Maybe he went to the toilet. Gabriel, you do closing. You're muted.
Oh my God, I'm not ready yet. Oh, whatever. I think that what Bradley was saying is really interesting because there's an element of like humor and intellectual capacity. I think the funniest thing is that Biden is the boss of the G7, and they were like sort of babysitting him around, and they're all obeying him. They're all like kowtowing to like sacrificing their nation. All the G7 is like butchering their national economies for the U.S. foreign policy, and they're babysitting the president around, and it's really crazy times to live in. Must be super. There was this comment from a Russian guy the other day that he was talking about, like, at least he said that at least when we had Yeltsin, we were all depressed. We had a massive spike in suicides. You know, like we had a rational and mature response to our lousy leadership, and the American conservatives only laugh at him like, oh, he's so ridiculous, and how can they not see that he's their leader? Like, why are they why are they taking it? But yeah, it's I guess interesting times we're living in, and I'd like to leave that food for thought as a conclusion, that because in a moral landscape, like in a moral discussion, it's practically impossible to. I'm not a moral relativist, but I think it's practically impossible to achieve sort of a compromise when like personal values are confronted. Like, for example, the Israelis probably think that they're the most moral army in the world because they're like fighting for the chosen people of God, and all the rest of the world thinks that they're the least moral army in the world because they're like slaughtering children and doing horrible things and laughing at it. So it's like it's impossible to make a compromise between like very opposite moral values. So like I try to direct the conversation to like stupid values, like not a moral discussion, but a stupid discussion. Like, how stupid is what you're doing? What are the effects it's having, and how is it going to destroy you in the long run? Like, don't be stupid. Don't slaughter babies on TikTok because the world's going to hate you, and you're going to be rejected from every country, and no one's going to want to trade with you. And and the same with the United States. Like, hopefully, I know no one's going to listen to this, but like some leader class learns that there's a certain level of ethics that are gonna allow you to rule your kingdom and prosper. And if you don't follow that, you're just gonna screw yourself and your nation. So yeah, don't be stupid, and don't be stupidly brutal with populations you have to cohabit with. Okay.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel. Counting, are you there? Counting thief, are you there? Counting thief. Hello. Closing, you are muted.
Yeah, well, thanks, Wyatt. Glad I caught the stream somewhere along the way. I think it was the last stream that I saw. And yeah, thanks for having me on. It's the first time I've done this. I think you're the only person that I'm now subscribed to on YouTube. I hope that makes you happy. So, yeah. Yeah, look, and it's keep up. So, it's nice to have an unbiased or a less biased view on what's going on. So, yeah, keep it up. I know it's disheartening. Weeb Union gets 150,000 and you're sitting at what, 40,000? So,
It's a YouTube thing. Hope you enjoy the open mic. You should.
No,
you should
I
hang
did.
out more.
It's the first time I've done something like this, but it was. Yeah, there's a lot of things that that people don't know about Africa, and particularly militarily, you'll be very, very, very surprised where a lot of stuff comes from. So, you know.
I have emailed you the link to join the Open Mic Speakers Lounge, which is a Telegram group. So, do check your email.
Yeah.
And thank you for joining. And I'm going to give the closing to Hoping. He came on just to do closing.
Yes. Thank you very much, Wyatt, for yet another open mic. I came in quite late, and even though it was 3 hours in, I would not be surprised if there was only Ukraine war, because I get the impression quite a lot of stuff has been going on there. I would kind of like to touch a little bit on Europe, just a little bit, more specifically Geert Wilders of the Netherlands having talked about trying to get a Quran ban, which I think it's a big mistake, because jihadis and stuff like that, they thrive in having these kind of freedom of speech. That's what they really want to get down. They're the ones who are pushing most for Islamophobia for the slightest thing, even though it's actually quite warranted at times. And it's blasphemy laws are kind of already in place, so you can't really give repercussions for pointing out the Quran. But if you ban the Quran, you cannot also do something about that. So I kind of think that Wilders is sort of shooting himself in the foot, and it's sort of kind of hypocritical to be talking about like Western values, freedom of speech, and then that's exactly what you're banning. I mean, we have Mein Kampf being available. It's and you can't criticize Mein Kampf if it's not available, right? So that was kind of like things like that I kind of wanted to discuss. But what can I say? You should all be liking and subscribing to the open mic with the bell notification on, and you should share whatever you can. Wyatt has been making some clips here, among others, with our dear friend Gabriel Rio here, who tends to be making some astute points. And you probably also have some money that you don't need, which you should consider giving to Wyatt through either a super chat here, Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, or Boosty. Just think about it. Do you really need that extra boat, the extra car, the house you're living in, the clothes you're wearing? Because you're probably fat. I imagine you probably need to reallocate some of your fridge budget, and then instead of buying new clothes, you trim down your clothes. You learn a new skill of sewing, sell the fabric, and then you can give Wyatt even more money. Yeah, it's just a win-win-win all over the board. So thank you, everybody, and welcome to the open mic Counting Teeth. And it's nice, always nice to see new faces. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. Bye, everybody. It's very late here, so bye.
Sorry, hold on a second. Are you Dutch, Kopi?
If I'm Dutch?
Ja.
Nee, ik ben niet Nederlands of anders. Maar ik heb een zus dat wonen in Nederlands. So ik ken een beetje Duits.
So jij blij in die Nederlands, ja?
Ja, een beetje. Het is niet zo goed, maar het is, ja.
The Flying Dutchman.
Well.
I have no idea what had happened.
I just said he lives. I asked him if he lived in the Netherlands, and he said he lived.
I'm actually from Norway. I'm living in Norway as well. So, but I have a sister who's been living there for over a decade, so I've been there quite frequently. And
Were you speaking Norwegian now, or because that sounded a little bit like Dutch to me?
That was my attempt at Dutch. My Dutch isn't
that. Okay, cool.
And also the Dutch is very much more like Dutch rather than Afrikaner Dutch. So that probably also kind of because Afrikaner Dutch, I can kind of actually get that a little bit better in a sense, because it's sort of more clear pronounced in a manner that like the phonology is a little bit easier to pick up for me as a Norwegian rather than the Dutch.
It's very similar to Flemish, yeah.
The Fries Dutch, for example, like those people when I was in the army, they or the Air Force more precisely, we had Dutch people from Friesland. They could understand everything we were saying, and once I kind of got their phonology, like the Dutch phonology, then I could actually start like understanding exactly why they they understand Norwegian so well, because their Dutch is very similar in a sense. So
what is Gert Wilders up to? So I don't follow like that kind of stuff.
So he wanted to ban the Quran. Because he has like this thing with the Muslims, and some of it is valid, some of it a little bit more than not. So when he wants to go after the Quran and ban and like get them, like it's sort of like extremism, he says, and so forth. But it's not extremism if you're basically taking the basic book of the entire religion. You can definitely make a case that the systemic child molestation, child brides that follows pretty much only in the Islamic world, it's not at all compatible. There's many of those things but you cannot really address them unless you use the scripture, which Muslims themselves are using, right? So, and you cannot also have it like we are operating with open societies. The thing that enabled the open mic, that is not something that the Muslims tend to be enabling. And when Wilders is kind of doing the same, it's sort of like a spider pointing another spider for making a web. You know what I mean? So it's
yeah. What is it?
It's the name of the game.
It is.
That's what they do.
It's so much projection going on, really. Like pretty much anyone who is kind of pointing fingers here and there, you can probably be sure that they're doing something similar, like most of the time.
So out of curiosity, because you brought up the open society, so you're referring to the Karl Popper open society, right?
I'm more. It's more specifically it's freedom of speech and stuff like that. Things that when we are here, like when Wyatt enables this platform, it's much easier for others to, for example, talk about my country than it is. Like, it's not that I'm really facing repercussions, but I should just point out that Norway had absolutely nothing to do with Nord Stream, if you know what I mean. Right. So like, and this is exactly the thing, right? Like you cannot actually be addressing issues in society if you do not have freedom of expression and freedom of speech and so forth. And what Wyatt is doing here, it's sort of kind of following very much the same spirit, except that we're doing it cross borders. So it's like, okay, this is what our leaders are doing, and this is what people on the ground are thinking and feeling and whatever, right? And we would otherwise be very, very limited. You kind of have to search up ourselves, be dealt with our own biases, and so the open mic this is why I'm so much a fan of the open mic and generally want more people on from more places, so they
So give me money.
Yes, give Wyatt money. Give Wyatt money so he can pamper us and give us a plane ticket to Singapore or something.
Yes, I would like a boat.
Yeah. Those of you in the audience who have an extra boat, do give Iranian Putin, because he has been pampering Wyatt in the open mic for quite a while. Tons of memberships, and the best Putin is the Iranian Putin.
Yeah, the Iranian Putin is all our daddies. He's the daddy of the collective. He gives membership.
Yeah. He's our sugar daddy.
Just take it.
He's our sugar daddy.
Yeah.
But I understand that coping didn't mean open society as in the Soros Foundation or in the Karl.
No, nothing like that.
The misunderstanding have already started.
I like it that you. But I like it that you mentioned that.
We're not sponsored by Bud Light.
No, nothing like that. But since you mentioned it, if I could, I just want to point out one thing: that the fallacy, which I think is perhaps obvious to most people, is the indiscriminate tolerance. Right? If you have, it's just to kind of give Clausewitz, for those of you who remember him. I think he quoted. He's famous for having stated something akin to, "Those who fight for everything fight for nothing," and this becomes pretty much the same for the diversity inclusion thingy. It's and then of course it's taken out of proportion. It's a real big clown show. Not really sure what to make out of it, but
no, but it's clearly it's social engineering for influence accumulation. Basically, it's just that. It's super simple.
But if you look at, for example, the UK, they actually codified into law one of the reasons I think that this indiscriminate tolerance is applied, because they went so far as to make it so. I think maybe it was just Scotland, not all of UK, but it was so that you can actually be punished if someone perceived a slight, if you what is it called? Like you say something demeaning, like it's not if you feel that it's racist.
Yeah, well,
right? If you feel that somebody's misgendering you, right? So this thing is like kind of like the when you have this indiscriminate tolerance, then you can pretty much shame anyone. And right now you can say, okay, it's the like whites, like being white is a very bad thing. Apparently, like you're automatically a racist if you're white, which is sort of like this thing with if you're German, you're a Nazi, right? Like you're automatically a racist because of your race, which is kind of like okay. So this is if you have like a whole bunch of contradictions working out, you will make people quite confused, and you will make the confusion will frighten them, especially when you have repercussions going on. So I think it has more to do with a subversion of democracy, and a good idea here is like a sign of that would be Islamophobia, right? It's not a phobia refers to irrational fear, but when we had like in Europe, for example, we have hundreds of mosques that are funded by Saudi Arabia, and these are like these imams and mullahs where they spout out like teaching the Muslims that move to Europe to hold the others with contempt and the notion that they're going to take over. I mean, this has been filmed and so forth, so naturally, of course, if you just put a lid on it, then you're going to have more and more people that think like, oh wait, what's going on here? And they're you have it basically just I'm really tired, and also I think it's closing time. Why it looks like he wants me to shut up.
I know he wants to go, but I just want to point something out here because there's a big misconception about George Soros and the Open Society. If you actually read Karl Popper's Open Society, it's got nothing to do with what Soros is doing. So the Open Society, it's a treatise, against collectivism, obviously communism and other forms of authoritarianism, and it's basically a defense of liberal democracies, which is nothing to do with what
Popper is still a major influence in the zeitgeist of the like contemporary version of the Open Society. I mean, of course, it's distorted, but that's the thing is like you can dispose of any instruments that you can dispose of to achieve your goals, and so if you want to sort of weaken the labor organizations, you flood in with immigrants. It's super ironic because
Popper said, right? So Popper was a treatise against the Neoplatonism or Plato himself, right? And collectivism, and in doing so, it's all the Neoplatonic things as well. So, for example, Neoplatonic would be Islam as a Neoplatonic religion, and so Christianity and later forms of rabbinic Judaism would also fall under that category as well. So it's not what it's not.
Oh yeah, totally.
He wasn't.
No, but the concept of like intolerance to tolerance is cited a lot in the justifications for things like what Coping was talking about, forbidding the Quran. It's like when like the same with the feminist movements or with anti-fascists, like they always use Popper as a influence, like when they talk about canceling the intolerance, because that's the only way you preserve an open society.
No,
so it's a citation. I'm not talking about like Popper's own ideology, his own work. I'm talking about like how it's applied today in the pursuits that are the zeitgeist of this epoch. Like right now we have a certain tendency in the paradigm that is dictating how at least the liberal democracy world, and Popper is part of that influence, but it's not, he's not the author. It's like a different.
Well, like I said, again, I mean, his treatise was against collectivism, right? So he's very focused. It's mostly about individualism.
Was he by any chance inspired by Walter Lippmann? Because Walter Lippmann was I think he was one of those who advocated for the illusion of democracy, because he was actually like very much in favor of democracy. He was a famous journalist or something. And if I recall correctly, his having traveled around and so much, he realized that people were generally not well enough informed for democracy in the idealist sense would function. And so he would be very much in favor of propaganda. And Edward Bernays was kind of also, he was known as the father of propaganda, modern propaganda. And he, his argument was very similar. Like it ran along the line that, democracy is the best thing because you need the freedom of expression to take the pulse and have to know what's going on in society. But at the same time, if you're going to have the decision left onto the people, it presupposes that they're well informed and rational. And this is, of course, not so much the case, right? So, Bernays, he got himself quite of a shocker. He was of I think he was like the nephew or something of Freud, so he was something Jewish. And later on, his work, I think the book was simply called Propaganda. I listened to the audiobook; it was very interesting.
Yeah, he's the father of feminism.
Later on, it actually they after the war, like they found it in Goebbels' library of propaganda, and like splash in the middle, like it was one of the centerpieces that Goebbels liked the most. And so Bernays, he was like he tried to revamp it because he was pretty shocked that what he had intended to be for democracy was instead used for fascism. And then
it totally makes sense. I mean, well, in the battle of ideas, like the sort of the conflict right now, for example, Dugin, which is like Putin's brain, like a Russian philosopher. He's Popper is one of his like enemies because he's like one of the fathers of the liberal democracy, and he associates like the idea of radical individualism as the cause of the like current liberal like libtard woke movement, because it's like the conservatives usually criticize the wokeness because it's like it's a collectivist anti-individualism. Yeah, but individualism made the West great and stuff. But the thing is that like the wokeism is actually. Right? But the thing is that wokeism is actually a radical individualism because this is Dugin's point, that wokeism is a radical individualism that tends to dilute all forms of collectives that have reigned over society. Like first it was like the religion, then it was the state, then it was your gender, and now it's humanity. So like, the point of wokeism as a transhumanist movement is to dissolve all collective bonds in civilization, and so like the final frontier would be humanity. So that's why it's transhuman. So,
but also communism. Interestingly enough, also communism. Like you mentioned, collectivism, and these votards, they are often kind of equated with communism, and I kind of get it because you got a lot of those self-described communists waving flags and all that stuff, and there's this
but it's totally
this notion that communism is like everyone has to be absolutely equal, which is kind of depending a little bit on who you're talking to. But I mean, just to kind of give an example of how the contradictions pan out. If you go back 50 years ago, you would have left-wing countries and communist countries. They would be the ones who would be strongest against mass immigration, because they knew that would take their voter base and through the wage convergence, and they will lose votes and things would happen. But then it turned into ideals, and now it's just but we need it for good for our economy and whatever, and tolerance and multicultural and all that kind of stuff, which I mean, sure, you can find some merit to that, but you clearly can see the abuse of it as well.
No, it's super funny. Like these radical leftists or like the neo-Marxists, and it's like so funny because they're like the perfect product of capitalism. It's like this totally ambiguous, androgynous, atomized, like totally fake tribalism. Like they don't give a shit about each other, but they have like this idea of a collective. It's like a totally atomized group, and they themselves, like, they have such a contradiction that they make like memes of like this Che Guevara, like putting all these libtards against the wall, and it's like communism is way more based than than this woke bullshit. And no communist country would ever have this level of social degeneracy. But yeah, you think communism is what causes this, and you guys are like defending capitalism against this communist threat, and it's like 100% a capitalist product, you know, like the wealth libtard.
Notice how much it aims to the individual sense of identity, right? It's like pure. It really tries to foster narcissism.
Your perception of the world is the only thing valid, and all that bullshit.
Yeah, but that's solipsism. So it's So no, I don't think Popper was arguing that for solipsism. It's the Popper's treatise
definitely not.
It's just standard. It's a defense of John Locke liberalism. It's essentially,
Yeah, and Popper's brilliant, and I'm not criticizing him. I'm just like this tidbit of like the soap opera of philosophical movement throughout history. You know, like how they get distorted and utilized, and then they fight between each other, and there's this discussion of thousands of years, like the criticizing Neoplatonism 2,500 years later, and like they're still fighting with philosophers from thousands of years ago to this day.
Well, they haven't figured out all the vast majority of philosophical problems haven't been sorted out, right? Since the Greeks, or at least and even pre-Greek, So
I mean, they can't be solved because the day they're solved, we'll run out of philosophers. Like they need to argue the same issues because that's the only way they can keep relevance. They're the only issues that matter. It's like once you settle a philosophical problem, then philosophy is over. It's a useless.
Well, I don't know.
Karl Popper, more like Karl Pieper.
I don't want to be on the defense of Karl Popper here, but anyway,
It's bedtime for me, guys, and I think we were done with closing quite a while ago. So I'm just gonna say thanks again, Wyatt, and to all of you watching. Don't forget, if you haven't liked yet, I mean, something wrong with you, but now you got a second chance to press that like button, subscribe with the notification bell on, and thanks Archimedes for throwing some money at Wyatt, and to the rest of you, once the stream ends, just hurry to Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty. Sell your car, sell your wife, sell your clothing, sell everything. Just you probably have 2 kidneys and only need 1. Just go ahead. Wyatt needs the money way more than you. All right. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Counting. Thank you, Coping. All right. Now my turn to closing. Oh, my God. That was what a massive scam of a closing. The post-closing discussion is like, okay, so it's a very intellectual open mind. I think half of it we are talking about apartheid and about the nuances of it, the history in South Africa. How does it translate to the understanding of the Israeli-Palestine issue? How it is apartheid, and I find that I learned a lot. I really enjoyed it, but because it's so intellectual, it takes a lot more brain power for me to focus and understand what the hell is happening, and yeah, it just drains me out. So, and I didn't have enough sleep before the open mic. So yeah, so as I mentioned before, usually I need to sleep, then I sleep to get the prepared, have the energy to do the open mic. So yeah, I can't go on anymore. And anyway, it's Sunday already. As you can see, the sun is coming out, and it's a Father's Day. I think it's Father's Day in the whole world. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if it's Father's Day for your country, but Happy Father's Day for all the fathers out there, and Happy Father's Day for those that never wanted to be father but accidentally be father. Good job. Anyway, okay. I'm thinking whether I should do the sip rap first before I sleep, or should I sleep and wake up and do the sip rap? Whatever it is, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. Do share the words about the DPA open mic. It is a difficult sell, as I always say, because it's random people, nobody talking to each other. So I think it takes your power to share and encourage people to come and chit chat here and come on to talk and let's build this community together. So I'm at my limits. I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye-bye. I forgot to remove myself from the screen. I got surprised by my.
Something to say, come on. Stand together in harmony. We stand together in harmony. Tous ensemble, que la maison nous y fait écouter. Every voice is heard, let's communicate. Universal voices, let's join the debate. Join the debate.
Yeah, I shouldn't have used that music. I think this music is better. Unconfined is better. Okay, guys, happy Father's Day. Happy Sunday.
From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, creating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world comes.